Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
The expectation is obvious, but expectations have never thrown a punch. This fight has been billed as the comeback for Anthony Joshua. Victory keeps alive the long-anticipated showdown with Tyson Fury later this year. Defeat would rewrite the heavyweight landscape in an instant. And that's why we are here. Because in heavyweight boxing, reputations can take years to build and only seconds to lose. From the Jeddah Superdome, under the lights of Saudi Arabia, this is Fight Night Live on talkSPORT.
British heavyweight boxer Anthony Joshua was involved in a car accident.
I was walking with giants, man, that kept me protected, kept me shielded, and I know what I'm going to do what's right for them.
Serious. It is lights out! Wow! Anthony Joshua!
They told me, if you beat Prenga, we'll give you Tyson Fury. I said, please, give me that contract.
He's got destructive power, so as soon as that shot lands, it's over.
He looks in the shape of his life. He's been training at Usyk's camp.
Anthony Joshua!
Seen as the final hurdle before that potential showdown with Tyson Fury.
Fury is what he says he is. Maybe he should step forward and Frank should put his fighter forward instead of worrying about what I'm up to.
Welcome to Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, for Anthony Joshua's comeback fight against Kristian Prenga. All eyes on the main event tonight. We've, of course, got two world title fights as well to bring you across the talkSPORT network. And then, fingers crossed, a little bit of dessert. as Tyson Fury jets in from Thailand to hopefully go nose to nose with Anthony Joshua to give us that iconic moment which will build us towards the fight that we've been talking about for the last 10 years. I'm Adam Catterall. It is a pleasure to be in your company. We are currently streaming live on the talkSPORT YouTube channel and the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Around about 10 p.m. UK time, we'll be crossing over to talkSPORT, where we will be bringing you live exclusive commentary of that main event as Anthony Joshua and Kristian Prenga go at it. As always, for these big nights, I'm joined by my illustrious team. First of all, the man that loves the sunshine out here in the Middle East, the one and only Mr. Spencer Oliver, and calling you through the majority of these fights this evening will be the dulcet tones of John Rowling. Great to be alongside you, boys. Paul Smith will be joining us a little bit later on. He's got some duties, actually, to take care of this evening, as he is wrapping the hands of Kevin Ajarko, who's in the fight with Josh Kelly a little bit later on. Once that fight is underway, hopefully Paul will be joining us as well, as our four-man team is reformed. However, Spence, good week so far. You've obviously been across everything that's happened on Fight Week, interviewing the fighters, giving the build-up. There is something special about an Anthony Joshua fight week, despite the level of opponent that he faces this evening.
Yeah, there is, under the circumstances as well, you know, with the tragic circumstances that Anthony Joshua has been through. It's good to see him back in the ring as soon as 6 months after that. Can you believe it? Near-death experience, and we get him back in the ring. The physical scars were gone after 3 months. He was back in training under the watch for live Alexander Usyk and his team. And then we find him here, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, where Usyk actually beat Anthony Joshua back in 2023, and he goes in against Kristian Prenga, which, Adam, should be a foregone conclusion. But, and that is a but, we don't know the mental state of mind of Anthony Joshua going into this one. We know the physicals, but we don't know the mental scars, should I say.
Well, and that's the big thing for people to get their head around this evening as they're tuning into us across talkSPORT. Physically, he's always in great shape. He looks $1 million, always. This is a mental challenge tonight, isn't it?
Absolutely. No more than that. You know, if you look at the physicalities of both of these guys, where they've competed, at what level they've competed at, there's no comparison. Anthony Joshua is leagues above. He's an elite heavyweight still. You know, no matter what people think about his losses to the people like Daniel Dubois or Alexander Usyk, he remains one of the best heavyweights out there today. But these are the mental scars that he has to overcome. Can he overcome them? I think only he finds that out tonight, hence why Kristian Prenga is the opponent.
Talk to me about the process of a fight week, of rituals that you might do and things like that. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because, as you rightfully point out, what happened to him at the back end of last year was, well, the most traumatic thing that I think anybody can go through. Obviously losing 2 of your best pals and obviously being on the scene when he lost his 2 best pals. I am sure that during his fight weeks there were certain rituals, certain moments that he would spend with those 2 people who were part of his camp. What are the rituals that he will be going through throughout the course of the week that he does need to come to terms with, that those 2 gentlemen are no longer with him?
Well, that's the difficult thing, Adam. And, you know, like I say, only Anthony Joshua knows how he's going to deal with that, because it is a difficult thing to deal with. We're not just talking about 2 friends here. We're talking about 2 work colleagues, 2 guys that he lived with. They were very close together. It was more than just boxing. They travelled the world together. They went on holiday together. They're now no longer part of this team. So, look, you've seen Anthony Joshua. We've been in and around him all week. He's in great spirits. You know, he's talked about it. He even presented talkSPORT, didn't he, with the undisputed heavyweight championship of broadcasting. That's what it was. He was saying, look, I accept what Simon says. I accept what Jim says. I accept what the rest of the team say about the criticism. I'm now feeding off it. I've been telling Joshua that for the last 10 years or so. Don't worry about that. Just feed off it, and that will make you grow as a fighter. He was always angry, letting things get to him. He's an overthinker.
Yeah.
But what I've seen this week, Adam, and the big change I've seen this week, is that he just seems to have accepted it. He's a different animal. He's like, listen, there's worse things to worry about than what people's opinions are. Let me go in there, let me deal with it. I'm going to be ruthless. He looks lean, by the way, but he's been talking about being ruthless, getting the job done, and then, you know, eyes are on Tyson Fury, who may just turn up tonight as well. But it's all about Kristian Prenga and whether Joshua can deal with the demons of what he's been through.
John, if I can bring you in just to talk about contextualising pressure, because there's been pressure all the way through AJ's career, obviously, since becoming an Olympic gold medalist, turning pro. There's always been big expectations of him. certain moments along the way there's been added pressure, for example losing to Andy Ruiz in the way that he lost the second fight. There's massive amount of pressure to get those belts back. Contextualise the pressure for him tonight. Do you think he's under any pressure? What type of pressure is it that he's under? Is it self-inflicted? Where are you at with it all?
I think it's the pressure he puts on himself. I think that's the big thing tonight. You know, I mean, coming back and fighting professionally so soon after the tragedy of Nigeria is a big ask for him. And but he said, interestingly, perhaps not surprisingly really, in interviews running up to this, that he's a lot better when he's doing something. When he stops and thinks about it, that's when the enormity of what's happened and the loss of two close friends really bears down on him. And I think he actually finds preparing for a fight, being over in Valencia, in Dubai, getting ready for his return to the ring, he's found that therapeutic. And I think this is the move on from that.
On that, let's talk about the involvement that he's had with Alexander Usyk, because he's teamed up with him. We've just been actually listening to Alexander a moment or two ago, haven't we? Speaking to our colleagues at DAZN, and he was going through the heavyweight division, of which we're going to do a little bit later on in the programme, but he was talking about the trainings with Anthony. It's a funny old game, boxing, isn't it? You can fight someone on a couple of occasions and he can be your arch enemy, and then all of a sudden you flip the script and you're in there learning off the guy.
Do you know what it is, Adam? It's such a gladiatorial sport that, you know, you go in there and you've got to build up this hate towards your opponent because he's the guy that's trying to take food out of your children's mouth. You go through all of this sort of stuff and you need to get over that hurdle. And once you've been in there and you've shared the ring and you've gone through those rounds, whether it's 1 round or 12 rounds, there's that respect that you've grown for, because only you two have shared that moment. And like I say, you go back in time where it's gladiatorial. You know, it's the biggest thing you can do. So that's a special moment. Anthony Joshua then said, since then, with Alexander Usyk, you know, I respect him. He beat me twice. I wanted to learn things that I didn't know about myself. It's going in there, not changing my style. I can't be Alexander Usyk. I'm not going to be up on my toes, all elusive, bouncing around the ring. But I will be able to learn from things from him. You know, it's all about building the mind, building the confidence, because Anthony Joshua is a little bit guilty of overthinking in fights and maybe thinking too much, and that has been problematic for him when it's affected his confidence as well. So that's what he's been taking from the Usyk thing, not trying to replicate what he does. And also, by the way, he said, I thought I was meticulous in my training. I thought I was that guy. He said, but they've taken it to a whole new level.
Well, John, is that the key thing? Training with someone of Alexander Usyk's level, seeing how a champion prepares, seeing how the undisputed champion prepares, even as a unified champion himself. I think it says a lot about Anthony Joshua that he's prepared to put himself in that camp in order to go and learn further at this stage of his career.
It shows that he's serious, doesn't it? You know, he's and it also shows the enormous respect that he's got for Usyk. He thinks, you know, Anthony's 36 now, Usyk's a couple of years older. Anthony still at this stage is looking for extra, looking to move on to the next level. And I think that he thinks that he needs to do that. I think rightly as well. He needs to move his game up to the highest level if he's going to triumph against Tyson Fury.
What are you expecting from him tonight, Spence?
I'm expecting to see a ruthless performance, if I'm honest. I think that there's a lot of emotions going into the ring. I think he's actually got the names of his friends, Latson and Cena, on the canvas as well. You know, like, this is a big moment for him. There's going to be a lot of emotions flying in there, and I think them emotions are going to bring out a spiteful side to Anthony Joshua. You know, those 6 months that he's been through, that tragic time, that's going to come out in the ring, and I think that we're going to see Anthony Joshua go in there, do a job, and I think it comes early.
I think it's inconceivable that Joshua loses tonight, but if he gets into any sort of trouble, if he starts being put under pressure by Prenga, that's when there'll be 1 or 2 questions asked in there, and it's how he deals with them. You know, I think he'll look very, very impressive tonight. Prenga's been handpicked to make him look good. Joshua will look good, but if something goes wrong, then there'll be enormous question marks.
Absolutely. Listen, we're going to pick the bones out of all of this throughout the course of the night. We've got 2 world title fights as well to talk about. There's Josh Kelly and Kevin Jarko are going to be going at it at super welterweight, and then a little after that, obviously in the super middleweight division, Hamza Shiraz will be defending his belt against Simon Zuckenhuber. Listen, I'll be honest, I think that's a straightforward night for Hamza Shiraz, but boxing is a funny old game. I'm sure we'll find out throughout the course of the evening. You can get involved on the talkSPORT YouTube channel and the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Comment section's open. Go and get yourself stuck on in there. There'll be plenty of things for you to interact with throughout the whole course of the night. And as I said, at around about 10 o'clock, we'll be crossing over to talkSPORT to bring you live commentary of Anthony Joshua and Kristian Prenga. Stick with us. We're in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia.
Jack Grealish.
Yep.
Also going to be back at Man City.
Yep.
Next season.
It'd be interesting to see what happens with Jack if he's given a chance by Maresca, because he would have been part of that Man City squad that Maresca was at. Or will the manager think, no, and will Jack think, you know what, maybe I want to move on? I think it's still early doors. I think we have to see what happens over the next 6 weeks. You know, still 6 weeks left of the transfer window. Start of September, it closes. I don't see him staying there. I see him moving on. It wouldn't surprise me if he moves somewhere else in Europe. I don't see him staying in the Premier League. So I think he's still got 1 year left, I think, of his contract. So the wages as well, will that be a problem for some of the clubs, maybe in the Premier League? But don't rule out maybe back to Everton. David Moyes loved him.
Yeah, he did well there.
Yeah, he done very well there.
He did well there. Okay, interesting. And then, of course, Rodri, reportedly waiting for Real Madrid president Florentino Perez to sanction his return to Spain. And then there's growing support for the move in the capital after he skipped them to the World Cup. Of course, as well, he's linked to Real Madrid. Do you see that one getting done?
It depends, because I did see that from Perez saying that it's not something that they want to do. And I don't think Manchester City are going to let him go on the cheap. I think before the World Cup, they maybe would have negotiated a deal, but his performances in the World Cup was the Rodri that won the Ballon d'Or a couple of seasons ago. That Rodri I wouldn't sell for anything less than 80, 90, 100 million if I'm Manchester City. He's that good. And he's one of them players, Rodri, Shaban, that will play deep into his 30s. You know, doesn't rely on pace. Very good technically on the ball.
Welcome to Jeddah in Saudi Arabia for Anthony Joshua versus Kristian Prenga. I'm Adam Catterall. Pleasure as always to be here for you on Fight Night across the talkSPORT network. Spencer Oliver, John Rowland alongside me, and Paul Smith will be joining us very, very soon as well. We're on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel if you want to get stuck into the comments section. Now, as well as listening to us talk all things boxing, and we're going to be talking about a wider range of topics this evening, which you can get involved with. I think it's only fair that you hear from some of the people that we've been speaking to this week. And earlier this week, Adam Smith and Spencer Oliver himself exclusively caught up with AJ ahead of the big fight this evening. Spencer asked him what is motivation after the heartbreaking accident involving AJ's two best friends.
There's a lot of things that motivate me, a lot of things that push me in terms of purpose. Obviously, it's been really tough. You know everything that's happened. You know the guys well, and it just hurts even thinking about it. But if I'm going to put my personal life aside, something that motivates me at the minute is I just want to get better as a fighter. There's a lot of ways I can improve, a lot of things I can do to get better as a fighter, and I still got the ambition to still develop. I don't think I'm like the end all and be all of boxing. I still think I've got so many mountains to climb, which is good, which keeps on motivating me in the gym.
And it must have been so hard, but I guess now you've got the memories that you will take with you, and that must be a motivation too for their families, for you to progress and continue to live your life. 1 million. Now they're like, the guys are always part of my life, way before. I always lived for them anyway. That was just part of my DNA. I'm a loyal soldier, and these guys are part of my army. So I would always live and work for my friends and family, regardless. But now it just emphasizes the importance of, being a second son for their mums, and everyone in my team as well play a big part in helping support, because it's an emotional time.
Spencer, he's always been very loyal, hasn't he? From Finchley to signing with Eddie, same team around AJ.
Same team around him. We've got the Finchley ABC boys all coming out. Anthony brings them all out. They're all part of it. That's where you get your comfort blanket, isn't it? Them same surroundings, them same people still train down Finchley ABC, all of that stuff.
Yeah, definitely. because like boxing, it's changed my life a lot. In the sense, like, I don't have the same time I used to. I don't have the same energy. I put a lot into boxing, so on nights like this on Saturday, all my friends that I grew up with from the boxing gym and local area, they all come out to Saudi, and it might only be for a few hours, but we get to spend some time together, and that's where I get my comfort from. Because after this fight, God willing, we're victorious, I'll disappear again, back to training and keeping my head down, because we take the job serious. You know?
You obviously lost to Andy Ruiz many years ago. That was a massive upset at the time. Kristian Prenga has the opportunity to cause another seismic shock in the heavyweight division and ruin the plans with Tyson Fury. So how do they deal with that, Team Usyk? And how do you deal with that, knowing that you've sort of been there before?
I think with Team Usyk, they're a very professional team in general. So in terms of the way they're going to prepare is not below par. Their standards are quite high. So in terms of preparation, I'm peak. I'm in a good place. You know, I can't complain. I'm in a really good place. And for me personally, I just got to make sure mentally, I've got to deal with this side of things, because someone could be telling me, go out there and do this and do that, but I've got to believe it. So mentally, I've just got to make sure I'm going to do everything I know I can do. Because as I said, in the gym, there's no slacking. It's always a day to improve. So if I can go in there and use Saturday as a night to showcase everything I've worked on, I believe we'll be victorious.
How difficult is it, though, to stay focused, to keep your eye on the ball? Because Prenga comes with 20 victories, 20 knockouts. Forget where he's at and whatnot.
You've got to keep your eye on the ball.
You've got to keep your eye on the ball, because the guy's proved...
Because one of those big right hands.
Those big right hands or left hooks are going to...
Exactly.
You know, wake me up for sure.
But with what's looming in the background, the carrot that's being dangled, Tyson Fury, all of that stuff... It's easy. We saw it with Usyk versus Verhoeven, by the way, didn't we? Like, the performance that he put in there.
People wrote off Rico.
So how difficult is it to stay focused, Josh?
I say it like this. Imagine you worked in a car dealership and the boss said, if you sell this Mercedes, let's call it a Range Rover. If you sell this Range... Big up the sponsors. If you sell this Range Rover, all right, you get a promotion.
Yeah.
Even though that promotion is, let's say, it's more money, more control, big opportunity, you don't overlook the sale of this Range Rover. That's your main focus. So I've been given an opportunity to say, if you beat this guy, you move up in the ranks, you get a great opportunity. My whole focus is now channeled into this opportunity of beating Prenga. My whole focus is channeled into this opportunity of selling this Range Rover, because if I get past this and I do this, like, I'm at the top of the mountain. So that's where, for me, that carrot that they put in front of me has given me a lot of motivation.
I love the way you parallel this to other things. I think it's fantastic and fascinating to get inside your mind. Yeah. What sort of performance have you got to deliver? To tell those out there, they want the old AJ back. They want the knockouts. They want you to send a message to Tyson Fury.
Punches in bunches. Punches in bunches. So you put 3 or 4 punches together. You punch with bad intentions. You can
not with a smile on your face.
No, the smile's good. The smile's good because you're enjoying your job. A fighter that's enjoying what he does is a dangerous fighter. There's no fear. So go out there, have fun, stick my tongue out, smile, stay focused, and understand that victory is the only way.
What do you say to people like Simon Jordan, who's been critical of you quite a lot actually in the past? And you know that, you see a lot of it, and he said you're a flat track bully and you don't like it when it's on top of you. What do you say to people like that?
I've got a few words for Simon, actually. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, Simon.
You don't lose a lot of sleep, do you, over that?
No, I respect Simon. I respect Jim. I respect the team. You know, they're great guys. And funnily enough, speaking about them both, yeah, they want me to do better.
Yeah.
That's all it is. They expect a lot from us. We're athletes.
They think you've got a bromance, though, don't they?
That's my guy. That's my guy.
Wait, you know, I'm always getting. Don't you?
Don't worry about
listen,
them.
I'm not worried about them, mate.
I'm going to come in there and get him in the headlock.
Well, listen.
There you go, Anthony Joshua catching up with Spencer Oliver a little earlier on this week. You stirring the pot there, getting Simon Jordan a little bit of bother at the end. What are you playing at?
Listen, it's Simon Jordan that's normally stirring the pot, wasn't it? So I thought, why not give him a little bit of his own medicine, see how he reacts to that one. I did text him, actually, Simon, after that, and didn't get a response, so I don't know how Talk Boxing is going to go on Tuesday. We'll have to see.
He felt like the old AJ was coming out there. I say the old AJ, and I've said this to you off camera, Spence. AJ's been accused in the past of being very well media trained, maybe speaks in cliches, speaks a little bit like a politician when he's answering questions with the media. It's crisp, it's sharp, it's very calculated with what he's doing. However, what I've seen this week, especially in that what I've just heard with you and others, is that he's kind of just answering the questions as he seems fit now. We're seeing a little bit more of his personality and a little bit more of the realness.
Do you know what? As you know, I've known him since he started the game, since he was a kid, really. And I was speaking to Nicola, my wife, about this interview. She actually rang me and said, you know what, it's the first time I've heard Anthony Joshua do an interview, including you, and sound like Anthony Joshua. And that is exactly what it was. And that's down to what he's been through and him just sitting back, looking at it and saying, you know what? What's this all about? Let me just be me. And I think that he's gained a lot of respect from that, and he's gained a lot of fans back from that, because that's what people like, the realness. Let's just hear that. Don't sound like you've swallowed a load of fridge magnets and you've been told what to say by your management and you're scared to answer certain questions. That is what it's all about.
John, you were talking a little earlier on when we started the show about motivation, and it must be quite a difficult thing. We talk about the great football teams, don't we, about once they've won a title, can they go again, can they go again, can they go again? Anthony Joshua's legacy is assured. Two-time unified champion. He's been there, done it and got the T-shirt. Obviously there's an Olympic gold medal in there as well. For him to still have this burning desire to improve, to want to get better, to want to get back to the top of the mountain again, that's a mentality thing. That's an elite mentality that guy's got.
Very much so, and I go along with what you were saying, what Spencer was saying about the way he sounded in that interview. He sounded very relaxed, very natural, and that was his personality coming across. But I think that the way he sometimes sounded prior to big fights was tension and wanting to maybe deflect criticism through behaving in that manner and speaking in that manner. And he'd be only too well aware that there are plenty of people within the boxing world over the years who've increasingly said that Tyson Fury's style is all wrong for him. Too quick, too mobile, too much variety in his work, and in short, everything that Anthony Joshua doesn't need. But going and working with Alexander Usyk, adding those strings to his bow, that's giving him confidence that maybe he can match Fury with the unorthodox approach, and that's what he'll need. And I think the way he spoke kind of underlines the fact that he's altogether more relaxed than he has been at times over the years. And, if he loses tonight, people can throw that back at me and say, well, that was a load of rubbish, wasn't it, John? What do you know about it? But if he wins and moves on looking good, then I think you hear in Joshua that he does really have motivation and desire to move his game on.
Regarding Tyson Fury, because that's why we're here, we're pointing towards that fight and fingers crossed we're going to get it. Do you think as the time has progressed, because it's been a long time that we've been talking about this fight, as that time has progressed, do you think it has actually suited Anthony Joshua more when we're looking at a result in this fight?
Absolutely, yes. Of course it's suited Anthony Joshua more. Why is it suited him more? Because Tyson Fury, he has slowed down. That is evident. We saw that against Mariusz Wach. The movement's not quite there. You don't believe the feints anymore. That gives Anthony Joshua much more of a chance. If Mariusz Wach can hit Anthony Joshua with jabs, which he was doing it on Friday night, if he can hit him with jabs, then Anthony Joshua will, and he'll follow up with a right hand, and that gives him a real chance. Fury wasn't that sitting target before. That's why it levels it out much, much more. It's a real 50-50 fight.
But can you really look into what we saw last night with Tyson Fury? And the reason why I highlight this is because we were lucky enough to be there when he fought Deontay Wilder the first time, and he fought, what's the lad's name, Pianetta? He fought him.
Pianetta.
He looked absolutely awful that night, didn't he? Let's be dead straight. By Tyson Fury standards, he went and boxed the ears off Deontay Wilder in the draw. So do we look too much into last night?
Fury raises his game to the opponent, and of course, a lesser opponent, there's no fear factor. When a fighter has no fear factor, that won't bring out the best of your boxing ability. And we saw that with Tyson Fury last night. I would never judge him on that performance last night going into the Anthony Joshua fight, because he'll be a totally different animal. Anthony Joshua might look ruthless tonight, look spiteful, and probably start the fight favourite going into that one off the back of the last performance. But Joshua's difference going into this one is there's a lot of emotions. He's doing it for a purpose going into this one. He's doing it for a reason. Lats and Cena, his close friends who passed away, that's what he's doing it for. So you're going to see something big there, and that's where I'm at with it, John.
you can't forget his last proper fight in the ring when he got absolutely annihilated by Daniel Dubois. You know, it's all very well talking about the accident, the crash in Nigeria and what sort of mental effect on it had on him. The fact is that in his last real competitive fight, he got annihilated by Daniel Dubois.
Let me throw this back at you then, John. What was the last real competitive fight that Tyson Fury actually looked good in?
Competitive? Wow. Well, he looked good for certain parts. He looked good against Alexander Usyk when Alexander Usyk beat him. In certain parts, not the whole fight, but in certain parts he did have his way.
But you have to go back to Deontay Wilder, and that trilogy that he had with Deontay Wilder, that took a lot out of both fighters. Wilder, as we've seen, has never been the same again, but I don't think Fury has either. I mean, if you're talking about Fury in his last fight against Mariusz Wach, yeah, it wasn't a decent performance, but we understand that because of the calibre of opponent. Look at the comeback fight he had against Makhmudov. There was weaknesses there in that fight as well. What I'm saying is the weaknesses for Fury now that weren't there before, that have appeared now and that won't disappear, is that he does get hit more. And that gives Anthony Joshua a real chance.
Well, the style has changed, hasn't it, John? I mean, the guy that went out to Dusseldorf and beat Vladimir Klitschko, that guy doesn't fight that way anymore, does he?
We're not going to see that guy again.
No.
You know, that's the young Tyson Fury. Now we've got an old Tyson Fury, less speed, and he's having to rely more on smarts and on fighting guile rather than going there and reacting in the moment to what's being put against him.
And that style changed, obviously, for the second fight against Deontay. So he's done with the Kronk gym. He's trying to plant his feet a little bit more. He's trying to be a lot more aggressive. Can he do that with AJ?
Well, that's the point. That is the point. That's the exact point. You've hit the nail on the head. What I'm saying is, with boxing, Tyson Fury especially is one of those elusive guys that's instinctive reactions. Those instinctive reactions have gone now because as a fighter, and I know this, as a fighter when he gets older, he sees that shot and he just can't get out of the way of it quick enough. Whereas when you're younger, it's instinctive. That has left Tyson Fury. So the answer to your question is that gives AJ a real chance.
And Anthony Joshua is a very, very much more capable boxer than Deontay Wilder. Wilder might have the knockout power, and he showed that in all three fights against Fury, but Joshua has more boxing ability, and I think that's the key difference between the way he fought Anthony Joshua and the way in which Wilder fought Anthony Joshua. You know, it's going to be a very different fight, in my opinion.
Yeah. Regarding what you're just talking about regarding the styles there, because Wilder's put Tyson Fury down a couple of times there with raw power. He's a very unorthodox heavyweight, is Deontay Wilder, isn't he? Anthony Joshua isn't. Anthony Joshua's a bit more orthodox. He is a little bit more textbook, isn't he? He's learned a certain way. Are those shots not easier to read if you're Tyson Fury?
They're quite difficult to read if you're walking into them. Anthony Joshua throws shots straight down the pipe, and they're difficult to get out of the way of unless you move off the line. That's what Tyson Fury was very, very good at, moving off the line, slipping side to side, counter-punching with certain shots. He tries to do that now, and I've got to refer back to Mariusz Wach on Friday night. I'm not using this really as a comparison, but he was trying to do that and getting caught with jabs off people like Mariusz Wach, which tells you that his reactions have slowed down. And as John's already highlighted and just highlighted there, that textbook style that took him to Olympic gold medal, unified world champion, regaining the world championship, it's effective. They're fast shots, they're explosive shots, and they're straight down the middle. If Anthony Joshua can rediscover some of that ferociousness that he had in the earlier part of his career and implement that in the fight with Tyson Fury, along with all the emotions and whatnot, you've got to be careful, he's got to be educated pressure. I get all of that, and he will have learned that and got a lot of experience of that. People like Andy Ruiz knocking him out, that would have given him that experience. But if he can implement that in the fight, we've got a serious fight on our hands.
But as John just points out there regarding guile, I've never seen a heavyweight, bar Usyk maybe, and I class him as an elite cruiserweight heavyweight that managed to go up there and beat the big boys, but an elite heavyweight like Tyson Fury, I've never seen anybody that understands the geography of a fight like him. His IQ is outstanding. He knows where to be, when to be, he puts people in certain positions, he knows how to stuff and spoil fights, he knows how to use his size. They're the type of things that you're referring to, John, regarding guile the know-how of how to get through a fight, and he'd have to implement them on this version of Anthony Joshua.
Well, he has to think his way through now more than going there instinctively, as Spencer was suggesting. You know, he'd be thinking on his feet earlier in his career. He was doing that against Deontay Wilder, wasn't he? This time, I think he's going to have to bring a more mature approach to it and hopefully exploit openings which Joshua may present, because we were watching and hearing from Joshua when he was talking about some of his previous fights against Ruiz, against Klitschko. You know, I mean, he went in there like a bull in a china shop and got caught with defences right down. And Dubois, when he put him away in that 5th round, Joshua was going in under the instructions of his corner to roll the dice and try and turn the fight round. He was trying to do that, and he was trying quite effectively, you could argue, but he left himself squared up and wide open to a big right hand, and when it connected, that was the end of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, look, we was having a little discussion around the pool today, wasn't we, when we were working on the tan and all that, about you know, the top heavyweights in the game at the moment, this new generation of heavyweights that are coming through, and like the older generation, you're talking your Deontay Wilders, Anthony Joshua's, Tyson Fury's, they don't want to mix with those guys because it's like an old footballer that's got all the experience, knows it all, but he's a little bit off the pace. He's going to get out-hustled by the young footballer, and that's the same with these guys. Anthony Joshua dipped into them waters with a young Daniel Dubois, and he paid the price because Dubois caught him before he caught Dubois. That's what it was. It was a gamble. He caught Dubois, he went back, and he got pinged before he caught Dubois. But what I'm saying is, when
Dubois did dominate that fight.
Yeah, he did, but Joshua caught him just before he got knocked out. Of course he dominated it, but what I'm talking about is, this ain't an old man's game, right? There is a time, there's a passing of the guard, a changing of the guard, a passing of the baton, whatever you want to call it. And I just think that these guys now, Tyson Fury included, we were having that conversation, weren't we, with the younger guys. You don't want to mix them with them now. So Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury is the perfect match at this stage of the game. And if you try, even if Tyson Fury tries to box any of the younger guys, he gets turned over right now because they are a little bit off the mark, and those small margins make a huge difference, especially in heavyweight boxing.
Tyson's not been the same since those Deontay Wilder fights. Those 3 fights were all remarkable in their own ways, but he's left something in the ring in Las Vegas in that final meeting, and I don't think he's been the same fighter since. We're now 4 years down the line, and I don't think it's the same Tyson Fury who went in against Deontay Wilder who's fighting Anthony Joshua.
We're going to continue talking about this because it's absolutely fascinating, and I've no doubt that you're stuck into it as well. We're on the talkSPORT YouTube channel. Go and get yourself stuck in. You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT with Sky Vegas. It all starts with a spin. You've got to be over 18. Gambleaware.org. It's Fight Night Live from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. We're on the talkSPORT network, currently streaming on the talkSPORT YouTube channel and the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel at 10 p.m. this evening. We will be crossing over live to talkSPORT to bring you exclusive commentary of Anthony Joshua and Kristian Prenga. We've got a couple of world title fights as well to be calling you through that. It's not just going to be me, Spencer and John chatting away throughout the course of the night. We are going to be bringing you a commentary of Hamza Shiraz's world title defence and the fight between Josh Kelly and Kevin Ajarko. That's all coming up very, very shortly. I am pleased to announce that a man that is putting in about 6 invoices for tonight's work, because he's been doing all sorts this evening. His fight has come through fantastically a little earlier on. He's just been in the back wrapping Kevin Ajarko's hands, and now he's here to do the job that he is right now the best at, mate. I want to say you're the best at this. Here he is, the one and only Mr. Paul Smith. How are you, buddy?
I'm good, thank you. Thanks for having me. Really happy to be here, you know.
Good man.
What a team.
Listen, we've been getting stuck into where this is pointing towards tonight. Rather than talking about the actual main event as a fight, we'll be talking about where this is all pointing towards. Fingers crossed we're going to get AJ and Tyson Fury in the ring later on, going nose to nose and giving us the moment that we've all been waiting for the last 10 years. Now, I don't know if you saw this. Last night on the DAZN broadcast, Tony Bellew, Eddie Hearn, they were going back and forth about location. And I love the passion that Tony were dishing out there. What do America care about us? They don't care about us. It's dead in America. They don't need this fight. This is a British fight. And he was going out for leather. And a lot of people on social media have obviously responded to that. And they can feel the love and passion that Tony was talking about, and they can adhere to it. Where are you at with this fight? Does it have to be on British soil for you, or do you understand the business economics that it might have to go on a different time zone in order to maximise viewership?
I can see every side of the argument, but I also know that whoever pays the band picks the tune, and if these fighters are wanting the type of money that they want, and the people over here are the only ones that are going to pay it, then it's going to go wherever these people say it's going to go. So I'm very aware of where people want it to happen and where it might end up happening. I watched my brother Callum fight against Joshua Buatsi last February here in Riyadh, just over an hour away, in probably what was the fight of the year, but because it was so early, it probably didn't get it, and no one in Britain actually saw it, and it was on an undercard. But that's the type of thing I'm talking about. With these type of fights, we're going to see gems and absolute wars and brutal fights between top quality fighters on the undercard of some fights, because that's what we're getting as fight fans. We're spoiled recently with the Saudi investment. We're spoiled. We're getting the best fights made because the promoters are now working with each other. I do believe it should be in Britain. I think because of where the fight is at in the fighters' careers, as in probably a couple of years too late. I still desperately want to see it, by the way. But I think because of that, it probably should be in Britain to sort of give Britain a little revival and a kick up the backside and bring the big fights back to where the both fighters are from, and the both fighters will generate the most interest. Not money, but interest.
Yeah, I think the key thing that you said there, mate, is the people that are paying for it, they get to choose where this goes. We've had 10 years, haven't we, Spence? We've had 10 years to try and get this over the line. There's been many moments where, oh, are we there, are we there, are we there, are we there? And then it goes in a different direction. And we kind of dropped the ball on many occasions here. Well, I say here, we're in Saudi at the moment, but in the UK we dropped the ball on many occasions to get that fight over the line when they were world champions, and it could have been incredibly hot. So you've kind of, as a fan, got to take a step back and say, yeah, I want it in Britain, of course I want it in Britain, but we've kind of got to dance to the tune of the guy that's paying the dough.
1,000,000%. Listen, we had the opportunity to make that fight, as you said, over the decade, probably 4 or 5 times, and the politics of boxing got in the way. Different promoters, different TV networks, 60-40 splits. Who was going to get the money? Who was going to accept that? And we could never get it. And you know, we were so close on a number of occasions, and for whatever reason, the fight didn't happen. Turki Al-Sheikh, Riyadh Season, Seller, they come in, they got involved, they offered the money, fighters separate deals. You know, neither fighter knew exactly what they were getting. It was a big amount of money, and they've accepted it, as simple as that. So the promoter chooses where he goes. If he wants to build it, if he wants to put it in America because it's one of the biggest heavyweight fights in the last decade, and he's trying to build his brand over there, so be it. That's where it's going to go. At least as a boxing fan, we get it, and that is where I'm at. Yeah, of course we want it in Britain. Anthony Joshua, I know, is desperate to have it in Britain. He wants that big fight in Britain, but come on, man. Whoever's paying the bills, they can put it where they want, and the boxing fan can't moan. The reason they can't moan is because we are actually getting the fight, and the British promoters could not make it.
Spencer gets a bit of stick. We all get a bit of stick now and then. We're not saying we want it in Saudi or we want it in America. We're just saying we understand if it should end up somewhere else but the UK, we understand. But I think every one of us want it in the UK. I would love to be there in the middle of Wembley or Cardiff Stadium, Millennium Stadium, with 100,000 people, 90,000 people absolutely screaming the rooftop down, and the atmosphere would be absolutely electric, and the both fighters would be the best versions of themselves, and it would make for a barn burner, even if it's a little bit late, as I say, because they're both very evenly matched.
Do you think British fight fans will travel for it?
I think that the hardcore British fight fans, the ones that really want to see it, will travel for it, but there's a lot of fight fans that won't travel for it, of course, and if they don't travel for it, they get it on the pay-per-view. Look, I'm just
let me give you some context, right? Because the rumour that I'm hearing, and this is not confirmed, so don't take this as gospel, it might come out a little bit later on, and I've no inside information on it, but the noise that I'm hearing is that it'll be Madison Square Garden, New York, in November, right? So you've got to think about the time of year for a lot of people. We're living through a certain time for a lot of folk, can't we? You know what I mean? Money's a bit tight in people's back pockets. We're coming up towards Christmas. Can people shell out, fly into New York for 3, 4, 5 days? Listen, it's an expensive place, New York City, isn't it? You know what I mean? Can they do that to come and watch this particular fight?
Listen, it's going to be very difficult. Of course it is. Of course it is. You know, you're not going to get the travelling fans like Ricky Hatton took to Las Vegas all those years ago because of the timings, because of the current, you know, landscape that we're living in the moment, you know, the struggles that we're living in. Everybody's, you know, feeling the penny pinch. Of course they are. So it's just going to be very unfortunate, but you've got to understand the economics of it, the business of it. The people that are putting up the money, they need to get a little bit of that money back. How are they going to do that? Let's say you mentioned there New York, and we're hearing that is the front runner. That is because for the British fight fans, we're only 5 hours behind there, so it sort of makes it watchable there, and then for the American fan that's wherever they are in America.
Market. That's the biggest market. America's the biggest market.
It's more central than everywhere.
Places, mate. Imagine the ticket prices, because they're going to have to be sky high to pay them, aren't they?
So, Paul, what they're doing is, because it's going to be on Netflix, they want the smaller arena. Like we were talking about, you know, like I was speaking to a certain individual, which, you know, I can't give that information away, but what I'm saying is that the idea of having a smaller venue means that more people watch it on Netflix, and also they'll quadruple the price of the tickets to make it the same gate money that they're getting an 80,000 stadium like Wembley Stadium, and that's how it will work. That's how the business side of it will work.
Well, that's not good for the average British fight fan, is it?
It's absolutely not. But what I'm saying is, to make this fight with the money that they've been offered to make this fight, that's the way it has to roll. Unfortunately, and it's not good for the British fight fan or for the average fan that loves to go to these fights and travel to go to these fights, because, you know, it's going to be hard to pay for.
But at least we'll get it.
That's my point.
That's the key thing, isn't it? John, what do you make of all of this?
Well, speaking personally, I want to see it at Wembley Stadium. You know, I'd like to see fights in front of huge crowds, and there's the atmosphere and the history, and I think a fight of this stature, after we've waited it for so long, deserves to be there. And I think that the average British fan, who maybe can't afford to shell out thousands to go to New York and hundreds, maybe thousands, to buy a ticket, they deserve to be able to have the chance to go to see it. And if that means going to Wembley, so be it. I don't really care about Netflix. I don't care about the Arab benefactors. What I care about is the sport and the people who follow it. And the people who follow it need to be given a proper chance to go and witness a bit of British boxing history.
I completely agree. But the only way we're going to get that fight is by the Arab benefactors, isn't it?
Yeah, but to add to what John was saying there, Anthony Joshua signed a contract for it to be at Wembley Stadium, and he wants to dig his heels in that, by the way. He's very passionate. He said he wants to give the British fight fans the fight that they've always craved for. Him and Tyson Fury, it could quite possibly be both of their last fights, and he wants it to happen on British soil.
Okay, then.
So it's going to be interesting to see how that manifests itself.
Can you do a British stadium in November at 2 o'clock in the morning?
You can do Cardiff.
You need your long johns.
You can do Cardiff though, couldn't you? 80,000 in Cardiff.
With a roof on? You're talking with a roof on?
Yeah, with a roof on. I mean,
yeah. I mean, they've done it before.
And I think actually the British boxing fans would come out to Wembley Stadium. They would do it. We saw Tyson Fury versus, was it Dillian White? At Tottenham Stadium? Yeah, that's right. That was in December. Yes. And it was packed. There wasn't a seat in the house. What I'm saying is the fight fans would go.
Oh, listen, I don't think there's any question in the UK. Fight fans would absolutely buy a ticket. They'd all come out because there's a nostalgia feel around the fight. Everybody wants to be for the moment that they've been talking about for 10 years. I'm just saying, can you do it in the middle of the night in November at Wembley Stadium, open air? You're running a massive risk there, logistically, aren't you?
Well, the problem we've got as well is that it goes far wider than that. You have to. It's all about British transport, policing.
Yeah.
You know, the trains,
with
curfews.
Yeah.
It is far bigger than just making the fight and getting an extended curfew on the venue. It's all the policing and transport and everything else that comes with it as well.
Okay, then. Is this the scenario that we might see? The first one goes to America. They sign a 2-fight deal and then they bring it back in April, May for a second one, which then appeases British fight fans, and we do it at Wembley.
100%. That's the way that I see it. I think that's the way that it's going to work. I think it's always been a little bit of a smokescreen. We're trying to get it at Wembley. We're trying to, get the curfew lifted, get the times pushed back. We're working with the police. We're working with the ambulances, all of that stuff. I think it's going to land in America.
Madison Square Garden, isn't it? That's the one they're talking about. And Eddie Hearn's confirmed that because he said potentially if they insist on it going there, it might stop the fight happening. Well, that's the sort of doomsday scenario. But the fact that Eddie's talking about it, it's clearly right that Madison Square Garden's emerged as favourite.
And when you think of iconic venues for an iconic fight, it doesn't get more iconic than Madison Square Garden, does it?
No, it doesn't. I was laughing when you were asking him questions, and it's like, can he do it on a rainy night in Tuesday in Stoke? But yeah, Madison Square Garden is an unbelievable.
Let's get it in the Bet365 stadium.
It's an unbelievable venue. Obviously, every fighter dreams of fighting there, but as people keep saying, the nostalgia, the fact that this is probably the biggest British heavyweight title fight or heavyweight fight that we will have had since Lewis Bruno. I don't know. There's been so many of them, hasn't he, in the past? But it's a mega fight that people want to see, even if it's, as we all keep saying, a few years too late. And I'm not disrespecting either fighter, saying that it just is, but I'm still going to be absolutely glued to the television or glued to my seat watching it on the night if I'm there. And it will be cold and it will be in the middle of winter, but I think the fans deserve that. I think the British fans deserve that. We've waited so long for it.
There you go. That's our message. Fingers crossed they're listening. We're hopefully going to find out tonight. Because Anthony Joshua is in the ring. We're being told that Tyson Fury will also be in attendance as well, and fingers crossed they'll go nose to nose, and there'll be some type of announcement pointing us towards the fight that these boys can bring us by the back end of the year. Don't forget, you can watch tonight's action live on DAZN. Head over to DAZN.com/boxing so you don't miss a thing. We're live on talkSPORT as well from 10 o'clock, so make sure you come and join us there. We'll be getting stuck into more boxing conversation in a moment or two. Don't go anywhere. We're in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia for Fight Night Live as Anthony Joshua makes his comeback against Kristian Prenga a little later on this evening. Hamza Shiraz will be defending his world title, as will Josh Kelly in a real fight against Kevin Ajarko. That's coming up on the talkSPORT network. Right now, though, I'm Adam Catto, Paul Smith alongside me, as is Spencer Oliver and John Rowley. We're just getting stuck into all the big topics from the world of boxing right now as we build up towards our world title action very, very shortly. We've been speaking a lot about AJ and Fury, and that is obviously the narrative of the whole week, as we are hopefully going to get these two guys in the ring a little bit later on, nose to nose, getting us all excited about the fight that we've been waiting for such a long period of time. Now, Paul, this might surprise you, but Spencer Oliver spent the majority of his day around the swimming pool catching a few rays, right? And he started a few conversations about who the top heavyweights on the planet are right now, and making reference to AJ, making reference to Tyson Fury, and whether they currently sit inside the top 5. Who are, and we're not talking commercial stars or anything like that, we're just talking ability and guys who you think are the best. Who are the best 5 heavyweight fighters right now?
Usyk, obviously, he's up there still until someone moves him from there. I don't think I'd have Joshua in there or Fury unless we see something really good from Joshua tonight. I'm hoping we see a good performance from him and he isn't scarred too much from the tragedy of that, because we said when it happened it's going to take a lot to get over that, but I think Atama's knocking on the door for the top 5. On ability and talent, I think everyone in the trade is getting the hopes built up by him, and they're not getting carried away. They're actually downplaying it when we say he's actually an exceptional fighter. I think Big Jalalov's knocking on the door. I think there's obviously Frank Sanchez has got to be up there after his win. There's so many of them out there at the minute. Then
just on the last two that you mentioned, because I'm a massive fan of Jalolov. Does he need to do more? Do we need to push him? I mean, we're talking about a double Olympic champion there, aren't we? Does he need to be like let the reins off him and let's see him in with something big?
Yeah, I always thought he was being a bit shielded and a bit protected, but then I saw the interview literally yesterday about him saying they've put Atama and Frank Sanchez as the mandatory when the next in line that's available because Atonement has a fight in 30
this
days.
This is IBF, is this right?
For the IBF. The next in line would have been Jalalov. Right. So they're actually angry that it's not Jalalov, and here's me thinking that they're holding them back a little bit, as you've just said, because we saw him years and years ago, and we rate him massively, and I think he's an unbelievable talent, and I really want to see him be let off that leash, because I think as an outsider, I think he's definitely ability-wise in that mix. He's a double Olympic gold medalist, as we said, and we've seen a lot of him early on. When the average fan gets to see him, I think they're really going to get, you know, pleased and carried away with him themselves. So I think he's definitely knocking on the door, and he's an animal. He's huge, he's tall, he's a southpaw, he can really bang with that backhand, and he's one that I've always been excited about and think he's the next big thing, and him against the Talman in a couple of years is a mega fight.
Where are you at, Spence, regarding the top 5 as it stands right now?
Well, Jalalov, I don't rate him at all. I watched him box out in Turkey, and I thought he was very, very average. It's not to say he was having a bad night, because I've watched him on YouTube a couple of times as well. Outstanding amateur, double Olympic champion. I actually commentated on his Olympic final in 2024 in Paris. Yeah. But he's suited to the Olympic game. He reminds me a little bit of an Audley Harrison type thing when he's turned over, and I don't think he's made those adjustments, and I just think he comes in straight lines. He's quite easy to hit, and I don't think he lives with the likes of Frankie Sanchez, with the likes of Fabio Wardley, you know, with the likes of Hrgovic, Caballel, all those guys that we're talking about, that we were having conversations about earlier on. You know, I don't think he lives with any of those sort of guys. You know, Gassiev is now the WBA champion. Would he beat Gassiev? I don't think he'd even beat him either. I just think he's going to fall short at world level, because we've got a great young crop of heavyweights coming through right now.
Where are you at, John, with the top 5?
Well, I think number 1 behind Usyk, I think is Moses Itauma. Okay. Everything I've seen that he's produced so far looks very, very exciting indeed. And until I see something to dissuade me from that opinion, I think he's the coming man and the coming talent. Really exciting. And his next fight against Hrgovic, that's going to show you something, because if he puts him away in the manner that he has done some of his opponents to date, then you really have to start getting excited.
I think it's a brilliant fight, isn't it, John? I think we all agree.
Speed, Paul, speed.
Yeah, it's fantastic matchmaking at this stage of his career. There's no doubt about that. Dubois in the top 5 for everybody? Yeah?
Yeah, definitely. He has to be, especially after the last performance against Wardley. He's got to be up there. And listen, I've been one of the biggest critics of Dubois back in the past, and he's done nothing but silence me in his last fight especially. I think he did unbelievably well.
And I'll tell you who else scrapes in the top 5, and that is Filip Hrgovic. And this is
so does he get in over Caballel?
No, I think Caballel's up there. You've got to go Caballel. Caballel's the dark horse.
Itauma, Dubois, Caballel.
Yeah.
Who's 5?
Who's 5? Let me have a little look here, mate.
You think it's Hrgovic?
Hrgovic is in the argument. He's certainly in the argument.
You're a big Deontay
Before
Wilder
Wardley
man,
lost, it was probably Wardley before he lost, but then he's lost, so he's out of the running.
Yeah, so look. Yeah, but Wardley's still up there as well, though. He's still very dangerous. Parker, like, what I'm saying is, they're all in that ballpark, aren't they? There's an argument there's a case we can make for all of those guys to take the 5th spot. The heavyweight division right now, Moses Itauma is the standout, and everyone you speak to in and around camps that he spars with and has sparred with says he's the real deal.
I'll tell you, in my opinion, out of all that list, though, I would have to slot Fury in a 5.
Right, this is where I was going to go next, right? So, does Fury or AJ beat any of these guys that you're referring to now in that top 5? I'm just trying to get the level of what we're going to see in November.
I think we're talking about a changing of the guard, though, aren't we? A passing of the baton. We're talking about the old heavyweights that have had a little bit of fight left knocks out of them, that now all need to mix it on with them to then find all those twilight years. Anthony Joshua doesn't want to fight for Moses Itauma. They recognise that. Tyson Fury doesn't want to. Alexander Usyk doesn't want to fight him, because they're that half a yard quicker than them guys, you know. So that's not ideal. It's a young man's sport. So I think that.
Does Tyson Fury beat Ajit Caballel?
Right now, probably not. Caballel may have just the engine to wear him down, break him down, body shots. That's where he's very dangerous. That's where we see him busting up Frankie Sanchez.
The Tyson Fury that beat Vladimir Klitschko beats Caballel any day of the week.
He's got mate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Tyson Fury of 3 or 4 years ago beats Caballel on Caballel's best day. But boxing's all about timing, and boxing's all about where you are in your career, and we see so many of these crossroads fights, and at the moment, that's why I'm saying AJ Fury is a great fight, because they're both still evenly matched, and they're both on the same keel, so to speak. They're both at the same sort of trajectory in their careers. Against someone like Caballero, who's young and hungry and coming up, I wouldn't really like to see either of those fighters put the legacy against them.
Just on a completely different tangent, because he's here tonight, we've seen him speaking, and we've all put him in still as the king, Alexander Usyk. He said, listen, one more and I'm on my way out. That's the way it's going to be. Where are you at with him fighting Deontay Wilder? Because that's the noise. That's the noise that he's been making. That's the noise his team's been making. I've been talking to a few people in the States. They think that that's the direction he's going to go as well. Where are you at with Alexander Usyk fighting Deontay Wilder?
Listen, Deontay Wilder is a spent force. We know that. He's been a spent force for a while now. And for Alexander Usyk, I think he's earned the right to do that. I think that Alexander Usyk right now should really sail off into the sunset. I understand the Deontay Wilder thing, because we will all be talking about it when people are talking about Alexander Usyk as the generational great. Deontay Wilder's missing off that list. So there's always that conversation. Once you put Deontay Wilder on that list as well, in 20 years' time, people don't remember that he was a totally shot fighter. It's all about who you boxed in that era. It's like the Muhammad Ali days, going back to Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, Larry Holmes, and all those guys mixing it up. We can't remember who was the shot fighter at the time. He deserves that fight, is what I'm saying.
OK, how do you feel about this? Because I can't believe I'm about to say this. Rematching Rico Verhoeven. The reason why I bring it up is because there's doubt still over that fight, the way that the fight was stopped, the way that Rico was performing against him, and I don't want people to have that against the great man Alexander Usyk when he finishes and go, yeah, but the kickboxing nearly had him, didn't he? If you look at all the moments of doubt along Usyk's path, he goes back in and he sorts it out. There was doubts over the Dubois situation, wasn't there? Oh, low blow, low blow. I'll sort that out. He went in and he sorted the problem out and he eradicated all doubt. I personally think, and I didn't think I'd be in this situation, that Rico Verhoeven's actually the opportunity to have another dance with him.
I'd be OK with that. I was OK with the first one, because as long as they're wearing a world title on the line, because he's earned the right to go and make that money on the side, which we saw Fury do against Ngannou, Joshua do against Ngannou, Joshua against Jake Paul. I can't believe I'm saying Joshua Jake Paul, but it happened, you know. And he's earned the right to have those legacy fights, or those bank account fights, because he's beat Dubois twice, Fury twice, Joshua twice, and he's earned the right as the champion. Now, I like the man. Listen, the man oozes class. He's full of class. But the fact that he's vacated those belts for the rest to fight over, knowing that he's just going to chase money, that should make you proud to be a heavyweight boxing fan and a Usyk fan, because he's giving everyone else a chance, and he's letting you know straight, I've done my bit, I'm now going to go and chase the money, and he's earned the right. So in one of those, in a rematch where he can probably put the critics and the doubters to bed and finally make it concrete that he beat him well, I've got no problem with it.
All will come clear, no doubt, in the next few months or so regarding Alexander Usyk, but it's just great to be around him. He's in here tonight as well, obviously cheering on Anthony Joshua. Spent the majority of his time over the last couple of months helping Joshua through his camp, and fingers crossed that goes all well for Anthony Joshua a little bit later on. You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT with Sky Vegas. All your favourite games, only one place. You've got to be over 18, gambleaware.org. We've just had a result in our final fight before we can get some commentaries to you, so we're going to have some world title action for you next as Josh Kelly takes on Kevin Ajako.
Obviously, you've got Kai Havertz, who was missing for most of last season. He's back and available and can play either as your centre forward or off your centre forward, which again shows a little bit more congestion in that kind of attacking midfield role. So I think when you zoom out, bigger picture, the squad still has enough. It has a lot of depth, but I think the reason there's a bit of nervousness around the Arsenal fan base right now is because we see an opportunity. We win the league for the first time in 22 years. Manchester City have lost Pep Guardiola. He's moved on. Maresca's a great coach, but is he Pep Guardiola? I'm not sure he is. In fact, I'm certain he's not. You look at Liverpool, you know, new coach starting the project again. Chelsea under Alonso, really good coach, but they're going to need time. Man United are not quite there yet. There's an opportunity for Arsenal to not just consolidate, but to take another step and dominate for a period of time. And I think that's why there's a nervousness around this transfer window. Last year, it was about, can we do the business to get us over the line? We've done that. Now it's about, can we do the business
Champions League?
to consolidate our position and to dominate. And I think that's why people are quite anxious at the minute.
See, why can't all Arsenal fans be like Harry?
You
know, not don't be like Piers Morgan, Joel Bayer, Troops, all these prats that ruin it for the good Arsenal fans. I love speaking to you, Harry. Proper Arsenal fan.
Good on you, Harry.
Thank you very much, mate. But listen, every Arsenal fan's got their view, and you know, we're a passionate bunch.
Even that,
and sometimes...
you should be a politician with that.
No. Harry, we want to speak to you only, mate. The others are idiots.
Fight Night Live from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. I'm Adam Castle. It's a pleasure as always to be in your company. Before we move on and talk about the upcoming fights, I just want to have a quick reflection of what we've just seen. It was all happening out the corner of my eye there, John Rowland. I know you were right across it. Tsumi was absolutely sensational. He looks like the next generation of Japanese fighter here, mate.
It was a super featherweight contest. Reito Tsutsumi, who comes from Tokyo, 23 years old, won his 5th fight on the spin, 4 of them by knockout. He was fighting an experienced Mexican, Alvino Herrera, whose best days may already have been behind him. Well, they're certainly behind him now, because Tsutsumi went and smashed him to pieces, put him down twice in the opening round. There was another knockdown, or could have been, as Herrera fell down on top of the Japanese fighter. And then into the second round, down again. Tsutsumi got Herrera once more, and the referee had no option other than to call it off. You know, we talk about Inoue as a Japanese superstar fighter, one of the greats of the small divisions. Well, it looks as though they've got another one here in this guy. Might be the first time that listeners have heard about him, Reito Tsutsumi, but remember that name. He's going a long, long way, I reckon.
I completely agree. Nice little showcase event for him there ahead of these world title fights, which we're going to get stuck into in a minute. I'm going to get the inside information from Paul Smith. He's been in the changing room with Kevin Aviarco. We'll get a little thought from him in a moment. But right now, Spencer Oliver's out and about with his microphone. He's ringside. Who are you with, big man?
Well, I've only got to start at the top of the night. I'm with Rick Reno, the CEO of Ring Magazine. And Rick, you're a massive part of this show out here this evening. And what a show we've got.
I mean, we've got a lot of big knockouts on this show, and I think some big knockouts are going to continue as we go on.
Yeah, we certainly are. Look, we've got to talk about the comeback of Anthony Joshua. What an incredible comeback that's been. Did you expect to see him in the ring as soon as he is?
No. I did expect him to fight again. I didn't expect that he would come back this soon, and it makes the fight more intriguing because we don't know what Joshua is going to enter the ring, and he's facing a guy that we don't know much about, but what we do know is that he has heavy hands and he could punch.
Rick, now you would have been in these conversations and there would have been a roadmap. You're talking about Anthony Joshua, the rebuild, obviously Kristian Prenga tonight. That is the first step into that one. And then they would look to move him quite quickly. And of course, I'm talking about Tyson Fury, November.
I mean, that's the plan. You know, we have to see how AJ looks tonight. Hopefully he comes through in flying colors. And the next move will be a showdown, finally, with Tyson Fury.
Now, Tyson Fury come through his fight against Marius Wack last night. That was out in Thailand. We're hearing rumours he's coming. We're hearing rumours he's not coming. You would know if he's coming or not. Rick, is he coming?
I actually don't know for sure because, like you said, every hour I hear something different. I hear he's coming, then I hear he's not coming, then I hear he's coming. And it's going to be one of those things where AJ's fight starts. Everyone here is going to be in suspense. Is he going to come to his seat?
Well, all right, then let's move on, Rick. This is something that you will be able to answer me, I'm sure. Where will that fight take place?
That is also still up in the air.
Come on, Rick. Come on, mate.
Listen, we have to speak to the mayor of London. He's going to help us out.
So is London still in the running? Because now that it could be in New York. That is now the front runner, maybe middle ground there. Is London still a possibility?
I mean, London's still a possibility. New York is a possibility. I don't think anything's been solidified yet because at the end of the day, if AJ doesn't come through tonight, we don't have anything.
Right, guys, I'm going to leave it there with Rick Reno. And look, he said that London town is back in the mix for the big fight. Do we get that in November? Anthony Joshua Joshua versus Tyson Fury. Back to you guys.
Look at him. He's a proper reporter now, is Spencer Oliver, isn't he? Running around that blooming ring, enjoying himself. I've no doubt he's going to be speaking to a few more people shortly. I just want to get the atmosphere and the tensions inside the dressing rooms as these fighters are about to take part in a world title fight. Josh Kelly, of course, is coming out as champion, defending for the first time, and he's defending against Kevin Ajako. You've just been in there, you've wrapped Kevin's hands, Paul. Obviously, your brother's in the corner. He's been working with Kevin for a long period of time. What's the mood like in that dressing room right now?
Good, and I don't think there'll be any tension in either dressing room. I think there's a fair bit of nerves, there's a fair bit of, you know, getting the game plan right. They're both very seasoned pros and they're both very ambitious pros, and Kelly's obviously tasted defeat before, but he's current world champion, and he's going to be on the crest of the wave of a wave of doing that. And you always see an extra 10-15% of a fighter when they win a belt usually, and I think that'll be the case with Josh tonight. He's a good fighter. I think Kevin obviously is the underdog, but he needs to be on it. The game plan's really good. I can obviously vouch for that because I've seen it every day in the gym when he's filled with, you know, unbelievable experience as professionals. He's fought for the world title, he's won British title twice. He's very experienced in the game. He's around his brothers who are also experienced without being too big-headed, and his gym mates in the gyms of past have been very experienced as well. So there's not much he hasn't seen in boxing, Stephen. Yeah. And again, you don't have to have sort of been directly the head coach to experience the experience. If you're in the corner or you're helping out or your brother's part of it, if you're in the dressing room, you're also learning along the way. Brain-wise, strategy-wise, technique-wise, and tactically, he's exceptional, and he's now getting the chance to showcase that and show that by working with top fighters.
Do you think, and this is a random one that I just thought of now, because this came up in an interview that I did with him about 10 years ago, your brother, when he was still fighting. Academically, he's a bright lad as well. He's gone away, he's studied, he's got degrees and all these types of things. Do you actually think that has helped the way that he can articulate and get his messages across when he's in the gym? All that experience is brilliant, absolutely, but the way he articulates it seems to me that that's the thing that he's really having success with.
Yeah, it does, but also it's not a necessity, because his other brother Liam is a bit stupid. And he's got an unbelievable way of getting boxing tactics over to you as well, but he's just got a different way of saying it. He'll just be select.
Liam, if you're watching this, it was him that said it. Your brother said
it. And he'll know what I'm talking about, but he's an absolute genius in a boxing ring, and he can add a tenfold accumulator up like that, and he's brilliant with numbers, but he's not the most sort of, you know...
Academically, yeah,
academically swallowing a dictionary. That's not Liam, but there's nothing he doesn't know about boxing, and that's how we all talk to each other, and always bounce ideas off each other. Liam's got his way of telling you to do things, and it'll have a few bleeps here or there, but he'll get it across, and he's very, very clever. Try it this way, move your foot that way. It's all about how you see the game, and I'm a big believer in boxing. I think there's a lot of people in boxing who try and over-egg it and overcomplicate it, and create things to disguise the fact that the basics can't really be done right. The basics are boxing, and there's no sort of hidden formula or hidden secret. I think if you know what you're talking about, you know, and if you can pass that on, even better. But just because you're being good in the boxing ring doesn't mean you're going to be a good trainer. Just because you're being good on, you know, at training doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be a good analyst, commentator. Good commentator. It obviously has a special way of doing it, but Stephen's managed to find a good way of doing it as a trainer, and the people are coming to him and they're staying and they're getting results, and he's getting results out of them. But also there's very important to note with Stephen, there's no ego. There's a lot of trainers out there and not being nasty. Couple with an ego, and it's about them. And with Stephen, he's all for the fighter, and the fighter comes first, and that's how it should be.
The guy that he's facing tonight in Josh Kelly, I know this is a little bit of a flip because obviously you're close to the other corner, but how impressed have you been with Josh's mental rise off the back of, you know, the Avanesian fight where people wrote him off? He lost his promotional deal. He's off on different television channels. He's having to build himself all the way back up. How impressed have you been with him and his personal mental rise to what we saw in that world title fight when he became champion?
Yeah, I've always been impressed with Josh Kelly. He's a very, very good fighter. Qualities. He would have been one of my worst nightmares when I was fighting with my style. I wouldn't have been able to handle his style because of how he fights. He's a classy, slick operator. He's got a bit of snap in his punches. He's intelligent. He's, you know, the movement's very fluid, and he's hard to pin down. And the old saying of throwing a bag of rice and not being able to hit him is the case, and that's what Kevin Ajako needs to be aware of early tonight, and really put his foot down and start landing early, because the more he makes you miss, Kelly, the more you're going to frustrate. He's done really well rebuilding after the fight that he lost, obviously. He's done really well getting the world title after so long of trying. He stayed with the same setup with Adam Booth for a long time. They're a very good team together. Adam's a top trainer himself, obviously proven on the world scene. and that's what makes this a very, very good fight. I think, as I said, you know, a couple of people might be obviously favouring Josh Kelly, and rightfully so. He's the betting favourite, but this is a very, very good fight tonight.
Spence, you spent a little bit of time with both of these guys this week, didn't you? Having a little bit of a chat with him on the media run towards a world title fight. Just on Josh in particular, where's his head at? Paul's just been talking about when you win belts, you get that extra 10-15%. Are you feeling that ready Brett glow around Josh Kelly this week?
Absolutely. Grown as a fighter, you can see that speaking to him, you know, going to that Breckham Mutazelia fight, that was a tough fight. He was a big underdog going into that one. He grew in confidence. He recognised, Paul would tell you about this, you know, the mindset of a fighter. Like, when a fight, you always believe you're going to be a world champion, but you never quite know whether you're good enough to be a world champion, even though you're telling the world you are, and you know the next steps and what you're going to do. But in the back of your mind, think, am I good enough for that next step? He found out he was when he won that one against Mutazeliev, and that takes your confidence to a whole different level. He's going to be a different kettle of fish to the guy that we saw beat Mutazeliev, who was a very good version of Josh Kelly. But I'm expecting to see a better one. He's in against a bit of a boogeyman here. This is Kristian Prenga. He's one of those guys that's gone under the radar. No one really knows who he is apart from your hardcore boxing fan. But this kid is tough, he's tenacious. He'll be in your face, and he doesn't mind getting down in the trenches as well. And the interesting thing to see is if he can put Josh Kelly in a fight early on and stick it on him like he said he's going to do, by the way. He's not just going to let these rounds go to try and take him in the later part of the fight. The one weakness we've seen of Josh Kelly is that he does unravel a little bit in the last quarter. We saw it against Ishmael Davis, actually, in the last couple of rounds, a fight that he was dominating in early. But when you're in his face and you stick in his face, you can get success in the second half of a fight. If Ajarko's still there, which I truly believe he will be, it's going to be an interesting one.
Is that the key thing? Mentality tonight, staying in there, even though you might lose 1, 2, 3, 4 back-to-back rounds, staying in there.
Yeah, and listen, I'm not talking tactics, by the way. I don't know the full game plan, and I genuinely mean that. Like I said, me and Spencer were talking before. We've both been involved in fights, in title fights, where you want to come on strong later on in the fight, and I see so many people do it, and they're quite naive about it, where they're saving themselves, thinking, I'll come on strong. If you don't make that fighter work early, you're not going to come on strong. Yeah. The fighter's still going to have a full tank. I think Kristian Prenga has to make Josh Kelly work really early tonight. I think he has to start very positively. Don't let Kelly get into a rhythm. And if you've got any chance of jumping on him late, make him work, make him fatigue early, take a bit out of the tank early on, and then you can jump on him late and have a bit of success. But obviously Kelly's very aware of that might be the game plan. He's going to try and be slick. He's going to try and pick Ajarko off early on. And when you're saying, like, you know, maybe lose 2, 3, 4 to the 5th, I don't think he can afford to lose 2, 3, 4 rounds early, keeping Ajarko. Okay. I think Kelly is that good. I think he's that. With a lead, Kelly can adapt and like the old football teams playing the low block, he can make it very difficult for Ajarko early on if he gets a comfortable lead. So I think Keevan's going to have to take a couple of these early rounds and make it very competitive early, in my opinion, Spence.
Totally agree, Paul. It's not about giving a few rounds away. You don't give rounds away in world title fights. You can't afford to do that. Kristian Prenga has to be prepared to go to a very dark place himself, because it becomes a psychological battle. Paul would tell you, when you get into those penultimate rounds, 10, 11, 12, it's not about the physicalities. It's a psychological battle. And that's where, if Josh Kelly's got a weakness, that's where his weakness is. And I think that's why Ajarko can't give rounds away. Put it on him, stick it there, get in the trenches, even if you're losing the rounds, grind it out.
You know this, and you'll hear this plenty of times. Your mind will quit before your body will. You know, and your mind will start looking for ways out before your body will. And a fighter, and a proper fighter, and a world title fight tonight, there can't be any looking either way for any way out. If he really puts his mind to it, digs in, he's going to be a handful tonight for Josh Kelly. So I think Josh Kelly can afford to give a couple of the early rounds away, but not Kristian Prenga. I think Kristian Prenga has to be very, very good and at his best to have a chance in this fight tonight.
From what you saw this week, Spence, speaking to Josh Kelly, do you see any sense of overlooking Kristian? Because there are talks all the time about Jaron Ennis's and all these types of characters in this division, which are big, lucrative money spinners for him. Is there a case of that? We've seen it in the past where people have maybe got too ahead of themselves after becoming world champ.
No, I don't think there's a case of that with Josh Kelly. I think that it's been a roller coaster or a ride for him to get to this place, and I don't think he will overlook someone who's undefeated. It's gone under the radar, and we'll see this as a huge opportunity. He'll see that Kristian Prenga is oozing confidence himself. His self-belief is there. So he will be on the top of his game, Josh Kelly. And the other thing that he's got on his side is that Adam Booth is an experienced trainer at this level, and he's a great psychologist as well. They won't have underestimated this kid because they know they're in for a real fight.
Well, on that, we're hopefully going to be getting this fight very, very shortly. You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT with Sky Vegas. It all starts with a spin. You've got to be over 18, gambleaware.org.
I think United want to move on. He's obviously on a hefty wage. I'm amazed Saudi haven't come in. I'm amazed he hasn't gone out to Saudi.
I think he won it.
Well, again, Saudi pay a lot more than 300 grand a week for a player obviously who's playing for England and still in his prime. Yeah. I'm very surprised Barcelona didn't do the deal. But then again, I expected him to do well at Barcelona. Most, average wingers would do well out there, the team they have. I don't know where he goes. If you were a Spurs, would you go for him?
That's the one that keeps nagging away in the back of my mind.
We'll take him for a loan.
Yeah.
And if he plays 23 games, you know what I mean, we'll obviously pay this fee and that fee. What United are going to have to probably end up doing is recuperating as much of that fee back and all the loan fees they've had the last 2 seasons and the next 2 seasons. So I'm thinking Spurs. They've got a few more experienced Premier League players they've signed.
And De Zerbi's the type of manager that feels he can.
I'm not sure he
can fix players.
I'm not sure he'd put up with.
Really?
And then you'd worry about the London life, wouldn't you? So
yes, you would.
There's all those things. Rashford is incredibly talented, and you look at him and go, "What are you doing with your career? You should be dominating. You should be dominating world
Even
football."
That World Cup, he comes on, doesn't he? The first game, scores a brilliant goal against Croatia, arguably England's best performance in that second
I agree.
half. He played a part of that. Starts the next game,
fur
sinks the
coat, no
place
knickers.
out,
Fur coat, no knickers.
and then never really gets his place back. Anthony Gordon becomes de facto left winger, not just for England but Barcelona as well.
And the place was there because Gordon wasn't good, in game one, and it was there to be won. And you just look at Rashford and you go, you've got all the tangibles to be world class. What is the matter with you? But again, I would say he's been on nearly £500,000 a week for the last since he's 23. Is it again too much too soon?
Welcome back to Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. We're across the talkSPORT network for Anthony Joshua's comeback against Kristian Prenga. We're moments away from Josh Kelly and Kevin Agyako fighting for the IBF Super Welterweight World Championship. I can see Adam Booth has just entered the ring. Stephen Smith I can also see in the corner as well. So we're just awaiting both fighters to be making the ring walk for this 154-pound world title fight. A little later on, Hamza Shiraz will be here defending his 168-pound strap. And on my screen there, I can see Josh Kelly making his way with David Adelaide. I think he's going to be accompanying him to the ring in a moment or two. Just a quick one, gentlemen. I want to get your thought processes. It might be the only chance that we get to talk about this. September the 12th, Las Vegas is the destination. We have got a welterweight world title on the line as Ryan Garcia is defending for the first time. And he is going to be defending against British hopeful Conor Benn. A fight that has kind of come out of nowhere, but he's booked for September the 12th in Las Vegas. We'll be talking about this particular weight division quite a lot this evening. Spence, where are you at with Conor Benn hitting 147? Because he hasn't done it for 4 years.
Yeah, it's a concern, isn't it? He hasn't done it for 4 years, and he looked weight drained when he made 150. Was it 150, 152 last time out against Regis Prograde? He looked very tight in the weight, and I know as a smaller fighter, losing that last 2 or 3 pounds can be the difference between winning and losing fights, how difficult that is. So it worries me that it's down at 147. I think his best days will lie at 154, but he gets the opportunity. He's talked the talk, and now he gets the opportunity to walk the walk. Ryan Garcia is a serious fighter. He's going in Garcia's backyard. It's a tough ask for Conor Benn, but fair play. He's stepped up to the plate.
How hard is that to do, Paul, to go up? I mean, it's not just one weight category, he's gone up 2 weight categories. He's had 2 fights at 160, hasn't he? And he hasn't made 147 for 4 years. To be able to get back, to be athletic, to be fast, to be explosive at 147 is a big ask for him, given what he's done over the last 4 years.
I think history will answer that. We've never seen anyone who goes up a weight or 2 and then comes back and is really, really good after it. I think that there's obviously the usual ones from Roy Jones and everything else, and they're never quite the same. It was a big jump. He was there for a long time. They had 2 fights at the weight, not just 1. I think it's going to hurt him getting down there, but more importantly, it'll take away from his chin. Don't forget, this is the same kid that we saw early on in his career getting dropped off, fellas. With all due respect,
Cedric Prenga,
with all due respect, who's not a puncher. And I know it happens. I got dropped off people as well when I was early on in my career, but they were usually decent punches, and they dropped other people. But this one, I think when you struggle to make weight and when you're killing yourself and boiling down to make weight, there's always that taking away of your chin. There's always that doubt of your whiskers after it, and I think that's what we'll probably see. And he's going to be depleted. He was always complaining about making 147, and now he's going back. And Garcia is fast, sharp, explosive puncher, and I think it's got, I think it's got problems written all over it, in my opinion.
How underestimated is Garcia? Because when you actually talk about this echelon of 140, 147 guys, the Devin Haney's and all these types of characters, when you refer to Ryan, people don't give him the credit that maybe he is due. I mean, I looked at the guy that actually fought an Olympic gold medalist in Luke Campbell and he got off the deck that night, but he was absolutely fantastic. The hand speed was electrifying, Spence.
Yeah, do you know what it is with Ryan Garcia? And this is what boxing fans are like. They judge him on the Gervonta Davis loss, and they call him a spewer, and he didn't fancy
Gervonta Davis is a special talent.
This is what I'm saying, mate. This is exactly what I'm saying. You can't judge a kid on that. Judge him on the Luke Campbell performance, like you say, an Olympic gold medalist when he was very young, Ryan Garcia as well, and he didn't just win that fight, he won it in fashion. He broke down that Olympic champion, he beat him in speed, he beat him in boxing.
Got off the floor.
Got off the floor, beat him in boxing IQ, and he come back. He's an elite level world fighter. That is where you got to look here. Conor Benn, where is he at? We don't know that because he's not competing at that level. I agree with Paul Smith. Tough ask for Conor Benn, down at 147. When you make that weight and all the fluid goes from in and around the brain knocks against the skull. When you get hit with a jab, it feels like someone's hitting you with an iron bar. It's that bad. You feel your legs shaking down to the soles of your boots because the punch resistance is not there. Conor Benn's going to have to go for all that.
Is it a concern, or is this just as a sign of where boxing is now going? Where profile, who you are, the standing that you have, is going to get you opportunities more so than meritocracy, going through the system, winning British titles, winning European titles, and then earning your right to fight for a world title?
Well, look, without sounding harsh and sounding like I'm having a personal attack against Conor Benn, why is Conor Benn in this fight? He's in this fight because he's beat Chris Eubank. With all due respect, it was a fade to Chris Eubank. And he's in this fight because of his dad's name and Chris Eubank Senior's name, and they had that mega fight at Spears Ground and the rematch, and I was all for them because it was a family duel that had to be settled. But with all due respect, that doesn't qualify you to then go and call out Ryan Garcia and hold your own at that level and that table with Ryan Garcia, who we've just been mentioning, dismantled Luke Campbell, destroyed Luke Campbell. With all due respect to Luke, beating with Gervonta Davis is a world-class operator. There's only one world-class operator in there, with all due respect to Conor Benn. Now, he's there because of his name, and he's making a hell of a lot of money, and every credit to him. That's what you're in the game to do as well. I wish I'd have made that type of money that they're making. Make no mistakes about that. But there's levels in boxing, and I think that's a few levels too high of a jump, in my opinion.
But outside of the heavyweight division, it's probably the biggest fight in boxing to make right now, isn't it?
And I'll be watching it like a hypocrite.
Absolutely. Conor Benn's made a lot of noise, and he made a lot of noise in and around that Chris Eubank victory. But do you know what blows my mind on this as well? And I'm going to bring it up now that you've started doing it. The WBC have Conor Benn still ranked as a mandatory challenger, in the #1 challenger in their rankings, even though he's never boxed down at that weight for 4 years. Work that one out.
Did you see that mic drop then from Spencer Oliver? Absolutely dropping bombs on me. Listen, we've got a world title fight to get stuck into at 154. Dead excited about this. You can hear the tune flowing in the background. The pretty boy has just made his way. The world champion defending for the first time. Josh Kelly draped in white and red trim. He's in the ring, as is Kevin Ogiako. Let's get in there for the official introductions from Thomas Triber. Here he is.
Championship of the world. Brought to you by Riyadh Season, Jeddah Season, and Sella, in association with Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing and Gold Star Promotions. Sanctioned by the Saudi Boxing Commission, Director Jose Mohan, along with the International Boxing Federation, President Daryl Peoples, Supervisor Tony Tibetti. The judges are Nermin Adrovic, Marco Morales, and Carl Zapia. Our referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be Ignatius Misalides. Introducing first the world title challenger. Fighting out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing black with green and gold and weighed in officially at 154 pounds. Coming to us from Belfast, Northern Ireland, he brings an undefeated record with 18 wins. 7 of his 18 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, ranked number 4 by the IBF, and tonight, the world title challenger. Please welcome Kevin Black Thunder Ajurko. And his opponent across the ring in this World Championship contest, he is the defending world champion, fighting out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing white with red and weighed in officially at 153.4 pounds. Hailing from Sunderland, Tyne and Ware, England, he had a stellar amateur career, becoming a 2016 Olympian, and now as a professional has a record consisting of 18 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw. 9 of his 18 wins come by way of knockout. Ranked number 6 by Ring Magazine in his division, and tonight in his first world title defense, here is the reigning and defending IBF Super Welterweight Champion of the World, Josh Pretty Boy Kelly.
Okay, follow the rules in the change room. I want you to obey my commands. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves and good luck.
Final instructions from the referee. Here we go, our first action tonight, live on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, ahead of Anthony Joshua's comeback against Kristian Prenga. We got a proper one. This is, without doubt, going to be the best fight of the night. Defending world champion Josh Kelly in action for the first time since becoming world champion, taking on his challenger in Kevin Ajurko. The fighters are ready, let's get into it. Here's Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
It's a 12-rounder, this one, and the first thing that struck me as they made their way into the ring, just how relaxed Kevin Ajurko looked. The man from Belfast, product of the Holy Trinity gym there, calls himself Black Thunder, born in Croydon, and he clearly really fancies this one. 29 years old tonight in his 19th pro fight. Josh Kelly, slightly the taller man, stands 5'10", from Sunderland, 18 wins, 1 defeat, 1 draw, with the nickname Pretty Boy. Both of them bearded figures. Kelly stands slightly taller in the ring, short with a jab and missed with an overhand cross, which he tried to follow up with it. Ajurko just, well, he's just trying to take a look at Kelly, I think, and certainly hearing about him and seeing him, he really fancies this one here.
Yeah, both guys just tried to trade right hands there. Both guys missing narrowly. Ajurko has an air of confidence around him all week, and now he gets this opportunity against a very quick Josh Kelly. Both guys carrying their left hands low.
Kelly quick and confident. He says that he's 10 times the fighter, the man who lost to David Avanesian. Ajurko says, well, he's got a big ego, and that's going to play against him. Well, we'll see. Tries to go in with a left hook, Kelly. Ajurko wrestled to the ground, and referee Ignacio Masalides, he just tells them, just keep it legitimate as we move into the second of the first of 12 rounds, which promises to be a fascinating fight here. The champion from Sunderland, the challenger from Belfast, and both of them very, very tough professionals. Ajurko, from what I've seen over the years, he is a very, very hard man.
Yeah, very tough campaigner. Kevin Ajurko, as he lets the right hand go, Josh Kelly lets one go as well. Both again just narrowly missing. A bit of a chess match in a moment. Both guys trying to draw the lead. They exchange jabs. Very even first round, this one.
Yeah, not much to choose between them. Very fast, accurate jab. Came back from Kelly, though, from the parried jab from Ajako. Now Kelly tries to unwind a big right hand, and there's a faint look of a smile on the face of Kelly, as though he says, well, you said you were going to make the fast start. It's not really come, has it? And you felt the speed and the weight of my counter-punching.
Yep, Kelly holding centre of the ring, dropping both hands down by his waist, trying to draw the lead here of Kevin Ajako. Ajako not taking the bait, and we hear the 10-second clacker go.
Well, we're coming up to the end of the opening round, and let's hear what Paul Smith makes of what we've seen now.
Yeah, I think probably just the Kelly round at the end, he just looked a bit more comfortable in there. Kevin Ajako missing with a couple of shots, as Spencer said earlier on, not much in the round until towards the end. But probably after shade with Kelly. I think both fighters a bit tentative, but both have narrowly missed, as you said, John, and them shots came really close. So, again, it makes for an exciting little build-up in the next couple of rounds. The shots are whipping past the chin, whipping past the guards, and a couple of inches either side, they're landing, and if they land with the speed and the power that's in them, we're going to see some reactions.
We thought this was going to be a tight fight, and every indication, as Stephen Smith gives advice to Ajako and Adam Booth gives words of advice to Josh Kelly, that first round suggests it will indeed be close. And don't forget, you can watch tonight's action live only on DAZN. Head over to DAZN.com/boxing so you don't miss a thing. If you don't choose to do that, why not watch on the YouTube channel and join us here at ringside?
Yep, first round over there, and Kevin Ajako will be glad to put that one behind him. He's now going to try and grow into this contest. He said he's going to take the fight to Josh Kelly. Let's see if he can.
Well, he showed a lot of respect in the opening round, and by doing so, I think that he just played into Kelly's hands. And as Paul said, Kelly probably just about doing enough to take the opening round. Big right hand from Kelly. Again, whistles through thin air as Ajako sees it coming. Lands a left hand, but there's a right hand counter. Comes back from Kelly. The referee has to step between the two men. Kelly, the slightly taller, both fighting out of the orthodox stance. Who's going to commit to the attack first in this second round?
Yep, high boxing IQ from both guys in there. That's why they're both standing there. They're trying to draw the lead. Kelly with the left hand low. Ajako not taking it. He's looking to feint as well, but razor fast jab there. Slams in the face of Kevin Ajako, and a big right hand as well. Best shot of the contest so far.
Good work from Kelly. He followed up with a left hook, which was only partially blocked by Ajako, who's having to really try to live with what looks like the superior boxing skills of Kelly in the opening stage of the second round. Good jab again from Kelly, as I was describing that. Not a lot from Ajako. Tries to throw a jab of his own, but well short of the body of Kelly and taken on the gloves of Kelly. And Kelly almost indicating to Ajako, come on, commit yourself.
Yep, Kelly just trying to control the space at the moment, working behind that razor fast jab. Let's bring Paul Smith in here. Paul, what has Ajako got to do to sort of change the pattern of this contest that just seems to be leaning in Josh Kelly's favour?
He just needs a little bit more educated pressure, you know, not going home, not rushing in, not going too erratic. But he's jabbing well, and he's throwing single shots well, and he's trying to pull out, and he's being countered by Kelly. So go again, be first and third, or go with a nice jab to the body, bring the right hand over the top. I think that will be the shot for him at the moment. And judging by what my brother Stephen was saying to him in the corner, advice-wise, I think that's what he was asking him for as well.
Jab comes in from Ajako, taken on the gloves by Kelly, who shakes his head contemptuously, as much as to say, is that all you've got? And he's got his gloves held low again here. But Ajako not taking the bait. Couple of jabs from Kelly. First one landed, second one was just about slipped by Ajako, who tries to throw his own left jab. Good left hand from Kelly, and another one. Both of them glancing blows on the head. Then a right hand. Kelly, as in the opening round, dominating the closing stages of this second round. Tight again, but Kelly may be doing enough to take this second round. Let's go into the red corner where Josh Kelly is going to be spoken to by his trainer Adam Booth and see how they think it's going.
Just keep strong for that right hand. He's just trying to look at that right hand, the left hook at the top.
He's lost. He's already lost. If you just keep messing up his distance, something's going to present itself in the next couple of rounds. Don't force it. Whatever you do it quick and unpredictable, and then just keep resetting that rhythm.
I'm shooting for his right hand and the left hook. That's why I'm looking for him.
Got the eyes on him now.
I think they're happy with the way it's going, Spencer, and they believe that he's already, if he keeps doing what he's doing, on the way to victory.
Absolutely. Listen, that was the right advice there from Adam Booth in the corner. Keep controlling the space, because the person that's controlling the space is controlling the fight, and at the moment, that's Josh Kelly. He was comfortable on the back foot, and in the second half of that second round, he went on the front foot. Here we go, round number 3.
Jarko maybe needs to change the pattern and find a way of getting into this contest as we move into the third, and I've got it 2-0 in Kelly's favour. Spencer Oliver's nodding agreement, and Paul Smith also. We've got it unanimous, 2-0 to Sunderland's Josh Kelly, the IBF super welterweight champion.
Yeah, Kevin Jarko needs to be a bit more creative here. He's the one that needs to get off with the shots first. Josh Kelly controlling the space of the fight, and he's got very quick hands. He's been slamming the jab in, finding the range, and coming with the right hands as well. Jarko goes with a right to the body. Kelly comes back with a jab to the head.
Jarko did get through with that right hand, but no damage done, no great power in it. He manages to block a left-hand lead from Kelly and then comes back with a good left lead of his own. Jarko needs more of that. In the third round, he needs to settle into the fight and more than make Josh Kelly realise that he's got something in there to offer. He's got to be impressing the judges as well.
Yeah, we saw some good head movement from Jarko just moments ago, but he needs to respond. He needs to come with shots of his own off the back of that. Make Kelly miss, you make him pay. He's not doing that at the moment, and that may be the difference.
2 more jabs from Jarko, short of the target this time. Kelly up on his toes. He's a good mover. Gloves low again, inviting Jarko in. Jarko tries to come in with a left to the body. There's a right over the top from Kelly, which found the head target, and then a solid left hook. Decent work from Kelly again as we move to the end of the opening 2 minutes of this, the third round here in Jeddah.
Yep, the difference between the two at the moment is the hand speed of Josh Kelly and the fact that he is throwing the shots first. Kevin Jarko needs to close that space. He needs to get off of his shots. Big right hand goes in from Kelly, left hook as well. A little bit of showboating to go in there with it as well, John.
Well, yeah, make of that what you will. I'm never a great fan of fighters showboating. He's trying to gain some sort of psychological advantage, but in comes Jarko and tries to really rough Kelly up inside and got in with a left hand to the head. This is Kelly against Jarko. It's part of the build-up here on talkSPORT to our heavyweight main event. Anthony Joshua against Kristian Prenga. Kelly took the first 2 rounds. Jarko maybe has come into it a bit in the third. We'll go to Paul Smith at the end of this round, see how he's reading it. But Jarko, for me, has had a better round than the opening 2.
Yeah, he may have had a better round, John, but I don't think he's had a good enough round to win the round, that is for sure. I think Kelly's controlled most of it. Jarko has got off with some of the shots. Paul, I'll bring this one over to you. For me, he just needs to start now, rolling the dice a little bit, closing the gap. I don't know how you feel on that one.
Yeah, listen, we said before the fight, I don't think Kevin Jarko can afford to lose too many of these early rounds, and as long as he's making Kelly work, that's all that matters to him. But Kelly looks quite comfortable in the first 2. The third round, as you just said, John, Kevin Jarko was a bit better, but still not enough to take the round, in my opinion. Kelly landed a couple of eye-catching shots there, but a better round so far for Kevin Jarko. But if you look at it from Josh Kelly's perspective, it's 3 rounds in the bank.
He seemed to be keen on the idea of getting in there and turning into more of a brawl. If you were in that corner, would you be telling him that?
Yeah, I'd be telling him to go forwards a bit more, but obviously it's easier said than done. When someone's so sharp and counting you the way Kelly counters, you've got to be smart about how you go in, not take too many silly shots. Hands high, head moving, try and get inside and then explode when you're in there.
Josh Kelly making a first defence of the IBF Super Welterweight World title, and we move now into round 4, and Spencer and Paul have both got it 3-0 in favour of Josh Kelly.
Yep, Ajako just needs to apply more educated pressure. He's got to be careful. Good left hook there from Ajako. Kelly blocks it, but it was a good left hook. Oh, solid jab as well. That forced Josh Kelly back on the back foot.
Well, that's better from Ajako, getting the concentration and accuracy right in the 4th round here, and also the speed to get to the target before Kelly could react and before Kelly could counter. It's just made Kelly a little bit more reticent. Gloves up now, feints to throw a left hand and thinks better of it. Back comes Ajako with another solid left to the bearded chin of Kelly.
He's having more success here, Ajako, in this round. He's closed that gap, what we were talking about. He's just edging inches in. And for the first time in this contest, Josh Kelly looks slightly uncomfortable. He now knows he's got her up again. He's at game again. Ajako having a good round.
4th round of 12, world title at stake. The Sunderland man is ahead, but the Irishman, who is proud of the fact he'd be Ireland's first black world champion, he is coming back into it here in the 4th. He's got a Ghanaian dad and an Irish Belfast mum, and he is proud of his background and proud to be in there vying to become world champion. Good jabs from Kelly this time, 2 on target from the Sunderland man.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, John, his parents will be proud of what he's doing in the ring here tonight as well. He's lost those first 3 rounds, but he's having a good 4th round here. He's pulled himself back into it. He's now not waiting for Kelly to throw the shots. He's coming with shots of his own.
He is having to dig a bit deep, bite in on his gum shield. Good accurate jab from Kelly. Another one partially blocked by Ajako. Ajako trying to raise the tempo, trying to put the pressure on Kelly, making him fight 3 minutes of every round. That might be the key, because Kelly likes to take his time. Fast hands, yes, but he doesn't always like to fight at a high tempo. And Kelly is now backpedaling. A couple of jabs from Ajako again. Nothing from Kelly. Kelly waiting for Ajako to commit himself. Misses with a right hand and a left hand. Ajako smiles as though proud of the fact that he made him miss. Left hook to the body from Kelly and a right cross. We're going to be going into the blue corner at the end of this round, where you'll be hearing the voice of Stephen Smith, younger brother of Paul. It is actually Stephen. They do sound a little bit alike, but that's the voice who's going to be talking to Kevin Ajako, who had a much better round there. Let's hear from Stephen Smith.
Them gaps what I spoke about sparring. He's just making rounds, looking flashy, touching you, and you're letting him stop being fucking nice. Let's don't beat this cunt up, I'm telling you. You don't have to. You want to win this world title, you're not going to do it being nice and fucking dancing around the ring like this. Let's give it to him now, okay? Let your hands go. Focus on the speed. Focus on the speed, the power will come. Okay? Put these single shots up. Drink it.
Bit of classic Scouse dialect. Stephen Smith with the words there, and a few words which Paul, of course, would never use.
John, if I told you Stephen gives communion out in church, would you believe me after listening to that? But his advice is right. Too many single shots. Stop being so nice. He's got to go and take this fight. If he wants to win this belt, he's got to go and grab this fight by the scruff of the neck.
I thought he nicked that last round. I gave that to Ajako. You agree, Spencer?
Yep, totally agree with that one. Good advice in the corner from Steve Smith as well. Don't feel sorry for yourself, son. Go and grab this bull by the horns, and that's exactly what he needs to do. Good 4th round. Let's see if he can build on it here. Round number 5.
Well, Smith giving his advice, and Ajako now trying to respond, trying to put pressure on Kelly in the early stages of this, the 5th round. Kelly up on his toes, still looking very mobile, waits for Ajako to commit himself and comes back with a good right-hand counter and another solid right-hand. Oh, and a big one. Ajako takes it well, though. Ajako went in there, left his chin exposed, and Kelly replied, and great admiration from Adam Booth in the Kelly corner.
Yep, injection of pace there from Josh Kelly. He put Ajako on the back foot, took him out of his rhythm. Ajako is now smiling at him. He's trying to get himself back into it, but that's kidology. Good little spell there from Josh Kelly.
Can he keep it up? It was his best work for some time, and he needed to step up the pace, needed to increase the aggression to stay with Ajako, who looked as though he was in the process of changing the course of the fight. Left hand to the body from Ajako, misses with the right over the top, and there's a right-hand counter comes in from Kelly, followed by another couple of sharp left leads.
Yeah, good work off the jab there, but one positive for Ajako is he kept his shape, didn't lose it, and just landed a lovely big straight right hand that caused a roar from the crowd here. Ajako holding centre of the ring, smiling. He's calling Josh Kelly in. Come on, son, let's have it.
Right hand left from Ajako. It landed solidly, and Kelly straight away shook his head as though to say that didn't do anything. Well, I tell you what it did do. It's made a vivid red mark, a cut under the left eye of Kelly. Kelly looks up at the big screen above the ring and sees the damage done, and blood is trickling down his left cheek.
And that will build the confidence there of Kevin Ajako. He'll see that blood and he'll want to capitalise on that one as he throws a big right hand to the body. Kelly misses with a left hook to the head. The action really heating up here in round number 5. 25 seconds to go.
Who do you impressed with in this round, Paul?
It's been a good round for both. I think it's a really good round, but I'd probably, again, just have to shade it for Kelly. I think he's landed a couple of shots in the middle of the round there when Kevin Ajako was sleeping a little bit, and a bit quiet.
Well, Kelly's got facial damage. Ajako is waving to the crowd as much as to say, I've won that round, I'm not so sure. Let's go into the corner now, into the red corner, where Adam Booth is speaking to Josh Kelly.
That was a head. That was a head. He didn't call it. You shouldn't be going in like that. He said a punch? Huh? He said a punch? He just said a punch. I know what he said. Right. Take your breath. Josh. The fight. That's fine. Stay clean. He's only having moments because you're letting him. Okay? When you up your tempo, and you up your twitching, and you keep your legs going, you ain't got an arse for it. Okay? So, settling down, nice deep breath. Settling down, make him go in the top.
Well, there was a big right hand in there, but also the heads went in banging and boring, and you heard Josh Kelly say emphatically it was his head. His head did it.
Yep, he said that, but he seemed a little rattled in the corner. You know, that's history. It's gone. You have to move on with that. It doesn't matter. This is the fight game. You know, it's rough, it's tough. Heads do go in. Just deal with it. But I didn't like the body language of Kelly in the corner there.
Do you agree with that, Paul?
I agree with that. I've just been whispering to Adam beside me. If this is me now, I'm going to rough it up as much as I can for Josh Kelly. I'm going to be rubbing the head in, not putting the head in. I'm going to be rubbing it in an awkward place for him. I'm going to be slipping 1 or 2 on the belt line. I'm going to try and make it as rough as I can now, especially after the foul there from Kelly.
And let me just say, look at the difference now in the tactics. You've got Kevin Ajako on the front foot, Josh Kelly up on his toes, moving around the perimeter of the ring. There's a massive change in the pattern of this contest.
And using his arms and his shoulder to get Ajako away. He's right in his face. the Belfast man, and Ajako has come on strong in the last couple of rounds after a sweet, sharp opening from Kelly. Ajako maybe taking a little bit of time to settle into the contest, moving now into the second minute of this 6th round. It's a 12-rounder with Kelly defending his IBF super welterweight world title. Ajako has upped the pace in this fight, and he's managed to find a way to put Kelly under pressure. Kelly now, though, is waiting for Ajako to commit himself. Ajako misses with a right hand, then a couple of little clubbing left hands, and the referee has to split them.
Yeah, Ajako's now finding success, not leading with the left hand, but leading with a backhand, the right hand. That's where he's catching Josh Kelly, who's carrying his left hand down by his waist. A change of tactics here from Ajako, and it's working.
Coming right back into it. This could be a key round, because after this round we'll be at the halfway stage of the contest. I thought this would always go long, and I always suspected as well that Ajako might come on stronger the further it went. There's a lot of smiling in there from Ajako every time Kelly lands, as much as to say, look, you've hit me, but there's no damage, and he ducks low, sways this way and that, makes Kelly miss with a left-hand lead, comes back with a right hand of his own, which was also partially blocked, and they're right toe-to-toe now, and heads go in. What do you make of that, Paul?
It's about 4 times he's done it tonight, John. It's awful. You can't do that. There's a point deduction, and rightfully so.
Yeah, that was really bad there. He can't hit on the back of the head. That's terrible stuff. Josh Kelly done it earlier on in the round, and he's done it again. A point deduction. This is going to be a 10-8 round, because Kevin Ajako was winning the round. Lands a good right hand. Jab comes in as well. And the 1-2. Josh Kelly falls back.
These are bad times for Josh Kelly, and Adam Booth's going to have to earn his money in that red corner, because he's going to have to find words to get his man to pick himself up. He's not only lost a round, I'm pretty sure he's done that, but he's also had the point deducted, and so on my card, that puts Kevin Ajako ahead. Adam Cattrall.
I agree. Oh, that round was a very, very tight round up until the point deduction, and I just thought that long right hand at the end of the round there swayed it in Kevin's favour, which obviously now with the point deduction, you give that a 10-8 in the 6th. Paul, you've been talking about off commentary there, you've been talking a little bit about going first, going third. Just explain that, because the lightning speed of Josh on the counter is something that obviously Kevin's concerned about.
Yeah, and Kelly is very good at countering, but he's trying to counter everything. So give him something to counter, then block the counter and counter the counter, go first, draw the counter, then you go again. Listen, this is high-level boxing. Spencer's boxed at the highest level. That's the type of things you do in fights like this. You'll throw a nothing shot to be countered, so you can then counter that again. It's chess. It's a world title fight, the top level, and that needs to be done. But there's a lot of rough stuff happening now, and I think Adam Boo was furious with the referee for taking the point, but I don't know why he was, because it was a deserved point off there for the shot to the back of the head.
You can be as furious as you like, but the fact is he's done it, he's taken the point, and on my card, Spencer, Josh Kelly, despite that great start to the fight, is now behind.
Yeah, I'm with you, John Rawling. I've got Kevin Ajako 1 round up going into the second half of this contest, and the patterns change as well, as Kevin Ajako takes centre of the ring, right hand to the body, lands a left hook to the head. Josh Kelly looking at his corner. He seems a little rattled in there at the moment.
Yeah, and he's not quite as pretty as he was at the beginning of the fight. The left cheek is damaged, and there's a mark now on the right, underneath the right eye as well. Kelly comes in with a left to the body. Referee having a word with him, I think suggesting that he's doing things illegally in that close-on action. And I see that Carl Frampton has still got Josh Kelly ahead. Well, we don't agree with that one. We've got Kevin Ajako ahead. Kelly, though, working well. Left hand and a right hand, both scoring shots.
Yep, Josh Kelly knows he needs a big round here, and he's trying to turn the screw just a little bit as he holds centre of the ring, hands waving in front of him, trying to draw the lead of Kevin Ajako. But Ajako not taking the bait. Left hook from Josh Kelly.
This is better work from Josh Kelly, a Jarko who had a big 6th round, not quite being able to sustain it so far in this, the 7th. Right hand into the body from a Jarko. Left jab taken on the gloves by Kelly, who responds with 2 left-hand leads of his own. A Jarko making a small target. He's the shorter man anyway, but he's fighting out of a smaller stance. Kelly, left jab again, short of the target as we move to the close of the 2nd minute of this 7th round.
Yeah, Kelly having a better round here in this 7th round. He's just took hold of it again a little bit. Kevin Jarko needs to keep that intensity on. He needs to apply that pressure. As I say that, he does it. Misses narrowly with a right hand to the head. Josh Kelly ties him up centre of the ring.
Good work from Kelly. He seems to have found his style again here, and he's worked well, working behind that left-hand lead, relying on the speed and the boxing skills that served him so well in the early rounds. And the Sunderland man is having a good round here. And again, a good left hand from Kelly, getting shouts and applause from Adam Booth in his corner. This is good work from the champion.
Yep, Kelly just getting off first with the shots at the moment, slammed the jab in, just missed narrowly with that one, but he's got centre of the ring, and he's taken control again of this 7th round. That's what Kelly needed, because he was a little rattled from the head clash a couple of rounds ago. Round 6 was a bad one, but a much better round, round 7. Let's bring Paul Smith in again on that one. Keeping a Jarko, Paul just seems to take his foot off the gas there and allow Kelly back into it.
Yeah, a little bit, but also, listen, Josh Kelly's a world champion. He's very experienced also. He knows when he's probably lost a round or just been pipped in a round. And that's what champions do. You lose one, you come back and you try and make sure you win the next one to stop the challenge. You gain the momentum, which I felt he did well in the round that I thought he lost in the 4th. He came back and won the 5th then. And listen, I think that's, as I said, what champions do. But Kevin Jarko needs to try and make this next round his. He's got to try and get momentum back in his favour.
Well, here I go, John. We've got 4 rounds to go, and I've got this all level. I think this is a 4-round contest right now. Josh Kelly up off his stool, looking to get the action under the way. Kevin Jarko up as well. Here we go, round number 9.
A little bit of blood.
Round number 8, sorry.
Yeah, we've got 5 rounds left, not 4. Getting ahead of yourself. Don't forget you can watch tonight's action live only on DAZN. Head over to DAZN.com/boxing so you don't miss a thing. And this is all part of the build-up to our main event. We're in now into round 9, according to...
No, that's where I got confused. It's going around on the billboards around the stadium. It's saying round number 9, but it's round number 8.
It's round 8. We've been scoring it as we go along, and we've got it very, very close between these two. I can tell you Kristian Prenga has arrived here at the stadium in Jeddah, the unfancied Albanian, looking for the huge upset against Anthony Joshua. I didn't check out the odds. It's not particularly big here in Saudi Arabia, gambling, but I think it's fair to say that Joshua would be a massive favourite.
I think that if you're putting it in comparisons, it would be like Buster Douglas beating Mike Tyson back in 1990, Tokyo Dome, 40-1 underdog. That's the sort of money you'd be looking at for Kristian Prenga. But what I would say to that, if he was going to put a quid on, save your quid.
Use it on something much more beneficial. We're in the 8th round. Minute and a half gone so far as Jarko ducks low and makes Kelly miss with a big right hand. Could be all up for grabs at this stage. Nothing between them. It was always going to be close, this fight, and whoever dominates from here, there's a right hand from a Jarko, a few oohs and ahs from those at ringside. Good shot from the Irishman.
Yeah, no one really stamping their authority in this round. It's blow for blow, seesaw of action going on here. Both guys trade off. Kelly comes better off, lands the left hook as both guys throw shots there.
Last minute of the 8th round. Kelly backpedaling slightly, allows Jarko to commit himself, throws a right hand, then a scoring left hand, but there's a solid left hand lead as well from Kelly, who's breathing a little bit deeper here in the 8th round. Is he starting to feel the pace? He's got a history of not putting the rounds together well, complaining that Ajako used his head as he came in close, but there's a right hand, left hand from Ajako, who's coming on strong in the latter stages of this round.
Yeah, I tell you what, John, we're inside the final 20 seconds, and the pretty boy is looking pretty bashed up in there at the moment. Both eyes seem to have damage, the cheeks bleeding as well, and he's breathing heavily, gulps of air here. This is good signs for Kevin Ajako as Kelly tries to take the round again.
Kelly just had a little glance up at the screen there to look at the clock, and what we always tend to find with fighters, when they're doing that, usually they're worrying about the pace.
Well, it certainly looked that way. We're going to the blue corner now and hear from Stephen Smith talking to Kevin Ajako.
Look, my left for you, right? Punches, I can't tell you more singles from you. The time he's fighting, you're slipping and smiling at him. Fuck that, give it back. Okay, we need to break this round. Yeah. But when you're moving up, you're doing this, it's not looking good. We need to go and win these rounds. Fight him. Just give you an opportunity. He's blowing out his ass. He's looking at the time. Perhaps he'll run left. We knew he'd do this. He'll look at the finish line all the time. He's trying to nick rounds off you. Don't let him. His mouth's open, he's breathing. Force him to win.
Exactly what you were saying, Paul. Trying to nick rounds.
Trying to nick rounds, and he's looking at the screen for the time. That usually means you're tired. You're looking to see when the end of the round's coming rather than just concentrating.
And trying to nick the rounds when a fight of this magnitude is this close is absolutely, it's amateur hour. That's what it is, amateur hour. Josh Kelly should not be doing that. He should be focusing on the opponent in front of him. Let your opponent think about what you're doing. He's clearly now thinking about Kevin Ajako. Could this be a changing of the tide here?
Who do you think won that last round?
I've got Kevin Ajako winning that last round. Josh Kelly just looked a little unravelled.
You've got Ajako just ahead. What about you, Paul?
I couldn't split them that round because I think it was around the 2 halves. I thought Kelly started well, Ajako finished well.
That sort of a fight, and now I can tell you quite definitely we are into the 9th round. It's a 12-rounder. Kelly defending his IBF super welterweight title, and Ajako coming on strong, and he's trying to go toe-to-toe with Kelly in there.
Yeah, getting very physical in there now. It's the technical battle is starting to lead these guys now. It's becoming a psychological battle. Very tough indeed.
We thought this might be the best fight on the card here tonight. Still got 2 more big fights to come, and of course the return of Anthony Joshua, our final fight here. A massive worldwide interest there. Good right hand from Ajako, and 2 more solid left hand leads on the back of it. And he's fighting with increased belief.
Yeah, he is. He's getting off with the shots first now. Josh Kelly holding centre of the ring, but the fluidity's gone out of his punches as he misses an uppercut. Ajako just staying on the outside, but getting success with those shots. Oh, low blow goes in there, Ajako.
He's already had 1 point deducted, and now is he going to get another one taken as well, because that was low by a long, long way. The referee talks to him, but doesn't take anything away in terms of a point, but that was a flagrant low blow, and Kelly can consider himself fortunate to get away with it. He said before the fight, it's going to be fun, I'm going to be spiteful. Well, he was certainly spiteful there.
Yeah, he certainly was. We're inside the final minute of round number 9, and there's a sense of urgency around Josh Kelly's work now. He's trying to pick it up, he's trying to turn it around. As I say that, he slams a jab in the face of Ajako. Oh, big right hand from Kelly as well, he needed that.
And it was a good shot as well. Sometimes you see fouls which can be pivotal moments in fights. Remember Ricky Hatton against Costa Zoo. Big low blow went in there from Ricky, and that was pretty much the end of Costa Zoo thereafter. Here we are in the 9th round of Josh Kelly against Kevin Ajako. Kelly lands a big right hand. Ajako, though, takes it well.
Yeah, Kelly holding centre of the ring, hands held high. He's trying to draw Ajako in now as he throws the right hand, left hook to the body.
much better round this from Kelly, and my goodness, he needed it because the fight was drifting away from it. There's the bell to end the 9th round, and here's Paul Smith.
Very good round. This is exactly what Kevin Ajako will want, though, even if he's not taking the rounds. The rounds are very competitive, and Josh Kelly is working hard. Again, I can see Adam Booth complaining to the referee about an elbow, and I've just watched Josh Kelly slam a shoulder into Kevin Ajako's face. You know, it's frustrating seeing it as a almost neutral sitting here watching the fight. You know, it's going both ways. At the end of the day, there's one fella fouling in there, and there's one on the receiving end of the fouls.
Listen, it's the fight game. It's rough, it's tough. These things happen. We're in the last rounds now, the penultimate rounds, 10, 11, 12 coming up. This is where fights are won and lost. Physicality's gone. Psychological battle, mental warfare. Who wants it most? We're going to find that out in these next three rounds. But if you're looking at body language, Ajako looks good, and there's complaints from the Kelly corner. Kelly needs to get his game back together here.
He's got to box. He's got to rely on his boxing skills. Ajako was first off his stool, and we go now into the 10th round of this 12-rounder, and all I would commit myself to say is that it's got to be close on the scorecards, difficult to separate them, and it might be all down to these last 3 rounds.
Yeah, three-round contest for me, for sure, as Kelly slams in a 1-2 to the body, right hand to the head. Ajako ties him up. This is becoming tough in there now.
The two of them clinch as a left hand as they come out of it from Kelly, scoring punch from him, and now Ajako misses with a right cross. Kelly's got his left arm in there, clamped close by Ajako. Referee has no option other than to split them. A good flurry of blows from Kelly, including a decent right uppercut and a right cross, and this time it's Ajako complaining to the referee.
Yeah, Kelly boxing well here, lovely, hook to the head, hook to the body, right uppercut goes in as well, forces Ajako to hold. Ajako needs to regroup a little bit here because Kelly having a good spell.
Good left hand from Ajako then on the back of that analysis from Spencer Oliver, former European champion a few years ago, and knows exactly what it's all about.
Yep, certainly do, and I know that Josh Kelly now is trying to grind this out. The pretty boy, he's not looking so pretty in there at the moment. The face is bleeding from the cheeks, from the eyes. It's been tough, John, in there, and he's got to grind something. He's got to find something from somewhere.
Well, I reckon he might be winning this 10th round, Kelly. He's doing well. Good jab from Ajako, taken maybe partially on the gloves by Kelly, who lands a good lead left hook and a right uppercut. Ajako misses with an attempted right-hand counter, and now Kelly gets in close, and he's the one who makes Ajako slow down as he clinched them close. Good left hand from Ajako and a right hand. Better work from the challenger. Uppercut from Kelly.
Yeah, great work from both guys here. Real seesaw action going on. Ajako willing to meet him, centre of the ring. Kelly up on his toes.
35 seconds to go in the 10th round. We'll go into the Kelly corner and hear how Adam Booth is reading this one. Right hand from Ajako. Kelly wanting to go walkabout in the closing stages of this round. He's struggling with the pace of a 3-minute round. He's got to dig deep now as Ajako comes forward. Throws a couple of left jabs and then a big left hand. Kelly takes it and holds on himself, but quite clearly Kelly struggling with the pace in the closing stages.
He's
left hand, right hand, good work for Ajako, and it's Kelly who holds on with desperation in the closing seconds.
Yeah, Johnny was hurt desperately in those last 10 seconds. A right hand went in, and it just seemed to rock in. Let's get over into the red corner. Adam Booth speaking to Josh Kelly.
Let's do 2 on the nose. Yeah. Well done. You know how to clean up that Duran game on the inside, right? Huh? Get your head to the side and whip the uppercut on him. Yeah. Get your head to the side and rip the uppercut on him. Give that one. Listen to me. Listen. Walking him down worked. When you stepped off and it stayed long, you kind of crept back into it, all right? No favours here. Hard on that. He's dog tired, Josh. He's dog tired.
Bit of kidology, I think, saying he's dog-tired. I'm not sure Ajako is dog-tired, and he lasted that last round the better, but I still gave the round to Kelly.
Yeah, I just give it to Kelly as well, but the last 10 seconds were brilliant from Ajako. Lands a right hand, left hook as well. Kelly comes back with his shots of his own. Both guys know this is close, and Kelly's met fire with fire here.
Gone in close, landed a big uppercut there, and now Ajako clubs away to the champion's body. The referee has to split them. Ajako has to absorb a solid left jab from Kelly, who on my card is perhaps just ahead here in this 11th round.
Yeah, subjective scoring could put it one round one way or the other, but I've got Kelly just winning this one, but this fight is far from over. Ajako knows it's close. Is he going to go for it? Is he going to roll the dice?
Good right hand from Kelly. Ajako absorb it though. He rode the punch slightly, lands a right hand to the body himself, and he's trying to put the pressure on, but a big right uppercut from Kelly and a right cross, both scoring shots as Kelly complains to the referee. The gum shield's out, and he's saying that Ajako was using his head.
Yeah, he said the head's went in, and then Kelly's face is a mask of red. Let me tell you, there's a cut now across the nose as well. He's in desperate trouble here. Kelly's face is looking a mess.
The referee saying nothing to Ajako though, and Kelly has to just get on with it. And now can Ajako come on strong in the latter stages of this 11th round? He looks physically the fresher, but Kelly still landing more punches after the exchange there, maybe a 4-punch exchange. The most hurtful punch was the final punch, which came from Kelly, and another one from the champion, and a right hand. He's really having to find champion's resolve here and determination if he's going to win this. Good left hand from Ajako, and the corner loved that one.
Yeah, just as Kelly was getting on top, Ajako come back with a good shot of his own. What a tough contest. These guys are really showing something, leaving it all in the ring here, both fighting down on their gum shields, and the only winners so far are the fans in this arena.
Hope you're enjoying this at home. The first of our fights in the build-up to the big one, the return of Anthony Joshua. That's our main event tonight, but what an excellent contest we've had here. IBF Super Welterweight title, Josh Kelly defending against Kristian Prenga, the Sunderland man against the Belfast Irishman, and Ajako is really trying to put it on Kelly in the closing stages of this 11th.
Yeah, Kelly trying to respond as well. Both guys now, neither man wanted to give up any ground. Kelly dabs away and the blood pouring from his eye. As he gets spun round there, Ajako still holding center of the ring. Very close round, big left hook there from Ajako.
And this corner are urging Ajako on to jump on top of Kelly and try and maintain an advantage. Best punch of the round, misses with a big right hand. Ajako punches the air as he goes back to his corner. Kelly goes back to his corner. He looks a mess. Adam.
Great finish to the round from Kristian Prenga. I just hope that when this fight finishes, he doesn't look back at it and kick himself, because there's been moments here, Paul, where he could have gone. Josh was quite obviously just trying to bide a little bit of time to get his breath back. Josh has looked great at the start of every single round, but there's been moments in the middle to the back end of the round where I think he even could have just done that little bit more just to cement rounds. I think this is up in the area, mate.
The rounds have been a bit difficult to score because they've been really rounds of two halves, exactly as you just said. Kelly early keeping Ajako coming on strong late, which he did then as well. And it's what you like. Do you like the better earlier stuff, or do you like the more hurtful shots causing the most damage later on in the fight for Kristian Prenga? But listen, it's everything on this round for Kristian Prenga. He has to get this if he's going to have any chance.
I think there's probably only a round or two in it. Kelly versus Ajako, the world title on the line, and who can put it together in this final 3 minutes?
This could be where the fight is won and lost. I've got Kelly maybe 2 rounds up, but it is close. There are swing rounds that I'm leaning towards him on that one. It could quite easily be the other way. It could be level, it could be won and lost in this 12th and final round.
I've got it Kelly by 1, but when you look at the two of them, Ajako almost unmarked. Kelly almost looks as though he's been in a car crash. He looks a real mess in there.
Yep, he certainly does. The pretty boy looks unrecognisable in there at the moment. A face, a mask of red. The nose is bleeding from a cut above that, a cut above the eye, one on the cheek. You know, he will know in the morning, win, lose or draw, he's been in a war.
This is a tough, tough fight. Just 2 minutes to go, and it could still be decided in what happens in the remaining 120 seconds.
Ajako holding centre of the ring, gets off of a good right hand, forces Kelly to hold on momentarily there. Good little shot, and the legs looks a little unsteady for me from Kelly.
It's almost as though neither man has got the power or the energy to find one big concussive punch to take the advantage in the last minute and a half. They're just about spent, the two of them. Big left hand from Ajako, whistles through thin air, but then a good right hand from the Irishman.
Yeah, they're both guys here are fighting on pure willpower. It's tough. Who wants it most? Well, I tell you what, they both want it, and when they both want it as much as these two do, this is what you get. A classic, an absolute classic for the IBF Super Welterweight title. It's been brilliant.
Tremendous fight, this one, and the two men can be proud of what they've produced in here. The crowd has been royally entertained. Good right hand from Kelly, but back comes Ajako with a swinging right hand of his own over the top. So close, this fight, and one big punch could still decide it. Good left hand from Kelly. Ajako beckons him to come in and try again.
Yep, Kelly landing the cleaner shots of the two here as he holds centre of the ring, and that could be the difference. 30 seconds left of this 12th and final round. Another very close round. Could have gone one way or the other. This is a close fight, John.
Certainly is. Judges, I wonder how they're going to score it. 3 men sitting at ringside, 2 of them landing punches in close. There's another punch round the back of the head from Kelly. Ajako scores with a left hand as the two come out to a clinch after the referee had called break, and the two of them aiming massive punches now. Kelly celebrates to suggest he's won it. Ajako tries to offer some sort of congratulation. Kelly pushes him away, but the fight, it's been an excellent one. Ajako is celebrating, and now Kelly up on the ropes as well. I honestly don't know, Paul. I don't know the way this one has gone. How have you got it?
It's close. I think I've just got Kelly nicking it at the end. I'll have to do me totting up in a minute when you guys start talking again, but some of them rounds are very difficult to score. As I said, it's whatever the scorecard is, it probably won't tell the tale of the fight. It was a very, every round was more or less competitive all the way through. It's just who you like in those rounds to give them to.
Real grueling contest, Spencer.
Oh man, you don't see that often. Both guys wanted it so much, and they fought to a standstill there. Incredible fight, 10-8 round that went Ajako's way. I've got this very, very close. I've got Josh Kelly winning this one. 115, 113. Could be 115, 114. Could be a draw. It's that tight, guys. That really is a couple of swing rounds. But for me, Josh Kelly just nicked it.
Well, I've got it, if you give the last round to Kelly, I've got it Kelly by 2. If you gave the last round to Ajako, I've got it dead level and a draw. It's that sort of a fight. Desperately close, and anxious times for both fighters and for the cornermen.
Yep, that's exactly what you're talking about there, John. One swing round makes this a draw. I'm with you. I've got it 115, 113. But Paul, it's all under balance here.
Yeah, you gave one round level, Paul.
Yeah, can I give one bit of helpful advice here towards this? These type of fights, you will see a wide card because one fighter's just nicked every round. It might not tell the tale of the tape because we saw a very, very competitive fight there. But if you're just giving one fighter just nicking each round, you'll get a wide scorecard. I wouldn't be surprised no matter what the cards are here.
Well, you've been warned. And Master of Ceremonies, Thomas Schreiber, looks as though he's got the piece of paper in his hand. The cameras are up there, the TV camera, and in a moment we're going to get the result when we go into the ring. The two fighters are now in slightly closer, better spirits. Let's now hear how it's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Nermin Adrovic scores it 114 to 113. And both judges, Marco Morales and Carl Zapia, are in agreement. They both scored the same, 115 to 112. All for your winner by unanimous decision. And still, IBF Super Welterweight Champion of the World, Josh Pretty Boy Kildee.
There you have it. The way that works out with the point deduction is that they've got that 7-5 and 8-4 on two cards, which you get 115, 112 on two occasions, and then you get 114, 113. I think it just comes back, Paul, that in the back end of that fight, there was moments for Keevan to go, and he just didn't. He's going to kick himself, mate.
He could do, yeah. I agree with what you're saying. It's a tough fight. It's a very grueling fight, which he needed. He needed to make that a grueling fight to try and take the title from Kelly. Kelly, obviously, you know, as we expected down the straight, would have started, you know, tiring later on, which he did, but as John's just rightly pointed out, I think them couple of early rounds, what he gave away, and we were talking about it just beforehand, I don't think Keevan Ajako can afford to give those rounds away, whereas Kelly could have probably given a couple away early on. But listen, great fight, very entertaining.
And may I add to that, Keevan Ajako, listen, is his first taste at world level.
Yeah, point.
Josh Kelly's experienced that before. He knew what it was. He knew how to grind it out. He knew how to nick the rounds. Keevan Ajako can grow from this. That can be the moulding of a fighter. A loss doesn't determine anything. All that proves to us that he's a world-class fighter and he belongs there.
Stick with us, we've got plenty more to come. We've got another world title fight on the way with Hamza Shiraz, and obviously Anthony Joshua is in action very, very shortly. You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT with Sky Vegas. All your favourite games, all in one place. You've got to be over 18, gamblerword.org. We're in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia for Fight Night Live across the talkSPORT network. In around about 25 minutes, we are going to be live on talkSPORT as we build up towards Anthony Joshua's comeback against Kristian Prenga. Hamza Shiraz is going to be in the ring very shortly as well against Simon Zuckerberger. You could just hear in the background the dulcet tones of Keevan Ajako, who is just speaking to the crowd right now off the back of his defeat to Josh Kelly, obviously challenging for the 154-pound IBF strap. Josh Kelly coming through on one judge's scorecard, 114, 113, and then on two judges' scorecards, 115, 112. That basically translates into 175 and 2 8-4s when you're looking at rounds scored. There was a point deduction in round number 6, if I'm not mistaken, towards Josh Kelly for repeated punches to the back of Keevan Ajako's head. Listen, it was a fight of experience where Josh Kelly just managed to navigate enough rounds down the back end of this fight in order to have his hands raised and keep his hands on that IBF title. I'm sure that when his wounds have healed up, because there are a few wounds on that face of his, there will be talk of various unifications. There have been chats about maybe fighting boot tennis at the back end of the year, and Eddie Hearn's actually addressing the crowd right now, and if we can get onto that microphone, let's have a little bit of a listen to what Eddie's got to say, because he might be talking about what comes next for Josh Kelly.
You're going to get head clashes, and we saw that, and it hampered Josh Kelly, and Keevan fought a good second half of the fight particularly as well. He's a good fighter. He's an undefeated fighter that came to win, and, you know, for Josh now, obviously, I said, probably going to have to lose the P in PBK, but he's got to look now, and these fights are all tough. It doesn't matter who you're fighting from the rankings. Every fight's going to be tough, so when you're in these fights, you've got to look for the biggest fights out there, and because you never know when they're going to come along. So Josh has got to look at it now. He wants the champions. He's had a defence of the title, and before that mandatory comes again, really you want to be looking at those big money fights and trying to roll the dice. I think that comes with Boots Ennis. You know, I think if I'm Josh Kelly, I'm looking at the big payday out in America against Boots Ennis. It's a 3-belt unification fight. Sebastian Fundora, all those guys. You know, you've got an opportunity when you're champion to try and change your life. And yep, he's doing that slowly, but you can do it in one big roll of the dice. And now he's had that defence. That's what I'll be looking to do if I was Josh Kelly.
Do you expect that to be next year, realistically?
Well, I mean, you know, the nose is tricky, but we are only in July, so, you know, December may be a possibility, but he'll have to see the doctor. You know, it's a bad cut that he had to fought through and one on the eye as well. So, you know, we'll see. Hopefully there's still a December date in there because Boots wants to fight around November, December as well. And if not, he'll have to look at another champion, Virgil Ortiz, whoever. But, you know, if I'm Josh Kelly, knowing what he had to go through in there tonight in a voluntary defence, you've got to be saying, you know, I need to get paid. And while I'm champion, I've got to make the most of it. And I want to see if I can go and capture the other belt. So, good performance, tough fight, still champion, big nights ahead.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Big nights ahead for Josh Kelly.
There you go, the dulcet tones of Eddie Hearn, who is just giving maybe the roadmap of what comes next for Josh Kelly. Of course, Eddie Hearn looks after Boots Ennis as well, so it's a fight that makes an awful lot of sense for matchroom boxing. Where is he at when you're looking at those other champions in this division? Obviously, Boots Ennis, you would class as probably the premier guy at 154 here, Paul. But where's Josh at? Would you do that? Would you roll the dice? Would you try and get yourself a big unification with one of those guys?
Look, for me, winning the world title is top of the mountain stuff. Once you've had the top of the mountain, all you worry about then and care about then is securing your fight, your family, your legacy, your finances, and then it becomes about getting paid and making as much as you can. People talk about it like it's a vulgar subject. People go to work every single day of their life to pay the mortgage off, to be secure, to pay the bills. That's what Josh Kelly's going to try and do, and I would personally try and go and get the fight that makes the most financially business sense for me as quick as I possibly can, because if one or two of them rounds went the other way, he's just lost the title, and the Boots Ennis fight and all them big fights are gone. So you need to really capitalise and cash in while you can. He's not getting any younger. That's a terrible injury, Adam. I think I've seen injuries like that before, and I haven't seen many as bad on the nose. It's on the bridge of the nose where the cartilage meets the bone, and that will probably always open up. John Rowland next to me just told me about Colin Jones years ago. I remember Carl Froch having one, Brian Rose having one.
Fabio Wardley's got one.
Fabio Wardley's got one that opens up every single time he fights. They're very, very dangerous injuries that will hinder a fighter's career. So that proves it, and he wasn't getting mega bucks tonight. He's probably being paid really well, but not the type of Boots Ennis money and the money out there for them mega fights. So go for whatever fight's going to make you the most money. Listen, you're world champion, you've had a successful defence. If you know, sink or swim, just go for it.
Spencer Oliver is actually with Josh Kelly, so let's get a quick word from the IBF champion.
Well, Josh Kelly, mate, that's how hard it can be in there, and that was a tough first defence.
I mean, anyone coming to try and fight for a world title is going to come hard. The styles didn't gel very well. He was trying to make it really fancy, so was I. He was jumping in, I was trying to see him time, it weren't working. There was clash of heads, elbows, and I couldn't see him one round. And I eventually go inside and fight inside, which I don't think many people have seen, so it's nice to be able to change it up, go inside and win that fight.
And that was the difference between winning and losing there, because I see you get rattled a little bit after one of the elbows went in, and it caused a horrendous cut on your nose as well. You unravelled a little bit, but you pulled it back together, and that's what champions do.
That's what champions do, and a lot of emotions in that fight. And it always happens to them type of guys. When there's a guy who puts a free record on me, I come out and I perform. When I'm going in there like that, and it's like, and I know I'm not going to be in any trouble, I can sort of prove. Fair enough, Kevin Jotto come with a good game plan, but got messy, and that's what was that styles make fights at the end of the day.
And what, Josh, at what point did you recognise that you had to bite down on your gum shield and sort of like go for it? Because it was close there, and you'd lost the point deduction. Was there at any point in that fight where you thought, I've got to pick this up a little bit because I might be falling behind?
I thought it could be close round 8 and 9, just purely because of the point, which was a headbutt, and that was a point, and it was starting to get like exchanges were coming less clear. It was like 1 or 2 shots of both of us were landing, and then we were breaking, and I was thinking, I need to go inside, switch up, go inside, show that side of the job I haven't done, be the stronger man. And so I went inside, just picked a few jabs off, landed up, could start landing the body, and start cleaning up inside, and I believe that's what won the fight.
Listen, you weren't a well-earned rest now, but Eddie Hearn was talking about the possibilities of unification fights. Boots Ennis has been talked about, Virgil Ortiz Jr. Is that what you want next, a big fight going into that one? Because we know that was a voluntary.
No, that was a mandatory.
Oh, that was the mandatory?
The mandatory.
But...
Is that not been open? I need the fear of God put in me. I need someone like a Boots Ennis, like a Metazalia, someone like that. These fights are always awkward. I need a killer to come and try and kill me, so that's what I'm looking forward to.
Listen, you've got to keep that nickname of the pretty boy, mate. You've got to go and patch that nose up, I'll tell you that one. Let that heal, and we look forward to seeing you back in the ring in December. Well-earned victory there, mate, in a tough first defence. Well done, Josh.
God bless, thank you, brother.
Cheers, boys, back to you.
Well done, Spence. Catching up with Josh Kelly there. Successfully defending his IBF title against Kevin Adjoko. Listen, he had to come through it a little bit. And I thought with his assessment of the fight there, I thought he's read it quite well, because it was tight between rounds 8 and 9, and it was fighting on the inside at the start of round number 10, round number 11, round number 12 that's got him over the line in the end, Paul.
Yep, after 8 rounds, I had the point in it. You know, it was a nip and tuck fight. It was one of those fights, as I said, but some rounds were really 6 and 1, half a dozen the other. Kelly starting well, and then bang on the minute and a half point, Adjoko taking over and winning the remainder of the round. So for me, it was quite a difficult fight to score. We're seeing like the old film Bloodsport. There's 4 fellas in the ring with disinfectant sprays cleaning the blood off the ring. You know, it's the side people don't really see in the sport, isn't it? You've got to make the ring presentable for the next fight, but you know, it's the hair business, as we say. That injury looks a really bad one. If he rests up and he can get out before the end of the year, that'll be very good for him, obviously, as he's just been saying. But very, very good fight to watch, although it was a bit scrappy. I think we could have seen a bit cleaner action, but there's a lot at stake there. It's a world title. It doesn't get no bigger than that.
But as you said, now it's a case of maximising what he does have. He does have that trinket. It is a bargaining tool. There is leverage there. So when he goes to the table and talks to the likes of the Boots Ennis of this world, there's an opportunity then to obviously stick maybe another zero on his paycheck.
It's a massive bargaining chip. Listen, you're bringing 25% of the pot into the negotiation. Excuse me. And at the end of the day, if any one of them want to be undisputed champion, all roads will lead to Josh Kelly in the end. Even if he sits it out and doesn't fight straight away, they want that last belt. They've got to go and get it. And we've seen the last belt of the puzzle being held by one person a few times in the heavyweight division, the light heavyweight division, the super middleweight division, and it always comes into play. So the longer this goes, if he doesn't get it next and the other one gets wrapped up, then it will be a big pace for the final piece of the puzzle to fall into place. But as he said, you know, I liked what he was saying. In a sense, the better the fighter, the better it's going to bring out of him. But I don't think they underestimated Kevin Adjoko tonight. I think they knew they were going to have a tough fight. And you can underestimate someone all you want, but you know, the fight painted a different story to us. We know what we've all just watched, and that was a good competitive fight. And there's no shame in that. Kevin Adjoko's no mug. He's a good kid. He works really hard. He can punch. He's fit. He's aggressive. He's strong. He's sharp. No shame in that whatsoever. And that was a very good effort from him tonight.
What does he take away from it, Kevin, this evening? Because, like you say, he's still a young man. There's plenty more opportunities to come down the road. A fight like that obviously now puts him on the map on a night like this.
Yeah.
What does he take away from this evening?
I had a close world title fight in Germany that many felt I won, and I watch it back and I think I should have went more there. I should have went more there, and there, you know. And there's little lulls in the action where you're waiting, and I feel, well, if maybe I'd have gone there, I'd have definitely won that round. So speaking from experience, I think he'll watch it back. He'll see moments when there was a little lull in the action and a little dip of his output, and he'll probably kick himself thinking, why didn't I go then? But listen, it's easier said than done. If he'd have gone earlier then, he might not have had it in the last 2 rounds to put his foot on the gas as he did. And I think it was a very entertaining fight, albeit a little bit scrappy, but that's what's at stake. There's a lot at stake. It's the highest stakes in boxing.
I've got to tell you guys, I've just come back from obviously that interview with Josh Kelly, and that cut on his nose is horrendous. He's not boxing this year, that is for sure. You know, I heard you, I think one of you guys mentioned Colin Jones there.
John,
yeah, that's it, that Colin Jones, and we remember that. I remember watching that as a child, and what a horrendous cut that was against was that Donald Curry?
It was.
Yeah,
and he always had trouble with that thereafter.
And I'm going to tell you now, guys, I was up close there with that, and that is a horrendous cut, a horrendous cut, and that will be problematic as you move forward in your career. We know Fabio Wardley more recently, he has them cuts, you know, that always opens up across the bridge of the nose, but that one was diagonal down the middle of the nose. It weren't even across the bone. It was like a very unusual one.
It's like really a rip, isn't it? It's like a tear.
That's
It's
exactly what it is, Paul. It's a tear. So yeah, I mean, grinded out a victory there, and that's what champions do, I suppose. When things are not going your way, and I asked them the questions about turning it around, and that's exactly what he had to do there, Paul. He had to grind that out.
I think if it was the other way around, we always say, you know, it's not that the champion's around the head. I do believe in the old saying, you have to take the bite, you have to snatch the belt from the champion. You've got to really do enough to take that and make sure that you deserve that. But it was a very, game effort from Kevin Ajajo, but I did just have Kelly nicking it by a round.
So there you go. That's one world title fight down. We've got another one on the way in a minute before Anthony Joshua then joins us in the ring against Kristian Prenga for the comeback. That next world title fight is in the 168-pound division. Excuse me. Get there eventually. Taking on Hamza Shiraz. Hamza Shiraz is taking on Simon Zuckerberger. And Hamza Shiraz, I mean, I can't believe for the life of me that he once upon a time used to make 154 pounds. It's taken him up a couple of world title attempts. He's managed to get himself into the 168-pound division. Last time out, he looked absolutely fantastic, and he actually looks at home now at super middle.
Yeah, he does. I mean, Carlos Adames, that was when we first recognised that he'd clearly outgrown the super middleweight division. He got away very fortunately with a draw that night. We was out there, we was scoring that night. I had Adames winning that one quite comfortably, actually. He decided to move up, and since he's moved up, Edgar Berlanga, what a performance that was out in the States. And then when he won the title against Alem Begic as well, what a performance, scintillating performance, two-round demolition job of Begic there. And I'm expecting the same tonight, by the way. Zakanoma, I don't think belongs at this level. European at best, don't read too much into his record. I think this fight could be another demolition job. In fact, I'd go as far to say, Adam, I'm going to put my neck on the block here and say I'm not sure he'll go much further than Begic did when he won the title, and that's 2 rounds.
Paul, listen, we're talking weight divisions that you used to compete in here, 160, 168, and obviously your brother's been in these divisions as well. And with all due respect, when you were competing in this division and your brother were competing in it, I distinctly remember it being a really competitive division with top names in there, and to become a world champion was blooming hard at 168. And this is not me having a go at Hamza, because I think he is elite. I think he's a very, very good fighter. I'm just looking at the talent pool, the depth of people at 168 at the moment, and for me, they're just not there. The only name that you keep coming up with time and time and time again is Canelo Alvarez.
No, listen, I said this. I was fighting for my world title, and before I was British champion, and I never once said I was the best in Britain, because above me was Carl Frost, James DeGale and George Groves, and there was talented fighters just in Britain alone, but the world champions out there with the likes of Andre Ward etc. Now, I said this, and I said at the risk of sounding like a bitter old pro in the football game, let's say, it wasn't like that in my day, I'd have loved to have fought someone like Alan Begic for a world title. With all due respect to everyone involved, I'm not slagging or slating Hamza Shiraz. I think he's an unbelievable talent, and either give any of them fighters that I mentioned then at my era a hard night's work. I think he's an exceptional fighter. You can only beat what's in front of you, and he's doing that relatively easy at the moment. But he wants to mega fights with Canelo Alvarez. He wants to maybe step up to light heavyweight, which is the glamour division at the moment, and challenge some of the names there. He can only beat what's in front of him, and at the moment, the big names and the good names are all in the light heavyweight division and not necessarily in the super middleweight division.
Yeah, my point with it is that there's peaks and troughs in divisions. I mean, some of the lower weight divisions now are absolutely stacked. In last years gone by, they haven't necessarily been so. And you're right. I'm just looking at this division, and I'm thinking, right, Hamza's got the potential for me to be a bit of a star because of that South Asian audience that he's got. I think he looks right, I think he talks right, I think he's absolutely mustard. He fights really well, he puts people away. That's great. But you need dance partners. And there's only one in the division.
I totally agree, but that's why I believe that Hamza Shiraz will outgrow the super middleweight division. He's big enough to go into light heavyweight, and that's where he will go. And you've got the likes of Artur Beterbiev, Dimitri Bivol, David Benavides, Callum Smith, Anthony Yards, Josh Whitesey, Ben Whitaker's coming through as well. There's a depth of talent there. That's where Hamza Shiraz will end up. I had a conversation with Hamza about that, and he said exactly them words. words, if he doesn't get the Canelo fight, if he doesn't get the big one, he's not going to be hanging around fighting your Alan Begich or Zach Muhammad or anyone like that. Do you know what I mean?
You just said there, Spence, you just named some unbelievable fighters at light heavyweight. And if you go back in the super middleweight division, as we were saying there, Andre Ward, Mikkel Kessler, Carl Froch, Jermaine Taylor, Kelly Pavlik, you know, there's always been stellar names in the division, and at the moment,
why is there not?
There's not. It's strange, isn't it? And again, I'm not putting them fighters down.
With all due respect, it's what you would class as the normal man's weight.
Yeah, exactly.
So why aren't they there?
Exactly. The average man in the world was walking around 12 stone. You know, I used to be, and I'm certainly not that now, but a lot of them are in that light heavyweight division. It's a stacked division, both domestically and internationally, as Spencer's just named.
Yeah, listen, I think that it's just timing. Sometimes you have a little lull in these weight divisions. Historically, it's always been there. You're going back with your Roy Joneses, James Tonys, all those names. We're talking about, like, not pound for pound, we're talking about all-time greats. And I think that it just so happens that Hamza Shiraz is around in a time where you're having a little bit of a lull. 18 months down the line, someone's going to come from somewhere. It'll be that it's an attractive weight division. The super middleweights has always been the most attractive. It's just a very quiet period in that division at the moment.
Spence, we could see a middleweight jumping up, couldn't we? And think, you know what, that's quiet. I'm going to take advantage of that. I fancy my chances up there.
Yeah, and there's a couple of middleweight. Listen, I spoke to Denzel Bentley last week, and he's already talking about, listen, where's the opportunities? Exactly what you said a moment or two ago. I'm world champion now. Where's the money? And he's looking, and he even mentioned Hamza Shiraz. He said, listen, if he can't get a knock with Canelo or Mbili or whoever it is that comes through that fight, I'll jump up and have a go with him if you're going to pay me the dough for it.
Listen, ultimately, this is prize fighting. This is a business. Yeah, it's beautiful having all those belts and whatnot, but the fighters want to test themselves himself. And Denzel Bentley, who's earned no money out of the game, now he's won a world title, deserves that money. Yeah. He's done his graft, he's done his apprenticeship. If that's where the opportunity is and that's where the big money is, that's what happens. These fighters now are jumping through the weights. It's not like back in mine and Paul's day, where, you know, it was unusual to jump up a weight, and if you did, it was a massive step up. Now fighters are going up 2 or 3 weight divisions, and then Bentley's the type of fighter to say, come on, let's make it.
And I know as well, Spence, and I think you'd be the same. If I would have won that world title, my next fight, give me whoever's going to pay me the most. Give me
whatever weight, not bothered, let's go.
Whoever it is, give me the highest paying fight, because once you achieve that, I admire fighters like Canelo, like these other fighters. Like my brother Callum, he's made millions. He's world champion at one weight. He wants to go for the title and the glory at the other weight. For me, once you reach that top of the mountain, the only way is back down, and you take your foot off the gas because you've achieved your lifelong goal. So you want to make as much money as you can, and then get out with your faculties intact. These fighters are the greats for a reason, because they're willing to stay and go for more, and it's not necessarily about the money.
And also just to add to that as well, the craft that you have to put in to get to that level, to get that world title opportunity. People don't see the hard work, they see the finished article. That's when you go and enjoy yourself.
Tip of the iceberg.
Oh, mate, like getting up at 5 in the morning, running over there, cutting weight, back in the gym in the afternoon, going back in there in the evening for sparring. Sometimes they're good spars, sometimes they're bad ones. Nursing cuts, bruises. All of that is horrible.
And Marvin Hagler said, didn't he, the old saying, the silk pyjamas, you know, it's harder to get out of bed when you're wearing silk pyjamas. These fighters are in and a lot of money nowadays, and they're still getting up and going through it, and they're still pushing the bodies through it. Sometimes they're getting a little bit older as well. They're still getting, they deserve so much respect for what they're doing, as I said, because, as I've said, the lesser person out there, once you win that world title, that's your life goal ticked off. Then you just want to try and make a few bob so you can retire and live comfortably. But these keep going back, and you've got to respect them. Like I said, Joshua tonight, you know, you cannot do anything but respect Anthony Joshua for what he's doing.
Oh, absolutely.
And Tyson Fury, by the way, they are well off. They never have to get out of bed again as long as they live. Yeah, here they are, still trying to push the bodies through the limits at the age they both are. You've got all my respect.
On Shiraz, when you look at his style and the way that he goes about his work, what does he do well? What do you like?
I think the Andy Lee link-up is very good, and I'm seeing a lot of Andy Lee's style in Shiraz, and Shiraz is a tall, rangy boxer, as Andy Lee was, and Andy Lee was a devastating puncher, which I think Shiraz has got a little bit less power than Andy Lee had, but Andy Lee was speed and power as well. I think we're seeing a lot of them good habits creep into Hamza Shiraz, and the experience that Andy Lee's got of being there himself and also being around the corners with the types of Emmanuel Stewart and everyone. So listen, I think it's a very good link-up, and we're seeing very good rangy box punching, which is what Andy Lee was himself.
He's got them long levers, hasn't he?
IBF light middleweight champion. We now turn our attention to the other world title fight of the evening. Hamza Shiraz versus Simon Zuckenhuber. Let's go to Adam Catterall, who's in Jeddah for us.
Interesting, nice little air raid siren. All sorts going off on the big screen. If you've only just joined us on talkSPORT, where have you been? We've been with it all night on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel and the talkSPORT YouTube channel live here in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. But welcome. The big one isn't too far away as Anthony Joshua makes his comeback to the ring against Kristian Prenga. And hopefully we'll have a storyline for you at the end of the night as well, because the noise is positive that Tyson Fury is in the area. And we might, after 10 years of talking about it, might just get that nose-to-nose face-off before we close time on tonight's show. Now, though, it's world title action. We had a little world, I say a little world title, we had a big world title fight earlier on in the littler, smaller weight divisions as Josh Kelly defended his crown at 154 pounds against Kevin Ejiako, came through on a decision victory. But now it's all about Hamza Shiraz. His opponent's in the ring, he's been in the ring for a couple of minutes, and now we've got a serious entertainment performance going on, which is always nice. Hamza Shiraz, a real star in this particular part of the world. He's got a massive following with the South Asian audience. He's blown up as well in the UK since becoming the world champion. And tonight, he's back in action defending his WBO 168-pound crown. He really does have the potential, Spence, to be a superstar in boxing. It is all going to come down to the level of opponent that he fights. Tonight's not that guy. He needs a monster fight in order to take his start to the next level.
He does. He needs them dance partners, like you've been saying, but there's an aura about Hamza Shiraz. You know when he's in the room, you felt his presence all week. He's a demolition man when he gets in the ring. He goes through fighters like a hot knife through butter. This kid is a superstar in the making for sure. We're not going to get those superstar... We're not going to see those superstar things tonight because I don't think the dance partner that he's got will bring it out in him. I really don't, but Hamza Shiraz is going to be some big fights in the future, and you're going to know about this kid's name.
Listen, I'm not going to try and blag it. I don't know too much about Asian rappers, the guy that is bringing Hamza Shiraz into the ring. But he's absolutely got this place rocking right now, let me tell you, as Hamza Shiraz makes his way down the ramp and towards the ring, up to onto the apron, just to be greeted here by the crowd in the Jeddah Superdome. He just gets it, doesn't he, Spence? He just gets the game, the way that he's interviewed, the way that he carries himself, the way that he has this crowd in the palm of his hand. He just knows the game.
Absolutely, that's what I said to you. There's been an aura around him all week. Even the way he's coming to the ring there, he's got in his bounce, oozes class, doesn't he?
I'm told that the rapper's name is Gurinder Gill. Gurinder Gill. There you go. Like I said, the decibel levels and the atmosphere and the energy in this room has just gone up a touch. Of course, we're all in town for Anthony Joshua, but it's always nice when you've got a world title on the line as well. And the defending champion at 168 pounds is in the ring and he's ready to go and do his thing.
Yep, he is, and he's supporting the Kronk colours there in the corner, as John Rawling has just reminded me. Andy Lee, of course, from that gym, the famous gym.
Time to get into the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 12 rounds. It will be for the WBO Super Middleweight Championship of the World. Brought to you by DAZN, Jeddah Season, and Stella, in association with Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Gold Star Promotions, and Frank Warren for Queensberry. Sanctioned by the Saudi Boxing Commission Director Jose Mohan, along with the World Boxing Organization President Gustavo Olivetti, Supervisor Istvan Kovac. The judges are Nermin Adrovic, Antonio Maronia, and Valerio Mosca. The referee in charge, third man in the ring, will be Mikael Hook. Introducing first, the challenger. Fighting out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing white with red and weighed in officially at 166.6 pounds. Coming to us from Erding, Bavaria, Germany, he brings a professional record of 29 wins, just 1 defeat. 18 of his 29 wins come by way of knockout. Ranked number 7 in the world by the WBO, please welcome the former 2-weight European champion and tonight the world title challenger, Simon Zuckenhuber. And his opponent across the ring in this co-main event, he is the defending world champion. Fighting out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing yellow trunks and weighed in officially at 167.8 pounds. Hailing from Ilford, Essex, England, he is a Riyadh season ambassador with an undefeated record. 23 wins, he has 1 draw, 19 of his 23 wins come by way of knockout. Ranked number 9 by Ring Magazine, and tonight in his first world title defense, here is the reigning and defending WBO super middleweight champion of the world, the Quiet Storm, Hamza Shiraz.
Rules in the wrestling room. So I want you to protect yourself all the time. I say stop and break, no punches. Stop and break, no punches. Touch shots and good luck.
We're live in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, ahead of Anthony Joshua's comeback against Kristian Prenga. I'm Adam Catterall. Pleasure as always to be in your company for these big fight night lives on talkSPORT. We're on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel and the talkSPORT YouTube channel. If you want to watch us live on the live watch-along, you're more than welcome to do that. Right now, Hamza Shiraz is in the ring, about to defend his world title, and calling you through that fight, it's Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
It's 12 rounds. It's the WBO super middleweight title. Hamza Shiraz is a man who can bang. He's got long levers, stands 6'3", can really punch, and if he connects, this could be a brief night's work for Simon Zuckenhuber. Shiraz, a massive favourite to win this one, and a favourite to win it in style quickly.
Yeah, the size of Hamza Shiraz is quite noticeable in there as well as he takes centre of the ring. Zuckenhuber moving around the perimeter of the ring, hands held high, but quite defensive at the moment. Shiraz, guards held out wide, just looking for an opening as he spears out a jab.
Trademark body shots, those are his power shots, hooks from both sides, particularly the left side, and he's got a quality jab, which I'm sure he's going to try and use to establish an early dominance over the man from Erding in Germany. Shiraz trying to defend his title in our final aperitif before the return of Anthony Joshua. That's our next fight after this.
Shiraz taking centre of the ring, holding his hands out, just looking for an opening. Zuckenhuber moving around still, not too much coming back from him. Short right hand there from Shiraz. Zuckenhuber responds with a jab to the body.
He's a southpaw, the German, stands 3 inches shorter. He's about 6 foot, doesn't stand particularly tall in the ring either. There's a right hand from Shiraz, pretty much his first scoring shot. Noise in the crowd. We're all the time anticipating, hoping for the arrival of Tyson Fury. Looking around to see if he's made it into the auditorium yet, but so far I don't see him.
No, I've been over that side of the ring. I've seen Spencer Brown, his manager, and I've seen some of his team but I've not seen Tyson Fury. I think if he makes that entrance, it's after Anthony Joshua is victorious. That's what I personally think.
You've not choreographed this by any chance, have you, Spencer?
I don't know nothing you don't know. Don't worry, John. This is all just a thought.
Shiraz misses with a right hook, whistles over the top of the head of Zackenhuber, and the left hand partially blocked by the German, who's looked fairly negative in this opening round. He's not really done very much at all, and Shiraz just taking time, just looking at him, and you know that sooner or later he's going to let those big punches go. But what's the master plan devised by Andy Lee, his very wise trainer, in that corner? Last few seconds of the opening round, and not a lot between them, to be honest. Shiraz not doing a lot. Well, did he lose that round?
No, he definitely didn't lose that round. Zackenhuber really didn't do anything at all. Shiraz didn't do a lot. Zackenhuber didn't do anything. But there was a presence around Hamza Shiraz there. He was stalking forward. He was looking for the openings. The shots he did throw did land on the gloves of Zackenhuber, but they looked heavy. They looked very heavy. And as Shiraz sits in the corner taking the instructions from his coach, former world middleweight champion Andy Lee, and I would imagine those instructions are, right, start closing the gap now, son. Let's see you get inside. Let's see you whipping those uppercuts in, those hooks to the body, because that's where he's going to get success. But expect more here, John, from Hamza Shiraz in this second round.
Well, they've had a look at him, haven't they? And they're just assessing what they've got. They know that they've got the artillery to win this fight, but it's when to take the commitment and when to take the chance, if chance it is. And the second round is about to begin. What would you have told Hamza Shiraz, Paul?
He's very patient. It was quite a quiet start. He's having a look, but listen, fighters know. I think he's had one look at him one round and he knows now he's got well too much for him anyway. I think you can see that, you can always sense that as a fighter. You know someone's levels. You don't need to watch for too long and wait for too long and take unnecessary risks and chances. Lovely body shot there as well from Shiraz. That is what I'll be telling him to do, also target the body, but everything off the jab.
It was the trademark left hook, which he dipped his shoulder and buried it into the solar plexus. Good left hand, though, from Zackenhuber. Just caught Shiraz a little bit unaware and put his head back slightly. But the power shots in those early exchanges in this second round of this WBO super middleweight title, the power shot was the left hook from Shiraz.
Yeah, Shiraz really digging his toes into the canvas, isn't he? As he whips that left hook to the body as well. That pulled the arms down of Zackenhuber. But there was a little cheeky left hand through the middle, as you pointed out there, John, just moments ago from Zackenhuber. So don't take liberties, I'm in here as well.
I think he's felt the weight of those left hands, though. 3 of them now from Shiraz, all landing in pretty much the same place. And the second one, you mentioned that his gloves, his arms just drooped a little bit, the German challenger, and I think he felt the weight of the Shiraz left hook.
Yeah, very dominant in there at the moment, Hamza Shiraz, as he holds centre of the ring, hands held high, looking for an opening, trying to create an opening. Zackenhuber comes back with a left hand of his own. Shiraz hits the gloves with a left hook, whips the left hook to the body as well.
And is he starting to find a way to make Zackenhuber unravel with these body shots? That's surely going to be the key. Zackenhuber keeping his gloves up high, protecting his head, and Shiraz looking to switch the attack to the body. Plenty of noise in the auditorium. A lot of Shiraz fans in here. Popular fighter and looking to dominate in this second round. First round was close, but he's winning this second by a distance. Another cheeky left-hand counter from the German. Found the head, the bearded face of Hamza Shiraz. Shiraz now 27 years old. It seems so long since he was a newcomer to the sport, but he's been around a while now.
Yeah, he has, and he's learnt his trade. Zackenhuber holding himself well, really, boxing on the outside, but landing those left hands through the middle. A little bit lazy, really, from Hamza Shiraz. He's looking for the opening. He's looking for that showreel finish. He's just got to get on with his job, try and systematically chip away here at Zackenhuber, because he looks like quite a stubborn opponent.
A few people thought it was going to be a very quick finish, It's not happened that way so far, Paul.
No, not really, but there's also no need to get, you know, too worried, or it doesn't really need much urgency. I think again, Spencer will understand, when you're in with a southpaw, a lot of the time it nullifies your jab, and it definitely removes the left hook to the body, because a lot of the time they go round the back, and Shiraz is having a little bit of success with it, so he's picking the shots well, but we're not seeing as much jabbing as we usually do from Hamza Shiraz, again, because of the southpaw stance, but he's now leading with the right hand, that he's feeling with the right hand, which will tee that left hook to the body up even better. But I think he's comfortable, he's in the driving seat, and I would like to see him go through the gears a couple more rounds here.
This is our final fight before the main event, Anthony Joshua's big comeback fight against Kristian Prenga. That follows this. And a reminder, you can watch along with us here at ringside. Head over to the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel right now to get involved and watch us in action.
Yeah, good action we've got in the ring right now as well, as Hamza Shiraz defends his WBO super middleweight title against Simon Zakanumba. He's dominant so far in the first 2 rounds, but is he going to start stepping it up now in this third? Great analysis there, by the way, from Paul Smith, talking about the southpaw stance and how difficult that can be. And that analysis, he actually gave me a couple of digs in the ribs there with the left hooks as well.
You need him. We've got it now. We've got Shiraz well in control here. We've given him the first 2 rounds, but he's not really had Zakanumba in big trouble beyond the German, the smaller man, feeling the weight of one particularly meaty left hook to the body. But there's a good left hand from Zakanumba, straight one down the pipe, found the body, landed in the chest area.
Yeah, dangerous shot, that backhand that he's got there, left hand. He whips that in. It's quite a sneaky shot. You don't see it coming. He don't set it up. He just lets it go. So Hamza has to be careful. He doesn't switch off as he's stalking forward, because the left hand will go straight through the centre of the guard.
So important that he gets his footwork right. Zakanumba having a decent round here in the third. He's trying to put the pressure on. He's gaining confidence and thrown 1 or 2 of those backhand left hands, which have been scoring punches. Yes, there's a shout as Hamza unleashes a shot, right hand to the body, and another one, a left hook, comes hammering in from the champion Shiraz. But good work from Zakanumba. He's right in there, exchanging with the champion here in the third round. Left hand, right hand, left hand, the straight left again, which has earned him quality moments in this contest, Zakanumba, former European champion.
Yep, he's doing well there. Just got tagged with the right hand. No, the leg's just done a little dance. But he's held himself right well in this round, John. You're right, he's having success with that left hand through the middle. And Shiraz is having trouble working it out.
Well, nobody's wiser in the tactics of a fight at this sort of weight and at this sort of level than Shiraz' trainer. A good right hand going in from Shiraz. Zakanumba takes it well. Simon, his Christian name, across the front of his white waistband. And Shiraz throws another left-hand lead. We're going to be hearing from Andy Lee, Shiraz' coach, at the end of this round, and see how he reads this and how he can see his man begin to break Zakanumba down. There's a right hand from Shiraz. Powerful shot, followed by a straight left. That's better from the champion. Then a left hook aimed towards the body, and now we go over to that red corner where Andy Lee is waiting to speak to Hamza Shiraz.
What's better? What's better? What's better? This, and then bury this. There, yeah? Yep. You know the moves, everything we practiced. We're getting to him. Yeah. You heard him a couple of times. Keep practicing your moves and don't get bored of it. Yeah. Because you're going to break him down. Stay focused. Don't get bored, you know what I mean? Don't get like, just fucking out. Focus is the point, yeah? You're looking really good, you're looking impressive. Keep it going.
Apologies for language you might have heard in the corner there. We are in a prize fight situation and a world title one at that. Hamza Shiraz defending his WBO World Super Middleweight title. And you heard Andy Lee saying in that third round he was starting to get to him and his tactics are starting to work.
Yep, stick to the game plan is exactly what he was saying. And I think that Zakhanouba is one of those guys, he's just got to keep chipping away to try and create the opening, and it may just come. I'd just like to see Shiraz putting his foot on the gas a little bit more, though, being a little bit more creative himself, because I'm not really seeing enough at the moment.
First 30 seconds of the fourth round is complete. We've given all 3 rounds so far to Hamza Shiraz, but not quite with the degree of dominance that we anticipated. Now he gets in with a right hand, glancing blow to the head of Zakhanouba. Zakhanouba giving ground, allowing Shiraz to walk into range. Shiraz tries to uncork a huge right uppercut, didn't quite land clean. Zakhanouba with the right hand southpaw lead, then a sneaky left hand through the guard, finds the range again and knocks back Shiraz's bearded head.
Yeah, that really is a sneaky little shot. You don't see it, he just delivers it well, left hand straight through the middle. Hamza Shiraz is in control. Zakhanouba boxing well on the outside, making it more difficult than we expected for Hamza Shiraz, but Shiraz there, jab again.
Zakhanouba does not have wins of note on his record, although he's 29 wins against 1 defeat, and he actually lost a 6-round fight in April against southpaw Pavel August, who's a Somerset-based Pole, and he's giving Hamza Shiraz plenty of trouble at the moment by virtue of the fact that he's a southpaw as much as anything, I think.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it in a nutshell, John. It's the left hands that are sneaking through the middle. Hamza Shiraz is staying on the line. He's got to be a bit more creative. Move off the line so you can come on the outside or inside of that left hand and let the shots go yourself. You can't just walk forward in straight lines. Not at this level anyway.
Decent right hand in there as you were speaking from Hamza Shiraz, which found the head of Zakhanouba, but he's unmarked so far. The pale-skinned German gets in with a right-hand lead again, and he's just a little bit slow, Shiraz, setting his footwork. He's not as sharp as he has looked on occasion. He's maybe being a bit too reactive, waiting for Zakhanouba to commit himself and then throw the big shots. Last 10 seconds of the fourth.
Yeah, another good round here for Hamza Shiraz. He's won it, but he's been caught, and he just got caught again there. Sneaky little left hand through the middle. So another round in the bag here for Hamza Shiraz. But let's bring Paul Smith in on this one. Paul, he's winning the rounds, but he's not impressing here.
No, but what I'm seeing, Spencer, is I'm seeing one fighter in second gear, Hamza Shiraz, and one in fourth or fifth gear, and I think as the rounds go by, you can hear the advice from Andy Lee, just keep chipping away. Eventually, the tank's going to empty from Zakhanouba. He's really performing at a high pace compared to probably what he's usually used to. And you know yourself, when you're in with someone who's really good and perhaps better than you, mentally it starts to drain you because you're constantly thinking what's coming next. Hamza Shiraz is warming nicely into it. I think we'll see another gear coming from him. I think the right uppercut is the shot for him to the head or the body. But again, Zakhanouba is fighting a little bit too high a pace for me, and I think we'll start seeing that tank emptying soon.
And also, Zakhanouba is boxing a little bit negatively, and when a fighter's like that, Paul, you can't break the guard. It's very difficult to get a fighter out of there that doesn't really want to stand and fight. And Zakhanouba, John, is doing that right now. So not winning the rounds, but getting some success.
Into the fifth round, and you've got it a clean sweep so far for Hamza Shiraz. It's a 12-rounder, of course, this one. World Championship Boxing. It's our final undercard fight before the main event, the return of Anthony Joshua, which you're listening to us here on talkSPORT, the home of boxing, and we are very much awaiting with a palpable sense of anticipation for the return of the big man.
Yeah, we really are. We call it the return. Anthony Joshua calls it the continuation, and we're going to find that out tonight. And as I say that, Hamza Shiraz just turns the screw a bit more, whips in the right uppercut, and Zakhanouba, for the first time, looks like he's starting to unravel here.
He's having to give ground, and Shiraz is starting to walk him down and pick him off with big body shots. Those hooks thundering in. There's another big one underneath the right ribs. And he comes forward looking to land power shots. There's just little pitter-pat punches in return from Zakenhuber, which are no more than an irritant for Shiraz.
Yeah, Shiraz, hands held high, defending those shots now. Zakenhuber not breaking the guard. There seems to have been a bit of sting gone out of his hands and all. Paul Smith actually picked up on it. Shiraz is making Zakenhuber work when he doesn't want to work. He's emptying the gas cylinder, and that's what we're starting to see here. He seems to have blown a gasket a little bit here, Zakenhuber.
And Hamza Shiraz still looks full of energy, full of power. Another big left hand partially blocked, stopping it, making a clean contact to Zakenhuber's head. There's a right hand lead from Shiraz right down the middle, rocked back Zakenhuber's head again. 2 body shots from the German, no great power in them though. And then Shiraz whips in a left uppercut, and all the time Zakenhuber is giving ground, and it's only a matter of time, you sense, before he gets trapped in a corner or on the ropes, inviting a real big sustained attack from Shiraz. Right uppercut followed by a left hook, both from the British champion. Left uppercut flies through thin air, and Zakenhuber is starting to really blow.
Yeah, here comes that big attack, John, and Shiraz, as I said, is making him work hard, and he's giving it everything in there at the moment, Zakenhuber, but I don't think he has much more left. The belt is going to come, he's going to save him for this round, round number 5, but round 6 is going to be tough.
Well, when the bell comes, and there it is, it doesn't come a moment too soon. Paul, and yet another round for Hamza Shiraz. Is it just a question of time?
Yeah, listen, I think if you were a smart man, I think there's probably 1 or 2 rounds tops. I think Spencer's just hit the nail on the head. Round 6 is going to be a very, very big round for Zakenhuber. I could see it the round before. We said the round before, I think the screw's starting to turn now for Shiraz. But Zakenhuber's been fighting at a pace that he's not really comfortable with, and mentally it's draining when someone is so good. You're watching his feet, his hands, his arms, his eyes, you're watching where he's going in the ring, and Shiraz is just stepping across, making the ring smaller for Zakenhuber, giving him nowhere to go, and that is mentally draining. It's not just the physical effects of a fight, it's the mental effects when you're in with a world champion who is as good as Hamza Shiraz, who is still only in relatively 3rd gear.
Yeah, I expect him to pick it up here, Hamza Shiraz. He will feel now Zakenhuber was coming apart. Here we go, round number 6.
Can Shiraz really power on now? Maybe just step up a gear and put the pressure on in this 6th round. It's a 12-rounder, remember. We've got it everything to Shiraz so far, but that's only our impression. There are ringside judges, of course, and there have been a lot of punches landed by Zakenhuber, but none of them with any great power. 2 more there. Pitter-pat hooks into the body of Shiraz, who's trying to walk his man down. So many more punches thrown by Zakenhuber, but not many of them are real power shots.
No, you nailed it there, John. That's exactly what he's doing now, Shiraz. He's walking his man down. That means that it tells you that he can feel the strength is leaving from Zakenhuber, who's boxing well, to be fair, Paul. He's boxing on the outside, but it looks hard in there for him now.
Yeah, and again, Spence, you know as well that Zakenhuber's too honest in his face. He's showing every bit of expression in his face. He's showing out. You need a poker face in there, and we could see it 2 rounds ago from where we're sitting outside the ring. So Hamza Shiraz can obviously see that. You can usually sense that he's getting tired, but you can see it clear as day on his face. He's physically fatigued, and he's showing it on his face.
Physically fatigued and physically feeling the weight of some of these punches. 2 more big body shots. Down come the gloves, and Shiraz tries to capitalise by throwing a headshot. That one was blocked by Zakenhuber, but you wonder how many more before a big punch finds its way through. Midway stage of the 6th round, Zakenhuber working hard to try and keep Shiraz at bay. 1, 2, 3 body shots from the German, but no power in them really.
Yeah, Shiraz is really making Zakenhuber work now as he throws the left to the body, right to the body, sorry, right to the head. the left hook goes in as well. You can hear them slamming against the elbows. Oh, big shots here from Shiraz.
Fair play to the German, though, took them well. There was a right hand which looked momentarily as though it had stiffened Zakenhuber's legs, but he came back and he's thrown a couple of good shots of his own as he tries to mount a rally. And more punches, fair play, more punches are coming from Zakenhuber at this stage, although nothing of any great power.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go in round number 6, and Zakenhuber is showing great character in there. I've got to say that, John, great resilience, because just when it looks like it's going to come apart, he comes back with a couple of shots as well. Paul, I'll bring you in here. That's impressive stuff here from Zakenhuber.
Yeah, he's having a go. Listen, I think this might be his last hurrah, personally, watching this. I think there's not much left in this, because it's just how tired and fatigued he is now. Hamza Shiraz is just walking him down, hands high. We don't usually see Shiraz fighting this way, but he's just... I think he's lost all the respect for Zakenhuber now.
Well, he was told by Andy Lee, keep on boxing, keep doing his stuff. There were just signs there. He was just waiting and waiting. Let's see what Andy Lee makes of it now in that red corner.
If you push that 5% more, you'll get him out of there. You know, when you're like fighting at a pace he can live with, because you're giving him enough time in between to recover. Body and head, body and head. And maybe even punch with him, you know, when he does open up. Same time. Get your breath. How are you feeling? Yeah.
See, when you were touching him, you were softening his defence, and then bang, touch.
Back to this now. Bop, 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 bop. All right, long, yeah? And we can switch halfway through. Let's go.
And where you heard Andy Lee going, but, he was actually right in front of Hamza Shiraz, throwing right hand, left hand, and showing the way he wants the combinations to be unleashed.
Yeah, he's just talking about the stuff they've worked on in the gym, the tactics they've worked on in the gym, and that's repetition. And he's saying, now implement that in the ring. Let's see you doing that. Another 5, another 10%, and you're going to get this kid out of there. Stalk forward, push him, but don't let him breathe. Punch when he punches. Let's see if he does it in round number 7.
Well, he tried to get him with the right hand, but Zakenhuber saw it coming and blocked it well. He's giving a big effort here, Zakenhuber, to be fair. It's potentially a life-changing night for him if he were to win this title, but no sign, really, that he's likely to do that so far. Shiraz looks as though he's firmly in control here in the 7th round of this 12-round WBO World Super Middleweight title fight.
Yep, Zakenhuber's just proving stubborn in there at the moment. He's doing a good job. He's not winning the rounds. He's not winning the fight by no means of a stretch of imagination. He just needs to up it a little bit more, Hamza, and you just feel that he might break him.
Would you like to see Shiraz maybe lead off more with his right hand than he has done?
I want to see him punch in bunches, and we've seen that with him before, where he puts the shots together. At the moment, everything's singles. Paul, I'll bring you in here. It looks like he's just forcing it a little bit. Sometimes fighters have that. They're just a little bit off the mark. And Hamza might be having one of those nights tonight where it's just not flowing.
I think it's a little bit, it sounds silly, a little bit too easy for him. And I don't think he has that fear factor. But I think you've just hit the nail on the head. I'd like to see him punch in bunches. What I personally would like to see from Hamza Shiraz is to counter some of these lazy single shots that Zakenhuber's throwing. He's not capitalising on the mistakes, and Zakenhuber's throwing little singles out and he's not getting his hand back quick enough. And if he's just to counter them and whip them in with a bit of force, he'll have a lot more success, Shiraz.
Zakenhuber getting in with a left-hand body shot and another couple of pitter-pat jabs, all of them finding the target. Shiraz tries to come onto the front foot and throw big punches of his own, but unable to really find the target. And good work from Zakenhuber. Body shot, then switched the attack to the head and landed with a solid-looking right hand.
Yeah, he dug his feet in there, didn't he, Zakenhuber? And now again there, he's gone round the card there of Hamza Shiraz, and so he's found a little opening there. Now it's for about Shiraz and whether he can adapt, he can adjust. Get your hands up, wicked little uppercut on the inside there from Shiraz.
Well, he's not looked terribly convincing in this round, Hamza Shiraz. You have to call it as you see it, and this is maybe Zakenhuber's best round for some time. Another couple of good body shots and nothing back from Shiraz. Last 10 seconds of the round. right jab from Zakenhuber, taken on the gloves, and another one, and still Shiraz throws nothing back. And there's the bell to end the round. And I tell you what, I think I've got to give that one to the German, Adam.
Yeah, he's game. There's no doubt about that. This fella is absolutely game. He's consistently throwing. I don't know how much effect he's actually having on Hamza Shiraz. I've got to be honest with you, and Paul, if I can bring you in on this, mate, I am slightly disappointed with Hamza because there's opportunities there for him to go through the gears, and I don't know whether he's just choosing to get some rounds in or whatever. For me, I think he's making a choice not to go.
Yeah, there is opportunities there. There's glaringly obvious opportunities, in my opinion, for counters when Zakenhuber's throwing shots and then switching off after he throws them. It's just, he's staying in the pocket, Hamza Shiraz. He's got his hands high. He's absorbing what's being thrown at him, but he's not capitalising when Zakenhuber either misses or hits arms and elbows. And I agree with what you're saying. It's not a vintage Hamza Shiraz performance, but he's fully in control, and I think it's just a matter of time.
You're listening to a big night of boxing action live on talkSPORT, and don't forget you can watch tonight's action on DAZN. Head over to DAZN.com/boxing so you don't miss anything. Our main event, the return of Anthony Joshua, is still to come. Here we've got Hamza Shiraz against Simon Zakenhuber, and well, I've got it 6 rounds to 1 in favour of Shiraz.
Yeah, and I'm with you on that, John. I think Zakenhuber may have done enough in that last round to win it. He just nicked the round. Shiraz took his foot off the gas. Will he now try and pick it up, take control again of this contest? It looks like he is as he comes forward. But there's the little warning shots again from Zakenhuber.
Maybe Shiraz, he's the one feeling the punches. Maybe he senses more power in the German than we're giving him credit. And there's a left hand from Shiraz in close, and the German ducks down with his head into the chest of Shiraz. Shiraz misses with a very telegraph-looking left hook and trying to fight off the ropes now. Zakenhuber moves along the ropes with a nice right hand scoring shot. And still we wait for that big attack from Shiraz, and it's just not coming.
Yeah, he's looking for it, Shiraz, as he's standing in front of Zakenhuber, looking for that opening to the body, but Zakenhuber doing a good job of keeping his shape. That's the difference here, as Shiraz pins him in his own corner, the blue corner, trying to slam the body shots in, goes round the elbow. Here's a little onslaught here from Shiraz, but Zakenhuber dealing with it well.
It has to be a sustained attack, and that was 2 or 3 meaty-looking body shots, but he couldn't keep the pressure on. And Zakenhuber now comes back off those ropes. Oh, good right hand. And Shiraz felt that slapped into the side of his head. Shiraz trying to work behind the orthodox stance, trying to utilise his reach advantage, but he's just losing his way a little bit at this stage in the fight. Not losing the plot exactly, but he's not finding the variety that Andy Lee would have hoped he'd produce.
No, I mean, look, Hamza Shiraz is in complete control of it, but there may be signs, a little few signs of frustration in there from Shiraz's performance, because he's looking for the openings, he's trying to be creative, and he's just not giving him anything, Zakenhuber. He's doing a good job of staying on the outside, just landed a good right hook over the top there himself, but Shiraz, we're just not seeing that vintage performance that we've seen in his last couple of fights.
Gets in with a big left hook, follows up with a right hook, both into the solar plexus area, but Zakenhuber takes them well, comes back with a good right hand of his own into the final 10 seconds of this 8th round. Zakenhuber's on the front foot, Shiraz letting him come, and well, it was a reasonably close round. Shiraz back to his corner, where Andy Lee is not looking terribly happy. Let's listen in there and see what Andy Lee is saying to Hamza Shiraz.
You're looking good. Just long, well, just soaking it all up. Yeah. But you're not going to get him with like one. You got to go boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? You're not going to get him with one. Either you might get him with one around the ear, either side, but you have to go boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean?
When he goes into the shell, trying to drop the hand on it because he's hiding.
Again, it's that punches in bunches he's looking for, Paul.
Yeah, he looks a bit like his mind's occupied a little bit there to me, Hamza Shiraz, when he's listening into the advice from Andy Lee. It's correct advice. I'd like to see a little bit of urgency, though. What I'm not seeing from Hamza Shiraz, which I know he's got, is spite. I'd like to see a fair bit of spite in these punches. Listen, every shot I land, I want to hurt the opponent. I want to hurt that opponent for 10 seconds and then have him get up okay, but I want to hurt him and get him on the floor and have him not be able to get up, and I'm not really seeing that from Shiraz tonight. You know, where's the spite? Whip them shots into the ribs, whip them into the head.
I think we're hearing frustration from Shiraz in the corner there, because he's saying, I'm hitting him and he's not hurting him. All right, you're not going to do that. You're not going to break every opponent, so you've got to put your shots together, let them flow, freeze and force, come from a different angle. He's a little bit one-dimensional at the moment. Great fighters, if something's not working, you adapt, you change things, and I think that's what he needs to do here, Shiraz. Yes, he's winning the rounds, but it's not really impressive.
Spot on.
I've only given one round to Zakin Huber so far. But Shiraz, well, I suppose there are arguments that he might have lost more than that, because Zakin Huber coming on a little bit better in the last 2 rounds. It might be that he won both of them. Shiraz has just been a little bit too statuesque centre ring. There's a good left into the body from Shiraz, but Zakin Huber again takes it well. Now forward comes Shiraz. Good uppercut, right hand. Zakin Huber again takes it really well.
Yeah, solid shots there from Hamza Shiraz. All started from the jab, whipped the right uppercut in, sent the head back. The sweat went spraying, but Zakin Huber just stood in front of him. Didn't seem to bother him.
No, the single shot, as Andy Lee said, ain't going to do it. You're going to have to land 1, 2, 3, maybe shots to the head. He's not landed too many of those so far either. He's been a little bit tunnel vision on breaking his man up with power shots to the body, big hooks into the body. And there's a right-hand lead from Zakin Huber, and he blocks a right-hand counter from Shiraz, who comes back with a right hook of his own into the body of Zakin Huber, who's really rallied well in the second half of this fight. Andy Lee leading on the ring apron on the far side, bellowing instructions to Shiraz, and he wants to see more.
Yeah, I think we all want to see more frustration for all of us now. We're in round number 9, 35 seconds left on the clock, and it's been pretty much the same sort of round where Shiraz is just doing enough, he's just sticking it, but he's looking for the show real finish. He's looking for the single shot, and that's not going to come against Zakin Huber, because he's a very tough guy.
No, and you talk about possible fights in the future against big-name light heavyweights. Well, there's a lot of big-name light heavyweights who'll be watching and listening to this, who'll be thinking, yep, OK, bring it on. You've not got enough to trouble me.
Absolutely, we're talking about no depth in the super middleweights. I've mentioned all the light heavyweights that are out there at the moment, but Hamza Shiraz on this performance is not really going to be bothering any of those lightweights out there, light heavyweights out there at the moment. That's what I would say.
You know, for me, John, like, I heard Hamza Shiraz in the previous minute break saying he's just absorbing it all, isn't he? Like, go again then and give me more and put your punches together in more combinations. You can't have a lackluster 12-round performance when you have the weight of Seller, the weight of the whole promotion on your back. You're a Riyadh season ambassador. We expect big things from you because you're a quality fighter. Show us what you can do. You know, this opponent, with all due respect, should not be going 12 rounds with you here tonight. Let's put your punches together in bunches. Be a bit more spiteful. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. And let's get the stoppage. You're better than this, I think.
And Paul, quality fighters, they feed off that pressure. You know, there is a lot of pressure on Hamza Shiraz's shoulders, but this is where he needs to deliver against fighters like this, with no disrespect, shouldn't be in the ring boxing for the world super middleweight title. That is the reality of it.
Well, we're now into the 10th round of a contest which many people wouldn't go beyond the 3rd round. And Zakin Huber, he's behind, yep. The pale-skinned German, the southpaw, looks more like a librarian than a boxer outside the ring. But he's showing that he's a tough guy.
Yep, a tough librarian, that is for sure, John. He's excelled himself in there tonight, really. Whatever happens, win, lose or draw this one, and it looks like he's going to lose it, Zakin Huber will come out with credibility, that's for sure, because
He's made Hamza work for this one.
Well, remember, he lost a 6-round points fight only in April. And had a win in June following that against something of a no-name opponent. Shiraz, he's become the world champion this year and looking really to produce a showreel sort of victory here, and it's just not happened. There's a right hand from Shiraz into the shoulder of Zakenhuber. Shiraz waiting for the opportunity to throw a big right hand, you sense.
Yep, not too much coming back from Shiraz in this round. The 10th round, you'd think there would be some sense of urgency. Paul Smith called it a couple of rounds ago. We've not seen it, and we've still not seen it. You know, it's a little bit repetitive round after round with Hamza Shiraz doing enough to win it, dominating the centre of the ring, holding that left hand out. Zakenhuber doing nice work on the outside, but not enough to win the rounds.
No, I think I'm right in saying this is his last fight under the promotional agreement with Queensberry, Hamza Shiraz, and I suspect one or two of the top names in the Queensberry setup will be looking at this and thinking, well, yeah, we're losing a good fighter, but he doesn't always deliver, and he's not really delivering tonight. Zakenhuber backpedaling now, waiting for Shiraz to do something. He's really not doing. Feinting to throw big shots, but then not letting the leather go, and he's just pawing with the left jab. No power or spite in that. We mentioned that word earlier, and there's not been much spite in there at all. Quiet Storm has been precisely that.
Yeah, we was expecting more, wasn't we, from Hamza Shiraz, and he's still not doing that. 10 rounds gone, and listen, he's controlled the fight for sure, but it's not really been one that you're going to remember. It's not been one of his best performances as he goes for a little walkabout.
The big crowd here would have liked to have had a spectacular fight before the main event, but after 10 rounds, most definitely, Adam, this ain't it.
It ain't it, sadly. I'm a big fan of Hamza Shiraz, but it ain't it. But I'll tell you what is going to be it. The reason why we're all in Saudi Arabia. Because after this fight, it is the return of Anthony Joshua. He's taking on Kristian Prenga. Yes, we hope that Anthony Joshua rolls back the years, shows us a little bit the old school Anthony Joshua and does a demolition job. And then, fingers crossed, we all get the moment that we've been waiting for. 10 years in the making. Are Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury finally going to go nose to nose in the ring, confirming that they will meet each. Hopefully, Hamza Shiraz has read the card in the auditorium as well, and he's going to give us a nice little sign-off now. Round number 11 with John Rowling.
Thank you, Adam. 2 rounds to go. Shiraz surely is well ahead on the judges' card, but Zakenhuber lands with a decent right hand, and Shiraz a little bit stationary, took it.
I tell you what, John, there was a little dip in the knees there when he took that one as well. That was out of nowhere there. Zakenhuber should grow in confidence off the back of that, because he's now on the front foot and trying to push Hamza Shiraz back on the back foot.
Well, we've been giving these close rounds the direction of Shiraz all the way. Will the judges see it the same? You never know. It could be closer than we're thinking. And there's a right hand, left hand to the head from Zakenhuber. Good attack. Just the sort of combination and punches that Andy Lee wants to see Hamza Shiraz let go.
Yeah, Zakenhuber looks nice and relaxed at the moment. Shiraz throws the straight right and the left hook, but there's no injection of pace. Let me see phase 2, let me see phase 3, let me see you putting your shots together. Step round the side, show us something. An injection of pace, please.
And he's throwing nothing at the moment. He's just pawing with his jab, keeping his gloves high, and he's being out-punched and outworked by Zakenhuber, who lands 2 more to the target and the right to the head. And Andy Lee is trying to instill a greater sense of urgency into Hamza Shiraz, but it's just not coming. This was supposed to be the real firecracker of a hors d'oeuvre, if you like, before the main meal of the big one, Anthony Joshua, and that's coming up after this. But Shiraz is just not delivering.
No, Shiraz has found himself in a position where he's now grinding it out against Simon Zakenhuber, and we never expected that. We thought this was a 2-round demolition job. I'm not going to lie. I thought if Zakenhuber heard round 3, I think he's done very well. He's come out victorious. I can't believe, John, we're in the last minute, the final minute of round 11.
Well, that's where we are, and Zakenhuber, for me, is well behind. But Shiraz is still there with a problem right in front of him, and the Southport German is looking as though he's primed to push him all the way. Another couple of jabs from Zakenhuber, and another. Just second one just short of the target. Third one gets into the face of Shiraz, who keeps his gloves held high, waiting for Zakenhuber to commit himself. Maybe looking for the headshot now. Can't find it. Right-hand jab from... A right jab from Shiraz, taken on the gloves by Zakenhuber, and we're coming up to the bell to conclude the 11th round, and we'll get into the Shiraz corner as soon as that bell goes and hear what they're going to be saying to Shiraz to try and rouse him beyond the torpor that he's delivering in there at the moment. Not good.
You're in the 12th round. This is up to you, yeah? It's in your hand. I just feel it. Yeah. Just a little bit, you know what I mean? Yeah, I know. Like, the challenge is not there for you. Yeah. And then you're letting them get away with silly shit. Yeah. That's all it is. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Let's get out there. Get your jab going. Take a step back. 1-2, lots of 1-2. Okay? Don't always look for the big shot. Just use your boxing now. Just box the last round. Your mind's ahead on the scorecard. You've won the fight. Don't get anything silly. Box, yeah?
Get out there and box.
Interesting there that Andy Lee has basically accepted this fight is going the distance. He's saying, don't take any chances, son. Get out there, throw your 1-2, step back. Now, Paul, I'd be giving him some different advice in the corner. Now, I think my words would be a little bit stronger than that.
Yeah, they've been giving him a kick off the backside after round 5 or 6. But listen, I think Andy Lee's a very experienced fella. He's a very compassionate fella. He knows Hamza Shiraz really well. I think he knows something's not right there. And I don't know what it is. I couldn't tell you what it is. He looks preoccupied, in my opinion, Hamza Shiraz, when I've been watching the shots in between the rounds, John. And I think he's preoccupied somewhere.
And Zakenhuber's having the better of the early stages of this 12th round. Nothing so far from Hamza. And, you know, sort of reading through those words from the coach, it's almost as saying, just get out there and box. Don't sit, don't stand there and feel sorry for yourself.
Yeah, bit of a bad night at the office. Just go out, make sure, just box, you know. You've won the fight, you're in the driving seat, you've won comfortably, you've picked up enough rounds. Don't do nothing stupid. Just let's get out and draw the line under this one and move on to the next.
Yeah, and that seems to be what Hamza Shiraz is doing in there at the moment. He's kept himself nice and tight as we enter into the second minute of this round. Shiraz just on the back foot. Zakenhuber now pushing forward, changing the pattern of this contest. Shiraz looking like he just wants to hear that final bell.
I think he does. He wants to get out of there. I think he's a bit embarrassed by this. And you heard the reading that there was no real challenge to him. Well, the challenge is that the fella's gone 12 rounds and he's kept throwing punches all the way. And Shiraz is just not providing the variety.
John, you've just hit the nail on the head. The challenge is this man standing in front of you. You're a fighter. This is a fight. You know, get him out of there. It's just, again, I'm not trying not to be harsh, but a fight is a fight, and you try to the very end to get them out of there and hurt them and beat them. You know, you want to knock everyone out that you fight, in my opinion.
You can hear a few whistles from the crowd, who I'm sure would have liked to have seen rather more, some boos and jeers, and those will be directed at the champion Hamza Shiraz, who most definitely has not delivered here tonight. It's been a very, very disappointing performance.
I'm going to say we've got an eye on near full house in here tonight, and maybe, I don't know, maybe 10,000 people, whatever it is, 6, 7, 8,000 people, whatever's in here. A lot of these are Hamza Shiraz fans, and I think they've been disappointed because we've seen no injection of pace, no sense of urgency. He hasn't switched the shots up, no variety, and it's looked pretty ordinary in there, if I'm totally honest tonight, Hamza Shiraz.
Certainly has, and we're into the last 10 seconds now. Paul, final word while we're boxing goes with you.
Yeah, I think there's something up with him, obviously. I was wondering whether it was his hand earlier, but then I watched him and he's throwing them both there. It's just a bad night at the office for Hamza Shiraz, and I'm sure we'll find out why soon.
Well, you'll probably be doing an interview, Mr. Oliver, so your first question can be, Hamza, what was wrong?
That will be the first question, because we can clearly see it was not a vintage Hamza Shiraz performance. And you can see there, Simon Zakhanuba is pleased with what he's done there. It's a moral victory. He's got through to the points. It's a wide decision for me. Hamza Shiraz has won it, but it's a performance that he would want to forget very quickly.
I find it hard to give Zakhanuba more than 2 or 3 rounds. I mean, it was Shiraz by a wide margin. Had to be.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Zakhanuba, for me, won 2 rounds. It was 10 rounds to 2 for me. I mean, he was in the fight. He was, you know, he was pushing the fight, but nothing particularly good.
We're watching clips of Canelo and Mbili on the screen, John and Spencer. Canelo would be absolutely licking his lips looking at that.
Well, he may change his views on that one, because Kristian Prenga, as we know, is a tough fighter. That's a tough fight there, by the way, for at this stage for Canelo Alvarez. That's not a foregone conclusion. Kristian Prenga is one tough dude, and that will be a tough fight for him. The winner there will obviously want the unification with Hamza Shiraz, but off the back of that performance, you're right, Paul, you're only as good as your last performance, and he won't be worrying anyone on the back of that.
We've said in the past he's such a big lad at middleweight as he was, and he's a big lad at super middle as well. Is there a possibility that he was slightly weight drained?
Well, John, he did mention to me that he was talking about moving up to light heavyweight in the future. When I said to him, he's such a big guy, will that happen? I mean, we've got to remember, this guy's come up from super welterweight, 154 pounds. How he ever made that weight is beyond me. He's jumped up a couple of weights, he's in the super middleweight division, and that might be the problem, John. He might have been dead at the weight, flat at the weight, because there was definitely something wrong with him, Hamza Shiraz, and it'd be interesting to see what he has to say. Hopefully, when I can get the interview with him after this.
Well, he wasn't out-boxed, he wasn't out-punched, so, you know, you kind of think that might be the reason, Paul. Was he wrong at the weight?
I asked that question after about 8 rounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Antonio Maronia scores it 114 to 114, even a draw. Judge Valerio Mosca scores it 115 to 113. And Judge Nermin Adrovic scores it 116 to 112. Both for your winner by majority decision. And still, WBO Super Middleweight Champion of the World, the Quiet Storm, Hamza Shiraz.
Woo! Little bit of squeaky bum time for Hamza Shiraz there as those scores are being read out. 114 means 6 rounds apiece. We had a 7-5 and an 8-4 in there as well. I think 8-4 is more realistic. Zakhanuba, I mean, 4 is probably the best end of what Zakhanuba did. He was game. Lots to learn there for Hamza Shiraz going forward. And we'll try and get a few words from him a little later in the programme. We are moving ahead towards our main event, which is Anthony Joshua against Kristian Prenga. The big comeback for Anthony Joshua. I'm just on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel, where we have been running a poll. 22,000 people have voted on this poll. Who is going to win, Anthony Joshua or Kristian Prenga? And out of the 22,000 votes that have come in, 53% believe that Kristian Prenga is going to beat Anthony Joshua. We're going to pick the balls out of that and discuss it a little bit more next. Don't go anywhere. The expectation is obvious, but expectations have never thrown a punch. The fight has been billed as the comeback for Anthony Joshua. Victory keeps alive the long-anticipated showdown with Tyson Fury later this year. Defeat would rewrite the heavyweight landscape in an instant, and that is why we are here, because in heavyweight boxing, reputations can take years to build and only seconds to lose. From the Jeddah Superdome under the lights of Saudi Arabia, this is Fight Night Live on talkSPORT.
British heavyweight boxer Anthony Joshua was involved in a car accident.
I was walking with giants, man, that kept me protected, kept me shielded, and I know what I'm going to do what's right for them.
Serious.
It is lights out! Wow! Anthony Joshua!
They told me, if you beat Prenga, we'll give you Tyson Fury. I said, please, give me that contract.
He's got destructive powers, though. As soon as that shot lands, it's over.
He looks in the shape of his life. He's been training at Usyk's camp.
Anthony Joshua!
It's seen as the final hurdle before that potential showdown with Tyson Fury.
Fury is what he says he is. Maybe he should step forward and Frank should put his fighter forward instead of worrying about what I'm up to.
We are 10 minutes away from the return of Anthony Joshua. We are in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia for Fight Night Live. I'm Adam Catterall. Pleasure as always to be in your company for these big nights. Spencer Oliver always alongside me, as is John Rowling. And tonight, Paul Smith adding a little bit of expertise to tonight's proceedings. Spence, you've been in Jeddah throughout the whole course of the week, mate. What have you made of the build-up, being in and around Anthony Joshua on this big comeback?
Yeah, there's been a different build-up from Anthony Joshua, a different purpose, a different motivation. You know, he's been relaxed, he's been calm, you know, he's accepted the criticism from certain people on talkSPORT, even gifted talkSPORT with a World Heavyweight Championship belt and IBF replica belt, saying they are the champions of broadcasting. It's been very different from Anthony Joshua. Like, we expected that, to be fair, but one thing I will say is he looked lean and he's been talking like he's in destructive mode. He wants to go out there and he wants to make a statement tonight, and that's what I'm expecting for him. Kristian Prenga could be in for a tough night.
What are you looking for, Paul, from AJ this evening?
Honestly, after the tragedy, I'm looking for just a good performance, just to see if it's still there mentally more than physically. Physically, he's an absolute specimen. You know, one look at him, you wouldn't want him around your missus with his top off all the time, would you? He's in unbelievable shape. He always has been. He always probably will be. But mentally, there's a lot of boxes to tick now, and there's a lot of demons to overcome with what happened with his friends. God bless him. And I think he'll be fine. I think we'll see a good performance tonight. I don't want to see too much of a safety-first approach. I want to see him actually go through the gears. I don't want to also see a fast knockout, because I think a couple of rounds will do him good. 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds or something be ideal for him, and then set up the big one with Tyson Fury.
Earlier this week, Adam Smith and Spencer Oliver exclusively caught up with AJ ahead of the big fight this evening. Spencer asked him how he remains focused on his opponent.
I say it like this: imagine you worked in a car dealership and the boss said, if you sell this Mercedes, let's call it a Range Rover, if you sell this big up the sponsors, if you sell this Range Rover, all right, you get a promotion.
Yeah.
Even though that promotion is, let's say, it's more money, more control, big opportunity, you don't overlook the sale of this Range Rover. That's your main focus. So I've been given an opportunity to say, if you beat this guy, you move up in the ranks, you get a great opportunity. My whole focus is now channeled into this opportunity of beating Prenga. My whole focus is channeled into this opportunity of selling this Range Rover, because if I get past this and I do this, like, I'm at the top of the mountain. So that's where, for me, that carrot that they put in front of me has given me a lot of motivation.
AJ catching up with Spencer Oliver a little earlier on this week. Paul, I was saying to Spence, off the back of that interview, it's nice to see Anthony Joshua being Anthony Joshua. In the past, he's given those media-trained answers, and he's a little bit guarded with the media, and he's obviously in fight mode, he's doing his job. But it was nice this week, and maybe it was because he was with Spencer, who's his pal, that he was a little bit more relaxed, and you got to see a little bit more of him coming out, like the weight of the world is off his shoulders, and he's looking kind of just to enjoy himself a bit tonight.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound like a broken record going on about it, obviously, because it was a tragedy, but tragedies and bad events in life give you a lot of perspective, and I think he's got that perspective, and I think he realises, you know, this boxing, he's living a dream. He's living the dream of any kid that puts a pair of gloves on. He's fighting for serious amounts of money for heavyweight championships of the world. He's a megastar in this country. He's a crossover star. He can't walk down the street in the UK, and he's living the dream of so many young kids. But he's never ever got above himself. He's never ever sort of got above his station. He's always, the saying is, stay humble. What he's always used, but he always has. He gives back. He does a lot for charity. He does a lot for people without people knowing it. Spencer knows him really well as is no secret, and I think he's sort of let his guard down a little bit more and realised, you know what, life's a bigger game here than what I'm actually doing in the boxing, and I think he's relaxing a little bit more, but putting the work in the gym still to the same level behind the scenes, which is he trains meticulously and he trains very professionally. So I'm hoping we see a better version of Anthony Joshua tonight. I think the link up with Usyk will do him the world of good with that team. They are professional. They are the elite in boxing, and if he can learn anything, which again I don't agree with the old saying that you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I think you always can learn, and if he's picked anything up, then we should see a better version of him tonight.
Is he under any pressure tonight?
For me, no, and probably for him, no. I think the only pressure is to just be himself and show that he still has something left.
Spencer Oliver is ringside right now with his microphone, speaking to the who's who of the boxing community, and I believe that Eddie Hearn's right-hand man Frank Smith is alongside him. Let's get down to Spencer.
I am, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Frank Smith. Frank, firstly, how is Anthony Joshua doing? You've obviously caught up with him today. How is he?
Yeah, he looks in unbelievable shape. You've seen the pictures of him back there in the changing room. He's put everything into this camp, and you're going to see it in the ring tonight.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to that one. I just want to talk about the performance of Josh Kelly versus Kevin Jarko as well. He had to dig deep there and come through a tough time.
He did, and I think those years of experience he's got, you know, the way he came through that Mertzalive fight when he won the world title, and then here, Josh is now in a different mental place than he was many years ago, and he's worked through the hard times, and I think, you know, that's where you saw how much he's grown up over the years. He's going to want the big fights now. Respect to Kevin Jarko, because it was a close fight as well.
Listen, you've got boots in this. I know there's been talk of that fight being made with Josh Kelly. Is there a possible unification? That cut break, by the way, was really bad, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think the cut, obviously, as you say, it's going to take a bit of time for that to heal, but that's the natural fight. If that takes place, you know, early part of next year, Boots is going to have another fight before that probably, but that's the fight to make, a unification between those two guys.
Get on to Anthony Joshua. Obviously, Kristian Prenga is the opponent. There's been some criticism about that opponent, but after what Anthony through, this is not a physical battle here, it's a mental battle, isn't it?
Yeah, I think 100%. He needs to, you know, just getting back in camp alone, just going back through the processes after what he's been through has been the key. Now he's back in the ring, and, you know, it's going to set up a big year ahead. Kristian Prenga is no joke. You know, he's got 20 knockouts in his career, I believe. You know, he's going to come in to win. You've seen that he's coming in to win, and Joshua has to be in his A game. You know, he's at the stage of his career where this is really the final move on the board. And if it lasts a year, if it lasts 2 years, I don't know. But this is the night that kicks it all off.
Talk about the link up with Alexander Usyk, who's here tonight. I've not managed to catch up with him yet, but I will catch up with him. AJ's been training out in Valencia. Talk to us a little bit about that and how that's going.
Yeah, look, they've got a great relationship. You've seen, again, the two of them in the changing room. They're in there together. AJ having someone like that in Alexander Usyk, who's done what he's done in his career, is only going to be beneficial. You know, two guys who have shared the ring for 24 rounds, two close fights, and you know, it's only going to be good for him. Sorry. The argy-bargy started with Team Fury already.
Listen, where's Spencer going to see Tyson? Have you spoke to Tyson out the back there?
I think Spencer's gone to pick Tyson up. I think he's just on an air cargo flying over at the minute. I think they just got him.
Have you not seen him out the back, Tyson?
I haven't seen him. Unless he might be under the ring already.
Is he coming tonight?
Who knows?
You know, Frank. Come on, I can see it. I know you, Frank. Come on.
I don't know. They don't tell me anything. I'm not, you know, I don't get involved. But if he comes running down that stage, it would be a nice big surprise, wouldn't it?
Listen, it will be a bit of a surprise. It'll be one of those moments. He's here! We're going to get one of those moments. I think it's going to happen. Looking at Frank Smith, I think he's going to happen. Listen, guys, enough of us. Back to you.
There you go, Spencer Oliver speaking to Frank Smith ahead of Anthony Joshua's comeback, which is about 5 minutes away from now, and that is kind of what we were alluding to before we went on air tonight. How is this going to happen? This is the moment that everybody's been waiting for. How is it going to happen? I can't see Tyson Fury sitting ringside and watching Anthony Joshua. I think we're going to get a WWE moment, Paul. I think once this fight is finished, the music will kick in, he'll arrive, he'll come down the ramp, he'll give you 2 minutes of his time by going nose to nose, and then he'll bounce.
You know, when we saw the famous and the landlord scene, I think this could be Fury's 2 fingers back. Although I did agree with Anthony Joshua, the fight wasn't made yet, it wasn't signed. So if Joshua had got in the ring, the price could have been a lot lower and he couldn't have done anything about it because he's technically got in and announced it. Once the fight's agreed and signed, now is the time to do that. But Fury being Fury will want to stay in the driving seat, will want to be the A-side, will want to be in control. And this could be his 2 fingers back. I'm not coming there, I'm staying at home on the couch. I've been away in Thailand, I want to be at home with my wife and kids now. And it could be a little 2 fingers back, but we can be optimistic, and I can imagine Stone Cold Steve Austin music coming on, the glass breaking, and him running down like Vince McMahon right into the ring, doing the Conor McGregor walk with the arms out.
In a leather waistcoat, mate. That's what we need to see. That's what we need to see.
2 cans of non-alcoholic beer.
yeah, exactly. Couple of zeros knocking about. Beautiful stuff. Listen, that's all to come a little bit later on. Spencer Oliver is still knocking about ringside, and I believe he's now with heavyweight in David Adelaide.
Yeah, I am with David Adelaide, British heavyweight contender, soon to be world heavyweight contender.
And exactly that, you're not wrong whatsoever.
Listen, Dave, talk to me about the big fight tonight, Anthony Joshua, the return of Anthony Joshua. How good is it to see him back in the ring?
Yeah, I think it's a good thing for boxing that he's back. I mean, you look around and you see familiar faces and the sort of people he brings out to come and watch him fight. It's beautiful. Everyone's talking about him and Fury next. Something we're looking forward to today. I suppose this fight today is just to shake up the cobwebs.
Listen, you're a geezer that knows everyone and everything, right? And we're struggling to find anyone that knows anything about Kristian Prenga. Yeah? Come on, give me a little bit of insight. Can you give us anything?
He's clearly got a little dig on him, but it's a bit, I mean, it's against who? I've seen him in the gym actually leading into this fight. I don't see it being a problem for Joshua. I think the fight will be over within 3 rounds.
2 rounds?
2 or 3 rounds.
Well, there you go. You heard it there from David Adelaide. 2 rounds. Anthony Joshua wins this one. We're only moments away, guys. Back to you.
Look at Spencer floating around that ring. In a moment or two, I'm going to be handing into the ring to hear the dulcet tones of Michael Buffer, who is just taking his position centrally. White blazer, ready to rock and roll in the old tuxedo as the lights start to dim here at the Jeddah Superdome.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. It is time for our main event of the evening. Are you ready? Well, let's get this party started!
Whilst Michael Buffer's in full floor, let's hear from the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, Alexander Usyk, with Spencer Oliver.
Yeah, guys, I'm with the one and only Alexander Usyk. Alexander, firstly, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good, everything okay.
Listen, great seeing you here. We know that the team up, the hook up with you and Anthony Joshua is a brilliant one. How did that come around?
A bad protector, but I just win. AJ just win.
Listen, we're not far away from Anthony Joshua coming in. Talk to us about the training he's been doing with you out in Valencia. How's it been going? Have you seen improvements? Improvements out in Valencia from Anthony Joshua.
Yeah. We now look at this because we work. It's just look.
Can he become world champion again?
It's future undisputed champion.
Well, there you go. You heard it from Alexander Usyk. Not just world champion, but future undisputed champion. Alexander, always a pleasure speaking to you, my friend. Thanks so much. And we're just moments away from the ring walks, guys, so I'm going to throw it back over to you.
Spence, beautiful stuff. We couldn't deny the people a little word from the man that has dominated the heavyweight division in Alexander Usyk, who's now teamed up with Anthony Joshua. But right now, from the mountains of northern Albania to the biggest stage of his professional career, Kristian Prenga is making his walk that every heavyweight dreams of. Prenga arrives with 20 victories, 20 knockouts, a man that has built a reputation on ending fights early, but this is a different level. This is, for the first time, him stepping up into the spotlight against the former unified champion. He is donning the colours of his country, Albania. Red, black, with gold trim as he leaps over the top rope and enters the ring. Little bit of a fist bump with Hall of Fame MC Michael Buffer, but Prenga is in the ring, and in a moment or two he's going to be standing across from Anthony Joshua. The lights go down, time to get back into the ring for the comeback of Anthony Joshua. For the people inside the arena here at Jeddah Superdome, there's a small VT currently playing. I say small, there's a giant screen to my right-hand side at the top of the ring walk. Screens all around this Superdome, as the people that have come out to see him tonight are all stood in attendance. Camera phones at the ready, filming away as a VT of Anthony Joshua's greatest hits plays out in the arena. We are moments away from the comeback of the former unified heavyweight champion of the world.
This is what I do.
Back into the ring to Michael Buffer.
And now making his entrance to the ring, AJ Anthony Joshua.
Back to work.
And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we will honor our host nation, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with its national anthem. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we honor our two fighters in the ring at this time with their respective anthems. First, the national anthem for Albania. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem for the United Kingdom, God Save the King. Ladies and gentlemen, from the fabulous Jeddah Superdome here in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, this is the main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing in the heavyweight division. And it's all brought to us by Riyadh Season, Jeddah Season, and Sella, in association with Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing and Spencer Brown's Gold Star Promotions. And we are broadcast live worldwide on DAZN. Special thanks, ladies and gentlemen, as always, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. This contest is sanctioned by the Saudi Boxing Commission Director, Jose Mahon. The three judges assigned at ringside scoring this contest, should it go the distance: Nawaf Al-Mohammed, Pavel Cardini, and Carl Zappa. And inside the ring, in charge of the action at the bell, World Championship veteran referee Luis Pavon. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the fighters are ready, the officials are in place, and they are ready. So for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing red and black and officially weighing in at 261.4 pounds. An outstanding professional record consisting of 21 fights, 20 victories, and all of his victories are by knockout, with only one defeat in his career. From Jeddah, Albania, the former WBA and ABA heavyweight champion, Kristian Prenga. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wearing military camo and official weight, 251 pounds. Since capturing Olympic gold, he now has a professional record standing at 29 victories. 26 of those 29 victories by knockout against 4 defeats. Fighting out of London, England, he is the two-time unified heavyweight champion of the world, AJ Anthony Joshua.
Here, 2-0 is good. Guys, I give you instruction in the dressing room. They're having a clean match, okay? Good luck. God bless you.
There is nowhere left to hide. No more predictions to make and no second chances. Only the sound of the opening bell and the answers that will follow. One man is looking to reinforce his place amongst heavyweight boxing elite. The other is chasing the defining victory of his career. Calling you through AJ versus Prenga, live on talkSPORT. It's Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
12 rounder. Who's going to land the big punches first? And commanding centre ring, it's Anthony Joshua, feinting to throw a jab. He does throw one now, one to the head and one to the body. Both just about get through. Wild overhand right. Oh, my word! Joshua's gone down. First punch of the fight that Prenga's landed, and Joshua's gone down, and he's taking a count. What on earth was that?
Well, a short shot out of nowhere, a little uppercut, and Joshua found himself in the seat of the pants. Worrying times here, Kristian Prenga. No one give him a chance, and he's putting it on Joshua here.
Joshua is holding on with a degree of desperation. Extraordinary start. We've not had a minute gone yet, and already Joshua's been down for a count.
And Prenga really fancies this one as he lands another shot, and the legs just seem to go a little bit there again from Anthony Joshua, who looks desperate here.
Looks as though his punch resistance is completely gone. Another right hand, and he's going to go again here, Joshua. He's holding on desperately, smiling at Prenga. He almost went again.
The legs.
Referee Lewis Padon watching on, and he's keeping a very close look at Anthony Joshua.
The leg's totally gone here, John. He's definitely got no faculties around him here. Kristian Prenga is possibly one punch away from one of the biggest upsets in heavyweight boxing history.
Well, Joshua so far has just not settled into this one bit, and Prenga throws a left hand, bullies Joshua to the ground, throws him to the ground. Referee this time says no knockdown. Still a minute to go in this opening round. Those people who said that Prenga was going to win and backed him maybe as huge odds, they'll be saying, told you so. And this unknown Albanian is in sights maybe of an extraordinary upset. Catches him with another right hand, and he touched down with a glove, Joshua, and he's taking a second count.
This is bad news here, John. Kristian Prenga's going to go for this one. One more knockdown and this fight is over. And Joshua doesn't look good. Uppercut lands as well.
He's walking around unsteadily, and he's being wrestled around the ring by Prenga, who's looking for just one more punch. And Joshua looks absolutely dreadful in this opening round.
He's absolutely gassed already here, and he's trading blow for blow.
Bell to end it. He sticks his tongue out at Prenga as he makes his way back to the corner. And let's listen in to what he's being told.
First of all, you must move and don't wait his back. You must stay here. Okay? Left must be higher.
Okay.
Left must be higher. Hands must be closer. You must stay near the him. You must move and work your jab. Don't wait his back. Okay? How you feel? Good. You don't listen.
AJ, listen, brother. You warrior. You stay in the ring, please. You not go down.
Listen to me.
You need fight. You need fight.
Well, I don't know what we can make of those instructions. I can't quite unravel what we've just seen, Paul.
But me neither. I'm seeing... Listen, he must be a devastating puncher because he's just tapped the jaw a couple of times, and AJ's feeling that in his legs. It's worrying times, John.
Extraordinary. We're into the second round, and Joshua's on the front foot now, trying to find big punches. He landed a body shot, almost got clipped by a right-hand counter to the head, and as soon as it landed, he looked unsteady again. Left hand, right hand from Joshua. Prenga is keeping his gloves up high, waiting for another power punching opportunity.
Yeah, the defences are just not there. The punch resistance is not there. This is worrying times here from Anthony Joshua. Punch resistance seems to have totally left him. Those 2 knockdowns in the first rounds were glancing blows, not even heavy blows, and he couldn't hold them.
Landed another left hand there, Prenga, and again, just for a moment, it looked as though Joshua's legs stiffened slightly. Left hand, right hand from Joshua, and another big right hand, and the crowd is responding to every punch that Joshua lands, but he's not put Prenga in any real trouble as yet. We're in the second round. Left hand from Joshua finds the chin of Prenga and the jab. Nothing coming back from the Albanian at this stage.
Yeah, Prenga now on the back foot, covering up. Nothing coming back. Strange tactics from Prenga, who's had Anthony in all sorts of troubles in those opening rounds. Joshua seems to have got himself back into this one, acknowledging the crowd too much, by the way, as well. His focus is not in the ring.
Well, when you watched him in that first round, you thought, this is the end of the road. He's taken another right hand to the side of the head. This time, he takes it well, though, Joshua. Left hand, right hand, good straight punches. Prenga has his gloves up high. Joshua, another jab taken on the gloves. Prenga, who had his man down twice in a sensational opening round. If you're just tuning in, what on earth kept you? Left hand from Joshua as Prenga leans on. Remember, he's the bigger man in terms of weight, outweighing Joshua, who is less than 18 stones here tonight.
Yeah, Joshua just trying to grind this one out, trying to find the shots from somewhere, but defensively, nothing's there. He's off the mark here, he needs to switch on a little bit. There you go, big right hand, and Prenga's in trouble!
And he's gone down. Right hand puts Prenga down, and Joshua smiles as much as to say it was always going to happen, and Prenga, I don't think, is going to get up. It isn't, and it's all over in the second round. An extraordinary fight, quite extraordinary. Right hand from Joshua is what did it, but he looked like an absolutely spent force in that opening round. 2 punches which didn't look like big punches put him down. He was all over the place, and he was 1 punch away from defeat. Saw it through to the next round, and in that next round lands a big right hand and another one, and the fight at that point is all over.
Well, he needed to find that from somewhere. It was a disastrous start from Anthony Joshua. As I said, the punch resistance didn't seem to be there. It was a short uppercut that delivered, travelled, only about 6 inches. The legs went from beneath him. He got caught with a right hand at the end of the right hand, and he went down again. Worrying times. He scraped through the first round, and John, out of nowhere, he recovered, turned it around, and what a finish there. 3-punch combination, and Prenga out on his feet. Listen to the crowd here.
Well, they want him to win, don't they? They want him to win, and they want him to be a success. In that opening round, he looked absolutely dreadful.
Yeah, he really did. It was worrying how bad he looked in that opening round, but he got it back together, and we get the second semi-final complete. Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury now looks likely for November, but that was lucky there that Anthony Joshua come through. Boy, talk about giving you a heart attack. That was something else.
Adam, that was just an extraordinary fight, such as it was. Prenga getting what we always thought he would to end it in the second. But that first round, what on earth was that about?
I'm completely lost for words, because it wasn't a heavy shot. That was the mad thing about the little choppy uppercut that caught him with the first one. I was like, what's happened there? Is he tripped over? It wasn't a heavy shot, the first one. The second one wasn't even a big blow either.
No, but listen, Adam, we say this, I agree with what you're saying totally. If you've got 20 wins by knockout or by knockout, you're a serious puncher. And it was a little tiny shot underneath, but I don't think Joshua was see him, could brace for, could be ready for, and it wiped his legs out. And then again, like his attitude, he was smiling and a bit too relaxed, and then went down again, and then went down again of a heavy shot. And it was like any time Prenga touched him, he went down. But then obviously he's come back in devastating fashion like that, and it sets up the big one. But my heart was in my mouth ending, and that's that fight gone.
That was an absolutely devastating finish from Anthony Joshua, but it's not the story.
Adam, looking at that first round, you have to say the guy's punch resistance is shot to pieces.
It's gone. Like I said, gents, I mean, Paul's far more expert on this than me. The guy has got heavy hands, but they weren't big, swinging, monstrous blows. I've seen Anthony Joshua take bigger shots than that. That was massively alarming the first 3 minutes.
We've sat here and watched people like Derek Chisora, for goodness sake, take the most extraordinary punches 5 times as hard as that. And I hear what Paul's saying. You know, the guy is a big man, he's got a knockout ratio. But to disintegrate like that was extraordinary.
Yeah, it was worrying how Anthony Joshua reacted to those shots that put him on the floor, because I'm with you, John, they weren't big shots. They weren't big shots at all. Thankfully, he turned it around and he got the victory, but that is worrying and it's something they're going to have to seriously consider and look at.
Doesn't half make the big one exciting, though, doesn't it?
Oh, my days. Tyson Fury last night, I thought he looked terrible against Marius Crap, but then he just turned it around and he come through in 7 rounds. Anthony Joshua off the back of that, I've got to tell you, right? I've got to tell you, guys, off the back of both of their performances to get to this point.
I'm buzzing.
Oh, my God.
Because it's going to be one of them watches where you think to yourself, what the heck is going to happen here? Because, like you said, they are shadows of their former selves, both of these gentlemen. The narrative off the back of this is going to be, off the chart. They're going to do an immense amount of coverage on all social media channels tonight. Everybody's going to be talking about this particular moment. In the end, Joshua delivered a sensational moment. Joshua did Joshua in the end. But that first 3 minutes, as Paul said, my heart was in my mouth. I'm thinking, oh my days, semi-finals in boxing do not work.
I'm going to tell you, mate, I didn't think he was going to make it through the round. I'm going to be totally honest. I thought when that bell comes, I can't say what I want to say on air because it's not nice language, but when that bell come, I thought, thank you, Lord. I really did, because I didn't know if he was going to recover for that second round.
He was 1 punch away. 1 punch, and we'd already seen it didn't need to be a big punch. 1 punch, if he'd found it, the whole plan for Joshua and Fury was over, forgotten.
Anthony's just walking to every single corner of this ring, standing on the second row, but just addressing the crowd that have come out for him tonight. A very pro-Anthony Joshua crowd. And he's taking in the love, he's taking in the adulation. And Spence, listen, you know him well. He's been through hell. He's been through hell over the last 9 months. And I know that his father is currently alongside him right now, supporting him in this particular moment, as are a lot of his close friends. But there's 2 people missing. He paid tribute to those 2 people on the ring canvas tonight with a special little monarch in one of the corners. No idea what emotion this lad is going through at this moment in time.
Here at the Jeddah Superdome,
we'll address that in a minute. Let's get back into the ring because Michael Buffer's
43 seconds as referee Luis Pavon reaches the count of 10. The winner by knockout victory from London, England, the former 2-time heavyweight world champion, AJ Anthony
emotions do you think he's feeling right now, Spence?
I couldn't even imagine what emotions he's feeling, mate. That will be, you know, it'll be off the charts for sure. You know, we all know what happened 6 months ago, and we know how it affected Anthony Joshua. The physical scars, they will heal, and they did heal after 3 months. The mental scars are still very much firmly there. I spoke to him earlier in the week. He was very emotional when we touched on certain subjects. I asked him how difficult it was dealing with that, and he said that, listen, that's what's my motivation. My motivation now lives on in them, and I'm going to carry that into the ring with me. What just happened in there, man? That ring walk, Paul. The emotions that must have been flooding through with him, the emotions that are flooding through with him right now, the emotions when his arse was on the canvas as well. Boy, that's something else.
I was just going to say, I don't think there's anyone in this building that can comprehend what he's going through now or understand what he'll be going through now. I don't know what emotions he'll be going through. It will be a lot of relief. It will be a lot of I think pain. I think sadness. I think anger. I think, you know, happiness that he's won, but he's missing his friends. No one, I think, can really tell what he's going through there. But his mind wasn't on the job in the first minute of the fight. Not even the first minute. He was down hard and down fast off what didn't look like the most concussive of punches, and he's done unbelievable to recover, to come back and get that knock on the second round. But after the first knockdown, I thought that fight's off for Fury. That's not going to happen now.
Alarming. Listen, our colleague here at talkSPORT, Adeola Dipo's working for the television broadcaster. He's in the ring right now. Let's hear from AJ. He's just having a couple of pictures taken with family members.
AJ,
here he is.
The last 7 months for you have always been about perseverance and getting through a lot. In that first round, a lot of perseverance, and you had to get through a lot.
First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone for coming out this evening. I want to also, I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate it a lot. I also want to give a massive thank you to Kristian Prenga and his team for putting up a good fight. It means a lot to them, and it means a lot to me, and that's why you see what you see in the ring. And I give all thanks to God. You know, it was more than me that just picked me up. It can't just be me when I'm in them type of situations, so there's a higher power that's calling. And yeah, man, shout out to my broski Eddie Hearn, for giving me these opportunities, staying loyal to the cause, and thank you everyone once again. It's high. Oh, wait a minute. Have we got Tyson Fury in the room, actually? Wait. To more important matters, is he here or not?
I don't think he is here, no.
All right, fair dues.
It doesn't mean you don't have a message for him. You can still send a message.
I'ma rip his heart out. I'm the meanest and vicious, most champion there's ever been. Nobody can stop me. Alexander, no, he's no Alexander. I'm Nah, but listen, all jokes aside, you see, there's two sides of this thing. One is fighter. You have to have that vim, but also there's respect. I respect everything he's done and everything that he's achieved, but as a fighting person and as someone who has been calling for this fight for a long time, we're here now. Shout out to His Excellency. Shout out to Eddie Hearn for making these opportunities possible, and I hope the fans will be in for a lovely treat.
We were, in that first round at least, AJ, very, very close to this big all-British showdown not happening. How hurt were you in that first round?
I'm still here talking to you now. He's a strong guy, you know. He's a strong guy, and I think Eddie Hearn wants to sign him now. What do you think? Eddie's already signed him, he said. But he's going to do well. He's got a bright future. I'm a serious fighter. I know what I'm doing. I know my way around the ring. Maybe with a little bit more experience, he'll be up there with the rest of us. But he's a serious fighter, strong, durable, and come and gave me a good test. But this is what champions do. We rise, man. We get knocked down, we stand up, and we keep going. That's life. That's life's motto. You know what I'm saying?
And you've always found a way to get back up, even in tough fights, and you found something in that second round. We always know you've got the punch power. We know you've got the experience, and you showed that punch power with the knockout.
Yeah, it's more than punch power. That was...
Yeah, you've got a lot of everything.
No, but that was spirit. That was Lats. That was Cena. That was the families. That was... You know what I mean? Come on, man. That hurts even talking about it, but... Yeah.
The last 7 months have been... Only you will know how difficult the last 7 months have been, how difficult it was for you to even get here in this ring, to be doing this again, to perform in front of all of us. How difficult have it been for you, AJ?
It's been tough.
I feel like it was your fighting spirit and a bit of Lats and Cena fighting spirit that made you get up in that first round and throw that big right hand in the second.
It's my brothers, but I don't want to talk about it.
Let's move on to the matters in autumn. Tyson Fury. Is that what's next? I feel like I've been in this position with you for nearly a decade. With Eddie as well for nearly a decade. Let's come collectively together, Eddie. We've been doing this for a long time, and we've always been asking that question about AJ, Tyson Fury. Are we finally there now? Was this the final hurdle? Are we moving to that now?
You know what, Eddie? We've signed the contract, everything's done. But to be honest with you, tonight is all about the strength that he showed to even be here tonight, and the strength that he had to show in that fight. You know, I mean, no one can imagine what he's been through this last 7 months. In fact, during that first round, I was thinking, we come back too soon. No, but seriously, like, the way that he come back, but I said in the build-up to this fight, I feel like boxing once saved him, and he needed boxing, like, to help him get through this. And that camp allowed him to focus his mind while he was facing so much grief and pain. And you don't know what he was going through in that camp, because he's a strong man and he likes to deal with his problems on his own. I'm not saying that's the right way to do it, but that's his way to do it. And to even be in the ring tonight was astonishing. And when you go down a couple of times in the first round and you're looking like your career might be over, he had to go to the depths one more time to get up and fight on, like he's always done and like he's done these last 7 months. And, you know, listen, it's hard for even a team. Imagine what it's like for him.
You know what I learned? I can't be stopped. I'm not going to be stopped. I'm not going to be denied. We're here, man. We're coming, we're coming, we're coming. Trust me, we're coming. So, yeah, everyone in Jeddah, what's going on, my people? Hey, give me the mic.
I'll let you take it this time.
What's happening, Jeddah? Give me some energy. That's what we're talking about. Let's go. Saudi Arabia done it once again. We love and appreciate everyone in attendance, everyone that watched worldwide. This is what heavyweight boxing is about. Shout out to my brother Emmanuel, next heavyweight champion. Yeah, shout out to the Germany crew. But we're all repping. You saw someone who's been knocked down, been through a lot, but got back up. And that's what life's about. Let's keep striving, man. Let's keep pushing. Let's keep supporting one another, because without none of you lot, there's no me. There's no me, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much. God bless, God bless.
Thank you for the knockback. Well done, AJ. Congratulations.
Let's go ringside and hear from Alexander Usyk once again with Spencer Oliver.
Yeah, I'm here with Alexander Usyk, and he's holding his phone, and on the back of the phone, guys, it says one thing: undisputed. And Alexander, is that for Anthony Joshua?
And Anthony Joshua is next undisputed champion.
Anthony Joshua's next undisputed champion. Tell me, what was you thinking when he went down in the first round?
First round, it's test, but AJ back. Yeah, it's boxing, you know. It's boxing, back uppercut, good. It's a knockdown, yeah. AJ back and win.
But the second knockdown, and I'm close to AJ, I was even worried.
Greedy belly, I know. You now will speak, ow, ow. You have cheese like a... weak chin, blah, blah, blah. Greedy belly, get out.
Listen, Greedy Belly won last night against Marius Wack. Did you see that performance?
No.
Do we see AJ Greedy Belly next?
Yes, of course.
How does it go?
I will hear. I will in ring.
How will it go?
AJ win.
How does he win?
Knock him out.
There you go, AJ knockout from Alexander Usyk. Alexander, thank you so much. Guys, back to you.
Alexander Usyk is an absolute movie star. He's just having a lot of fun ringside, but you can even see on his face, during that first round, even he was concerned for his pal that he'd been working with for the last few months, as we all were, because it was incredibly alarming. You saw the emotion pour out of him at the end. It's been a long road to this particular point, and I'm sure that a lot of that was in his head in that first 3 minutes. He had to dig deep, Paul.
He did. I've been saying all week, he has a lot of boxes to tick, and we'll see what he's like mentally. After watching that, I think this was a bit too soon.
Yeah.
After everything that happened, I've just got to be brutally honest, and I love the lad. I've got all the time in the world for him. I know him personally, and I've watched his rise from the very first fight from the Olympics, and he's done unbelievable for himself, for this country, for the UK, for for his team, his family members, his friends. But I'm not blaming anyone for it, by the way. I think he was back a bit too soon tonight, and I would like to see him have a layoff and maybe see this mega fight now in the new year.
Which, listen, the health and wellness of Anthony Joshua is absolutely at the forefront of this, and everybody else that's connected to it. But from the big fight point of view, yeah, we all want it. We've waited 10 years. We can wait another 4 or 5 months, can't we? I know that people don't want to hear that. I know that fans want the fight. But let's look at the welfare of this young man. He's quite evidently not right in some way, shape or form. He's just brought down at the end there. He's in tears. He can't talk about a particular situation. He's using boxing to mask everything that's going on. Let's deal with whatever it is that is going on, and let's try and get him back to as close to 100% as we possibly can before he steps into the ring with Anthony Joshua, because that ring is a lonely place if you're feeling like that.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Adam. You know, I don't think any more warm-up fights. I just think just have a bit of time off to rest and recoup and recover. Get back in the gym over Christmas, and let's see a mega fight in the spring between them both. It'll do them both no harm. Fury can have another exhibition somewhere, you know what I mean? And every credit to him as well for coming through that. But I think the welfare of Andy and the people around him tonight, I think watching that back, there's going to be a few people who are thinking, you know what, maybe having a little bit of a prolonged rest and a little bit more time out won't be a bad idea after all.
No, I completely agree, mate. Listen, he came through it, ultimately. And the first round was one thing. The second round was vintage Anthony Joshua, because when he detonates that straight right hand off the back of a jab, it's absolutely devastating. Not many people are going to stay standing off the back of that.
No, they're not. And just to get back up, he showed a lot of heart. He showed a lot of effort for getting back up, and every credit to him.
Well, let's hear from him, because I believe Spencer is with Anthony Joshua.
I am with Anthony Joshua. Firstly, Anthony Joshua, my man, what are you doing? You give me heart attacks like that.
Let's talk sport, baby. Let's talk sport. That's what it's all about, though. Things happen. And it's so funny because it's like when you're on the brink of something big, there's always a potential banana skin. But I give credit to Prenga. I give credit to Prenga. My team were looking at me like this guy. But I give credit to Prenga, you know, he came, he wanted to conquer. Strong guy, very strong guy.
Listen, he is a strong guy, and he proved that you was hurt, but he showed powers of recovery. You come back in the second round.
The powers of recovery are down to these guys, you know. Honestly, they work me hard. And I've always said, like, last time I was here, I went crazy because I was like, I need to do more, I need to push myself. So times like this, I'm able to bounce back, no problem, I feel fresh.
Listen, Josh, you overcome the physical scars, but you had a lot of mental scars there as well, and that was a lot to take on board going into this ring. Yes, you train and everything else, but we know this is a mental battle as well, and you had to deal with that, and you overcome it, mate.
I'm not going to I don't bring my personal life into this, but maybe it does have an effect in your subconscious. But no, I try and separate the two if I'm honest, but let's not say the reasons why it was a tough fight was because of personal reasons. He's a good fighter. He came and showed what he's about, you know, so I think Eddie's going to give him a contract and try to sign him now. He's got a massive fan base, he's got potential, and I want to see him do well. I think he's got a lot of potential.
Listen, just quickly before you do it, and I agree with you on that one, I spoke to Alexander Usyk. He told me you're going to knock Greedy Billy Tyson Fury out. Is that going to happen next, Josh?
It's happening next! Let's go!
Let's go! Listen, chap, tonight's yours. Well done. Back to you guys. There you go, Anthony Joshua. Brilliant.
Great to hear him. Obviously, we used Spence. I know you're good pals, so therefore the mood is a lot lighter, and you can see the personality of Anthony Joshua. But I completely agree with everything that Paul said a moment or two ago. Let's have a bit of a rest. Let's see where the land lies, and then maybe we can revisit the conversations about a Tyson Fury fight at the start of next year. Listen, he won, but it wasn't how he expected it. Anthony Joshua did return to the ring. He did handle his business through serious adversity against Kristian Prenga, and once again reminded the heavyweight division that he remains one of the boxing's biggest attractions. The atmosphere in here tonight was electric for him. All eyes will turn towards the fight that captivated British boxing for years, the long-awaited showdown with Tyson Fury. If agreements can be reached, 2 generations of heavyweight success, 2 British icons, and one of the sport's biggest rivalries will finally collide. Let's have a rest though first. From all of us here in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, thank you very much for your company. We'll catch you next time.